Chapter 601 Behemoth. The primal sovereign was alive still, on the verge of death, but still alive. He'd never experienced pain like this before. This was the pain of death, the pain of being devoured. As a space beast, he'd never met anyone who could make him feel such agony. In his life, he'd only ever won his battles. But now, things were different. He couldn't take it. He refused to die like this. The primal sovereign roused his mana. He didn't revolve it, instead compressing it in the core of his being, his soul. All his remaining life force and power were directed towards this increasingly volatile mass. If he couldn't win, if he couldn't devour Damien, then he'd make sure Damien died here with him. He couldn't accept the fate of a loser. He madly gathered his essence. Within seconds, the ball's potency had reached an immense degree. If the primal sovereign were to detonate it, he didn't hesitate to do so. He already understood that his death was inevitable, so he preferred to die on his own terms. He didn't want to be led by the nose again. He refused to be a pawn in someone else's games. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations of power emanated from the ball as it revolved on its own axis. With time, the light shining from its surface became blinding, space-shattering when it came in contact with it. If this ball exploded, it'd be catastrophic. But at that time, boom! A wave of even more ferocious black mana emanated from the primal sovereign's core. The primal sovereign had prepared a feast for it. So how could the void physique deny it? Damien's black hole expanded gruesomely like a revolving saw. As it increased past the size of the primal sovereign's body, it tore through every independent space and even flesh and blood, brutally cleaving the primal sovereign in two. The ball of energy became visible as his body split apart. The primal sovereign's eyes turned bloodshot from rage. He couldn't believe that even his final attempt would fail. But now he was already on his final strand of life. With his previous injuries combined with his body being severed, his immense vitality could no longer hold on. Besides, he'd condensed a majority of his power into that ball. From where could he summon the strength to resist? Still, his madness didn't consume him, because he could at least gloat at the fact that even if he'd die here, Damien would die with him. The amount of divinity in his body would crush him to a paste. It wasn't just the primal sovereign with no control over the situation, though. Even Damien was already unconscious. He'd been unconscious since the moment the devouring force escaped the primal sovereign's body. Whether it was his mind, he, or his body, neither could withstand the impact of so much divinity. In this state, his systems were operating on instinct alone. As the primal sovereign expected, he wouldn't last much longer. Boom! 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 Pure white light gathered at Damien's forehead and expanded into an omnidirectional tidal wave of energy that flooded every direction like a tsunami. The primal sovereign's body, caught in this wave, was crushed into meat paste. He died just like that. In the end, he became nothing but an extra in the void physique show. But the waves of power didn't end at one. They continued flowing from Damien's body without reserve. Space collapsed. The unnamed world's debris was obliterated. Everything around Damien was being cast into oblivion. A demigod exclaimed. More than anyone else, they understood the profundities behind these fluctuations. Damien's body couldn't hold the power of divinity. With no other outlet to send it to, the void physique simply expelled it into the atmosphere, causing heaven-shaking destruction as a byproduct. Dian Yang Frowenet. He remembered what his disciple said before entering the primal sovereign's body. Although the apocalyptic scene in front of him made him wary, he decided to trust his disciple until the end. His body shot forward through the chaotic space, through the tsunami of divinity, and rapidly approached Damien. The second he arrived nearby, Tianyang stretched out his arm and grabbed Damien's shoulder. As soon as he did, a tsunami of divinity crashed into his body. It flowed through his meridians in raging waves, threatening to rip him to shreds. Even for Tianyang, this level of power wasn't something he could absorb in a short amount of time. Still, he held on and focused, revolving his mana fiercely to accommodate the new power of divinity within him. He closed his eyes, his breathing and movements matching Damien's. Slowly, it was like their minds became one, absorbing the primal sovereign's essence as efficiently as possible. For a moment, it seemed like everything would calm down. With Tianyang and Damien working together, the primal sovereign's essence gradually disappeared into their bodies. But could the void physique's rampage be calmed so easily? The void physique's devour ability was able to turn quite literally anything into pure essence for Damien's absorption. It was unknown why it suddenly lost control, but it was certain that the only way to calm it was an absence of energy. In the starry sky, where space and time essence rampantly swirled in droves, how could this condition be achieved? The suction force coming from Damien's body reached another level, enveloping even Tianyang within. He finally felt the mind-numbing suction force with his own body. He realized how terrifying it was for the primal sovereign to die this way. Tianyang's face pallid. He wanted to keep helping his disciple, but he truly couldn't withstand being so close to the void physique at the moment. He'd already been injured in the previous battle, and now he also had drives of divinity he still had to digest before being able to properly use it. His mind and body were filled with unwillingness, but he was still forced to withdraw. Yet, the expansion surpassed his wildest expectations. Without warning, over 50,000 kilometers of space were enveloped in this power. Space and time essence rampaged and exploded wildly as they were thrown into chaos by this force. The surrounding space became a minefield of danger. Damien's body was like a dark star. Due to the intense suction force, he began developing his own gravitational pull on the scale of a small moon. Not only was essence thrown into confusion, but even the surrounding celestial bodies were also drawn in. The demigods retreated together. Whether it be the 12 in charge of the god ensnaring formation or the 7 that survived from the other group, a majority of them were no longer involved in the situation. Seeing things spiraling out of control, they anxiously held their breath. They'd been injured more than they ever expected when responding to the reinforcements call. Now, instead of facing another unknown situation, they'd rather retreat and enter seclusion for a period of time to recuperate. However, they couldn't escape. If that boy's strange situation became even slightly more threatening, they'd have to kill him for the sake of the human domain. Chapter 6:02 Behemoth. Of them, only Tianyang and Albius had major ties to Damien. As for the drunken old immortal, he was close friends with Tianyang, so naturally he carried more worry for Damien than these demigods. These three stood 100,000 kilometers away, watching intently for any changes in Damien's body. A mesmerizing scene appeared. Asteroids, drawn to the scene by Damien's gravity, revolved around his body like a chain. Starlight converged upon his location as he inadvertently drew power from nearby worlds. Everything was being consumed. This was the true face of the void physique. Unless Damien could control it, space and time essence rapidly disappeared from space, causing the formation of a dark zone. Here where even time didn't flow, the void physique's terrifying suction started to run out of material to absorb. At the end of the day, it was still connected to Damien's body. Even if it overdrew his power, it could only do so to a level he could withstand without dying, otherwise it'd lose its host. But it didn't seem satisfied. It compressed the devouring force's reach until it only covered a small area around Damien. In this area, the devouring force was terrifying to a new extent. Bang! A dull sound rang out. A small hole roughly the size of a fist was formed in the dark zone. Within a few sparks of time, it expanded until it was the size of a person. Seeing it, the complexions of two specific individuals changed drastically. That is, Parcial frowned. Lucifer continued. Parcial inadvertently yelped. Tearing a hole in space was one thing, but to tear reality, he won't be able to evade its force regardless of what mysterious abilities he possesses. In the worst case, Lucifer didn't have to say it. If Damien was pulled into a tear in reality without any sort of guide, he'd possibly be banished to the abyss, sentenced to an excruciating death. Parcial gritted his teeth. That boy was incredibly valuable. He was an elite that had the potential to one day stand against the Saint King. He absolutely couldn't die here, or else Parcial's entire visit to the human domain would be a waste. He didn't hesitate any longer. His shining white wings spread into the void, his mana swirling around him like a group of dancers. After positioning himself in a praying position, Parcial slowly took his mana back into his body. A small red glob of blood exited his forehead. This was his essence blood, a condensed portion of blood vitality. The second it appeared, it was branded with thousands of pure white runic patterns. And then it tore through space until it reached the unconscious Damien, sinking into his body. After taking this action, Parcial no longer spoke. His pale face was enough to prove his sacrifice. As for Damien, his body was slowly pulled closer to the tear in reality. It seemed he wouldn't be able to avoid being sucked in. His body began to sink into the hole. But how could Tianyang allow Damien to enter that ominous space? His body shot forward in a flash of light, his mana flaring to the extreme. He entered the dark zone without fear and began flying towards Damien desperately. However, he couldn't teleport. Space quite literally didn't exist in this area. This was the terror of a dark zone. One could only use the mana in one's body with no hope of replenishing it. Even a demigod would be thoroughly suppressed under these conditions, especially a spatial practitioner who relied on their surroundings more than a normal person. Tianyang was powerless in the dark zone. He no longer had blood vitality to spare if he didn't want to die a dog's death. If he approached too close, he would be devoured as well. Tianyang roared. Even after understanding reality, he didn't stop trying to reach Damien. His disciples were extremely important to him. He wouldn't let them die. His body reached the limits of its potential. As his divinity spread, even the surrounding dark zone began to recede. Pushing his divinity to its maximum allowed Tianyang to slightly alter the laws of reality itself. In a normal situation, it'd be far easier for him to patch a dark zone by providing space and time essence until it returned to normal, but ironically enough, in this timeless space, he didn't have enough time. Regardless of how rapidly he repaired space, he wouldn't be able to save Damien with this method. That mysterious tear didn't abide by the normal laws of space. He could only be reckless. The changes around him allowed him to carry a slight hope of success. He continued forward without a shred of hesitation. He was 30,000 kilometers away. With every breath, his speed was slowing. It felt like he was flying through thick molasses. When he reached 20,000 kilometers, Damien's unconscious body was already on the periphery of the ominous tear in space. With his current trajectory, he wouldn't make it in time. His speed increased again. This time, Tianyang sacrificed a portion of his life force. He traversed 10,000 kilometers in a mere instant, but his speed was meaningless in this timeless space. While his movements were faster than ever before, he also didn't move at all. Time was a manifestation of change. In a place without time, how could change take place? Tianyang's body arrived within 10,000 meters of Damien. His status as a demigod allowed him some leeway against the dark zone's harrowing conditions. He could still see hope. And finally, he pushed himself until he was less than a kilometer away. This distance wasn't even a single step for him. Tianyang leapt forward. His arm was outstretched, grabbing toward Damien's body. But his hopes were futile. At that critical juncture, his body ran into an invisible wall that he could never hope to break. From this vantage point, he saw the entire process of Damien being sucked into the mysterious tear from start to finish. It was like he was viewing the past, present, and future all at once. It was like the universe was telling him that Damien's fate was inevitable. Tianyang bit his lip until it drew blood. He couldn't believe his own powerlessness. His disciple was facing a crisis, but he could only stand to the side and watch. Under Tianyang's helpless gaze, Damien's body was completely enveloped by that mysterious tear. In that last moment, a flash of shadow appeared from nowhere, submerging into his body as well. But with its speed combined with the current circumstance, even Tianyang only assumed it was an illusion. Space regained its stillness. A group of 19 demigods, along with a new dark zone, were the only proof that today's events truly occurred. Their faces were pale. They felt no joy. It was clear to all of them what kind of significance Damien's existence had for humanity. If he died, regardless, with his fate unknown, there was no use in holding false hopes. They could only sigh in pity at the loss of another genius. Chapter 603 Divine. The starry sky remained still. Time passed, and people dispersed, but the atmosphere didn't change. Tianyang stood facing the 50,000-kilometer-long dark zone in space. His eyes didn't leave the point where Damien had vanished. In those eyes, countless feelings were reflected. Anger, sorrow, guilt, and unwillingness were only a few of these. To think he, even after pushing his power to the extreme, couldn't protect his own disciple. What kind of man was he? Old Void, you know as well as I do that it is not your fault. Besides, you know your disciple better than anyone else. The drunken old immortal patted Tianyang's shoulder and spoke words of consolation. To the side, Albius nodded his head in agreement. For the short amount of time, I knew that boy. He only created miracles. Even this time, his actions allowed us to defeat the fifth primal sovereign far more efficiently. Without him, we would have lost a few more experts in the process. Facing their consolation, Tianyang didn't say a word. As the drunken old immortal stated, he knew Damien better than anyone else. He also knew that Damien wasn't a person common sense could define. However, these old divinities, despite their power, couldn't sense the terrifying fluctuations emitted by that tear. Even Tianyang could barely understand its nature, and that was only because he was deeply connected with space. This small glimpse that he witnessed, it was enough to leave him terrified. He couldn't imagine what kind of place that tear led to. At this moment, two figures silently appeared behind the three. They didn't speak, only standing quietly, seemingly waiting for Tianyang to approach them first. So you finally came out, Tianyang said. Parsu responded with a wry smile. Senior, don't joke with us. Tianyang scoffed. And so, his attitude was clear. He had no good feelings towards these two beings who stood on the sidelines and attempted to reap benefits after the fact. Judging from their physical characteristics, they weren't from the human domain either. Parsial had been expecting a cold welcome, though. It would be stranger if he was welcomed kindly considering the current circumstance. However, he still had to show himself. After all, Senior may not know this, but that mysterious tear was a tear in the fabric of reality itself. Under normal circumstances, Senior's disciple would have been thrown into the abyss with no chance of survival. He paused slightly, but didn't wait too long. Tianyang was far stronger than him, and any mind games would only lessen his chances at cooperation. Without holding back, he began to explain. My name is Parsial, and I am one of the 9 holy emperors of the divine realm. This time, I've come to the human domain to inform your people of the grand heaven boundaries overarching situation. It is just that I so happened to arrive at this critical juncture and was unable to contact Senior and the others immediately. In regards to Senior's disciple, there is no need to worry. Junior has placed a drop of blood essence engraved with holy guidance runic patterns in his body. This blood essence will guarantee that when the boy exits the abyssal corridor, he will arrive in my divine realm. The only problem is what occurs within the abyssal corridor. Due to the fact that they form only when the fabric of reality is torn, not much is known about them. It was a harsh fact, but Parsial knew he had no room to lie in this situation. Against Tianyang, he was powerless. At the end of the day, he was only an extreme peak 4th-class existence. Tianyang's league was far above his. Tianyang listened without a word throughout Parsial's speech. Hearing that Damien was alive and his destination would be within another sector, he actually sighed a breath of relief. In truth, Damien was too much for the human domain. Whether it be his growth speed, his potential, his power level, or even the mysterious power in his body, they collectively outstripped the scope of the human domain by miles. That wasn't to say that the youths of the human domain were useless. Those like Long Chun, Aishia, or any of Damien's wives were peak talents even outside the human domain. However, Damien was intrinsically different than them. Despite how much he changed over time, his core was perfectly suited for chaos. An environment where he could compete with those at his same level and experience countless struggles to rise. This was his perfect playing field. The human domain couldn't provide this for him. It wasn't just the unity of its people, but also their overall strength level. Fourth classes were mostly the older generation. Amongst his peers, Damien had no challengers. The wider universe, on the other hand, was a completely different monster. When Tianyang was young, he'd also traversed the various sectors of the grand heavens boundary and experienced the dimensional leaderboard for himself. He understood just how valuable practicing in other sectors was for a practitioner's growth. Damien had reached that level, and the divine realm was the perfect stage for a genius of his caliber. Only there would he find ample competition to keep him on his toes. As for the journey through the abyssal corridor, Tianyang didn't even put in his eyes. If his disciple could come out on top after fighting a demigod, even disregarding all the external aids he received, he wasn't someone who'd die from a mere abyssal corridor. Thinking thus far, Tianyang's chaotic mood calmed down. He turned his attention back to Parcial, scanning him from top to bottom. A holy emperor, huh? It's rare for someone like you to leave the safety of Luxurian at all, let alone travel to another sector. His tone was much more cordial. After all, this man did save Damien's life, and his original intent seemed righteous as well. Tianyang didn't mind entertaining someone like this. Parcial sighed a breath of relief as he heard this. After watching the previous battles, he'd already roughly grasped the human domain's strength. They weren't nearly as strong as they were in the past, but their spirit and fighting intent hadn't dulled in the slightest. Aside from that, the quality of their forces wasn't half bad, especially their demigods. They would be a great deterrent in the war. Concerning the deficits he found, Parcial didn't even pay them any mind. In the previous war, the human domain wasn't just cut off from the rest of the universe. It was cut off from every outside force. This included the dimensional leaderboard. Humanity's current situation wasn't too much worse than the elves or the plant races in power. If they had the dimensional leaderboard to foster their growth, just how powerful would they be? Without any bias, Parcial began his interaction with Tianyang. He explained how the elven domain was obliterated, how the plant races were currently under siege, and many other facts about the war that had already begun encroaching upon the universe. These two slowly made their way to the cloud plane to continue their conversation. But in the back of his mind, Tianyang was worried about another matter entirely. It was a matter that hurt his heart and mind, making him want to turn tail and escape the human domain as fast as possible. On the horizon, Tianyang could feel his own death approaching. Chapter 604 Divine. The Divine Realm was the largest of the 8 sectors. Its reach spanned hundreds of thousands of inhabitable worlds and even more uninhabited areas. Even if a 4th class spent his entire life flying from one end of the Divine Realm to the other, he might not be able to see every inch of it. However, the Divine Realm wasn't as disconnected as it seemed. Not only was every world connected by spatial gates, but even within those worlds, the major cities and metropolises were connected the same way. Aside from this, every sector of the Grand Heaven boundary besides the human domain had a long-distance teleportation array connecting them together. Somewhere within that plethora of worlds was a small world called Dawn World. Just like any other world, Dawn World was home to a plethora of influences and powers that ruled it. Among these was the Eclipse sect. Currently, a group of disciples and an elder wearing the sect's signature half-moon/half-sun emblem on their robes were exploring the periphery of a desolate mountain range a few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the sect. Elder Jew, are the reports true? An excited disciple questioned with sparkling eyes. The surrounding disciples nodded in agreement, looking to the elder. He smiled lightly as he saw their childlike behavior. It should be true. Not long ago, a group of wanderers saw a divine light shining from the skies. The disciples conversed fervently after hearing his words. For some of them, This was their first excursion outside the sect. To think they'd be able to participate in something so major. At this time, a silvery voice snaked through the crowd, making itself heard by all those present despite its soft tone. The one who spoke was a veiled woman. Even the elder had to pay respects to this woman despite his higher cultivation. But he didn't mind this. That woman's status was truly special. "Princess, allow this old man to check," the elder said fawningly. Without much thought, he spread his senses into the sky. The second he did, his face paled, and he withdrew it instantly. He shouted. His mana wrapped around those that were too weak to follow his movements and rushed backward as fast as possible. As the group retreated, the sky above them was lit up with a red and orange glow. Flames spread through the clouds, burning all things to ashes. The source of these flames became obvious only moments later. From the breach in the clouds, an unknown object shot towards the ground like a meteor. It moved faster than anyone present could register, and in the next moment, boom, it crashed into the Great Desolate. A shockwave of power spread maddeningly. Everywhere it went, mountains were crushed and the heavens were sundered. In only a few seconds, the once lively mountain range became a dreary plain filled with destruction. The Eclipse sect disciples watched in shock from many thousands of kilometers away. They were lucky they'd only been at the mountain range's periphery. Otherwise, they'd have been caught in the blast as well. The elder shakily looked at the destruction, his thoughts chaotic. He was a fourth class, so he had extreme trust in his senses. It was just the object he saw within the flames couldn't have been a person, could it? At this time, the veiled woman spoke once more. In her eyes, one could clearly see a fiery curiosity that wouldn't easily be sated. She asked quietly. "Impossible." The elder immediately refused. That object came from the starry sky, and while it may be a rare treasure, it could be an equally terrifying danger. "There's no need to worry. I have checked the area and didn't sense any danger. Besides, I only want to take a look," the princess said convincingly. The surrounding disciples immediately piped up to agree with the princess. After all, they were the young heroes of the sect. They didn't want to leave a lucky chance if it was right in front of their noses. Against the fervent crowd, the elder couldn't do anything. He was a practitioner too. How could he deny these young geniuses there? Experience? He could only make sure that no harm came to them in the worst-case scenario. Sighing, he slowly nodded his head. The disciples let out a cheer, smilingly rushing into the now-destroyed Great Desolate. Their minds were filled with curiosity. Just what kind of treasure could cause so much destruction? However, contrary to their expectations, even after searching for hours, they couldn't find anything special. Until, Elder Jew, a disciple called through a sound transmission talisman. His voice was somewhat panicked. Thinking there was an emergency, the elder rushed over immediately. But to his surprise, the disciple wasn't injured at all. In fact, he looked no different than he did when they left the sect. Elder Jew questioned. He didn't like others wasting his time. In response, the disciple could only shakily point to the ground below. He couldn't make out any words. Elder Jew followed the disciple's finger, his gaze landing on two figures, a man and a woman, submerged in the debris. "HM, you call me over just to look at some corpses?" Elder Jew spat. He was supposed to be protecting the princess, not handling some weak disciple's trauma. But the disciple wasn't done yet. Elder Jew exclaimed in shock. Before, in his indifference, he didn't scan the bodies with his awareness. Now that he did, he could truly feel life fluctuations from these two people. He thought to himself, as his senses mulled over them, he could understand that they weren't too strong. Their survival could only be called a miracle. At some point, the princess had arrived too. With her curious personality, she naturally followed Elder Jew after seeing him rush away. She'd been a troublemaker since she was a child. Even now, at 18 years old, she didn't lose this trait. Seeing these two strangers, she intuitively felt that they'd provide her with a degree of fun that was worthwhile. Concerning the princess' antics, Elder Jew truly couldn't do anything. Her status was leagues above his. He was at most worthy of serving as her protector. His gaze turned back to the two bodies on the floor. In the end, he could only sigh. Luckily, these people didn't seem too strong. At least, Elder Jew would be able to suppress them in case of emergency. Realizing this, he wrapped the two in his mana and brought them up, placing them in the Eclipse Sect spirit ship and ending this small interlude in their trip. The group stayed in the former Great Desolate for many more hours in search of heavenly materials, but sadly, they found none. Even the desolate ice fruit that they were originally searching for was missing, most likely destroyed in the explosion. With downcast expressions, the disciples boarded the spirit ship once more. After this largely uneventful outing, it was time for them to return to the sect. Chapter 605 Divine. The journey back to the Eclipse Sect was quite the long one. With the Eclipse Sect itself being a smaller influence with only a few fourth-class protectors, it wasn't able to afford spirit ships capable of traversing this distance in an incense stick of turn. However, the journey would still be shortened to a few days at most. During these days, the spirit ship was peaceful. The man and woman from the Great Desolate were placed in separate rooms, a group of maids taking care of them and nursing them back to health. The veiled princess commented as she gazed out the spirit ship's window. Elder Jew responded, clueless. The princess was too extravagant. It was impossible to guess her thoughts at any given moment. Those two, the princess started. According to the maids, their wounds weren't extremely heavy despite the state we found them in. She was truly curious about the origins of these two people. Even though their strength didn't seem too extravagant, their mortal bodies begged to differ. But even more so, she was curious about that strange meteor that hit the Great Desolate and caused their injuries. Where did it come from? And why did it vanish without a trace? In the corner of her curious heart, she could feel that this situation wasn't so simple. That meteor must have held an immense secret. She almost wanted to return to the Great Desolate for a more in-depth search, but unfortunately, she couldn't. The Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm expedition begins in only 2 weeks. The princess sighed to herself. The Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm was incredibly important for her, mainly because it was a mystic realm connected to the dimensional leaderboard. If she could obtain good results within, her position would rise. Perhaps she'd even be able to reach the top 1 million. While this didn't seem like much, reality was different. The dimensional leaderboard was a concept similar to the system in its reach. As long as one entered a mystic realm or challenge gate tied to the dimensional leaderboard, they'd automatically be registered on it, as long as they met the age and class requirements. Moreover, this wasn't something limited to the divine realm. Every sector besides the human domain was represented on the dimensional leaderboard. If the princess reached the top 1 million, it meant that out of the countless young heroes of the 7 involved sectors, she would still be considered a peak genius. As for those in the top 100, or even the top 10,000, these were existences that the princess could never hope to match, even if she did everything in her power. Those geniuses in the top 10 were like spiritual gods in her heart. Thinking about the higher rankings on the leaderboard, the princess face soured. Nowadays, the sanctity of the dimensional leaderboard was being ruined. After all, Elder Jew commented lightly. On the horizon, the outline of a grand temple revealed itself. Majestic pillars supported its weight, carved with countless profound runes. The materials used to create it were incredibly rare on the Dawn world as well, loudly proclaiming the Eclipse Sect's power. Even if the Eclipse Sect was a small sect on a universal scale, it was still near the peak of the Dawn world. When the spirit ship arrived at the palace, those on board rapidly departed and went their own ways. This small excursion hadn't netted them any gains to speak of, so these disciples were naturally disappointed. Even the excitement caused by the meteor couldn't change this. As for the princess, she and Elder Jew moved towards an isolated palace, the mysterious man and woman in tow. It wouldn't be long before they woke up and the princess was able to receive the answer she wanted. Until then, she would enter a period of training while Elder Jew watched over them. Like this, a week passed without any changes. However, while the outside world experienced no changes, An ever-changing scenery flashed through a certain comatose man's mind. These scenes were marred with the vicissitude of time. Endless millennia flowed without change, only the dark vastness of the starry sky expanding in every direction. Every now and then, the man witnessed brief flashes of instances, minor interactions that held little to no meaning in the grand scheme of things. However, he felt no loneliness or insanity. From the moment he fell unconscious, Damien had been plagued by these memories. Even through his journey in the abyssal corridor, he didn't awaken even once. However, that journey was truly a harrowing one. The abyss essence rampaged chaotically, mixed with many unknown forms of energy. These wild energy storms barraged Damien's body without pause. In any normal circumstance, he'd have died instantly. But before he was pulled into the abyssal corridor, he not only devoured the fifth primal sovereign, but also all of the universe's essence within a 50,000-kilometer radius. To say his body was filled with ownerless energy was an understatement. Unfortunately, most of this energy had dissipated by now. It was whittled away by the abyssal corridor until only a minuscule amount remained for Damien to personally digest. In his current situation, though, how could that be possible? Luckily enough, his long dream seemed to be coming to an end. He saw a flash of starlight, followed by a terrifying, all-consuming blackness. An ancient voice chanted in a language he couldn't understand. Reality twisted and warped into something unholy, something unspeakable. In the end, all things returned to one in a flash of brilliance that blinded Damien's eyes. Unable to endure the shock of this scene, his mind jolted awake. Damien was covered in a cold sweat. He didn't get up. For the next several minutes, he laid still, attempting to comprehend what he'd just seen. But the more he pondered upon it, the faster it vanished from his memory. Eventually, Damien gave up. What he'd just witnessed, he lost scope of time, so he didn't understand how long that being had lived, but it was a period of time he found incomprehensible. Regardless, he'd come to understand what those scenes were after living that being's life for so many years. Those were the fifth primal sovereign's memories. Aside from bloody battle and endless wandering, there was almost nothing else present. That was the life the fifth primal sovereign led. What was more curious than this life, however, was both the final scene and the memories, as well as the reason Damien could view them in the first place. Concerning the first question, Damien had no way of finding an answer. He could only grow stronger until he had the power to understand the truths contained within. As for the second, there is really only a single explanation after Damien considered the entire chain of events. From his baptism to the war afterward, through the final fight with the primal sovereign, Damien slowly understood that the connection he now had with the void physique wasn't something simple. His void mana was proof of their fusion, and clearly, he hadn't uncovered even an infinitesimal portion of its abilities. His fusion with the void physique was a qualitative change in his abilities that he needed to slowly explore and understand. But he at least understood a few things. Of them was the fact that Devoured now gave him access to his target's memories. Chapter 606 Divine. It took more than an hour for Damien to get his thoughts together. Once he did, he slowly sat up in the large bed he was sleeping on. He already understood that he was safe. The first thing he did when he regained consciousness was spread his awareness. Damien's perception was extremely powerful from the beginning, making it incredibly easy for him to cover the entire Eclipse sect within its scope. He wondered himself. The last thing he remembered was battling the fifth primal sovereign, and now he was in this strange sect. Most of the surrounding practitioners weren't even human. They had varying features, but the most common was a pair of snow-white wings on their backs. These people were from the angel race. He immediately thought. After ingesting both Alaric and the primal sovereign's memories, he had a basic understanding of the 9 sectors. While the primal sovereign never involved himself with the people of these sectors, he traveled through them often enough to have a general understanding of them. And with this understanding, Damien was quickly able to surmise his location. It wasn't too hard of a task. Each of the 9 sectors had its own dominant race. This was a fact set in reality, true regardless of where in the Sector 1 was. Essentially, one only needed to understand the predominant race around them to generally understand which sector they were in. Naturally, there were times when this measure was inaccurate, but it was mostly trustable. If I'm in the divine realm, Damien's face paled. Being in a separate sector wasn't a problem, but the way he entered this sector was suspicious. How could he not worry about his home? The human domain must have been in a precarious situation after so many of its experts were injured. While Damien felt some guilt for causing this calamity, his main focus was elsewhere. He had once again left his wives alone. They'd spent plenty of time together before the Nibelheim raid, but that didn't make him feel any better, especially when he couldn't inform them of his departure before leaving them. From the divine realm to the human domain was a long journey. Even while using cross-sector teleportation arrays, Parcial was only able to reach his destination in 6 months or so. And even this was only due to his special status. If an unknown individual like Damien wanted to use these arrays, he needed to spend an exorbitant amount of money that he didn't have. If he chose to traverse the distance without these gates, however, even tens of years wouldn't be enough time to reach the human domain. Damien traced his chest. There, he could faintly feel Ryue's soul fluctuations. At their current distance, this feeling had no meaning aside from sentimental value, but that was all Damien needed. I'm sorry for leaving again, he muttered to himself. At this time, he truly could only think about Rose and Ryue's faces. Even Elena flashed through his mind, but since she was on her own adventure, she likely wouldn't hear about his matters. He was regretful. He didn't enjoy that he couldn't stand by their side as often as he'd like to. But with the way he kept getting involved in dangerous situations, it was an impossible dream. They were both geniuses of their generation. Even compared to Divine Realm geniuses, they were at the peak. But they still couldn't match Damien. He'd keep getting stronger, and while they ardently followed behind him, he was afraid they'd never grow to be able to stand by his side. Damien shook his head fiercely. In truth, this was one of his greatest fears. He didn't want to stand at the top of the world alone. However, he knew that it wasn't something for him to think about. He already knew his wives' talent, and he didn't doubt them in the slightest. Even if they couldn't match his speed, saying they could never reach the peak was a stretch. He wholeheartedly believed in their ability. And in the worst-case scenario, when he reached that peak, he'd bring everyone he cared about with him. At that time, what would he have to worry about? Regardless, I'm stuck in the divine realm for now. The dimensional leaderboard was a concept he'd just found out about. From his understanding, it was some kind of ranking list as well as a booster. The geniuses who were involved with the dimensional leaderboard would enter mystic realms, challenge gates, and other challenges set by the dimensional leaderboard itself. Depending on their performance, they'd be awarded the appropriate rewards. These rewards span from the most common mana crystals to the rarest of heavenly materials, artifacts, pills, and anything else. The dimensional leaderboard's treasures were uncountable. But this wasn't it. Aside from the benefits one gained in the dimensional leaderboard's trials, as long as a genius entered the top 1 million, they'd also be granted rewards based on their rank. In essence, the dimensional leaderboard was a shortcut and a cheat code. This was Damien's assessment of it. The path to gaining strength was even more streamlined than even the system made it. The geniuses of the other 7 sectors were truly pampered. Damien spat in derision. He couldn't associate with people who relied on crutches to gain stronger. It went against the core of his being, but at the same time, he knew he couldn't judge those geniuses without facing them himself. Crutches, huh? Damien grinned to himself. As Damien went to stand up, the room door opened. A human maid walked in, immediately yelping and dropping the bucket of water in her arms. Ah, she stuttered. Her eyes moved relentlessly as she tried to figure out where to look. A slight blush crept up her cheeks. After all, currently, Damien's naked figure wasn't hidden from her vision at all. This maid had been in charge of him since they left the Great Desolate, and had washed him plenty of times, but that was a different situation altogether. There was no way she'd feel any attraction to a corpse-like body regardless of its features. But now, she found it hard to contain herself. In a world where humans were a minority, it was rare for her to see someone of her race so attractive. and Damien's attractiveness had reached new heights after his baptism. His features became more perfect, his muscles compact, yet filled with power. Long black hair flowed down his back, contrasting and accentuating his ethereal purple eyes. It could be said that after ridding himself of his stranger features, Damien's face became far more captivating. This little maid stood no chance. As for Damien himself, he didn't pay any mind to the maid. After understanding the situation, he casually created a celestial star palace core, disciple robe out of mana, and covered himself. He asked the maid. Before anything else, he needed to understand his general position. The divine realm was extremely vast, after all. The maid also began to calm herself down, replying, "We are in the Eclipse sect." Damien's brow perked. The Eclipse sect was too small for him to take notice of, but the latter half of her sentence was, Damien quickly asked, The maid replied, confused. Damien's face paled instantly. A woman? A woman willing to follow him to the divine realm? Who could this be except one of his wives? Damien didn't pay the maid any mind, immediately spreading his awareness. Within seconds, he teleported away from his room. In his mind, his thoughts chaotically spun. His body was extremely tough, and from the fact that he didn't gain any traits from the Primal Sovereign, he understood that the essence he devoured had protected him while he reached the divine realm. But if the trip was so disastrous that such a vast amount of essence was needed to protect him, what kind of state would the woman who followed him be in? His heart raced as he rushed to find out. Chapter 607 Divine. Damien's figure materialized in a nearby room. Its layout was entirely similar to his own, the only difference being the fact that a woman was laying on the bed. His heart beat out of his chest as he rushed over to her, but he immediately realized that something wasn't right. This woman wasn't someone he'd ever met before. She had long black hair that spread across the bed as she slumbered. Her skin was pale white like snow, unblemished and otherworldly. She had one of the most stunning faces Damien had ever seen, the small crescent moon mark between her eyebrows only accentuating her natural beauty. Strangely enough, despite this woman being a complete stranger, Damien felt an incredibly familiar aura coming from her. He simply couldn't figure out where this familiarity came from. For a while, Damien stood in the room unsure of what to do. Regardless of anything else, it was true that this woman braved great dangers to appear with him in the divine realm. Only, what was her reason for doing so? Sadly, Damien could only wait until she woke up to find out. Until then, Damien's figure flashed away, appearing in his room. He'd only been gone for a few seconds at most, but his thoughts moved extremely fast. He realized that he couldn't quite show his strength yet. After all, he'd already scanned the Eclipse sect with his awareness. Even compared to the sect master, he wasn't much weaker. If the Eclipse sect's people realized this, they'd surely take him as a danger. However, this time, there wasn't any problem. It wasn't difficult for Damien to confuse the memories of a mortal maid. While this wasn't a complete memory alteration, Damien could utilize his space abilities to confuse her perception and make her forget the previous events. He did so immediately, and after the maid woke up from her confusion, he continued their conversation as if nothing happened. In this way, he spent the next few minutes learning some basic facts about the world, and more importantly, about the Storm Heaven's mystic realm. This was a term he heard for the first time from the maid's mouth, and it was definitely an interesting one, especially considering that it was connected to the dimensional leaderboard. His first goal in the divine realm was to place his name on the dimensional leaderboard. Only then would he finally enter the race against the universe's geniuses. He couldn't wait for the moment he did. He'd been thirsting for competition ever since his baptism. At this time, a second maid entered the room. She was of a strange, spirit-like race. She said. Damien raised his brow. This so-called princess was the reason he had such a convenient starting point in the divine realm. He wouldn't skimp out on meeting her. Damien followed the second maid through a series of hallways, finally arriving at a large dining room. The dining room table alone was long enough to seat hundreds of people. Nothing needed to be said about the grandeur of the surrounding room. At the end of the long table sat a woman. A thin veil covered her face, But not even the sect leader could pierce this veil with his awareness if he tried. The only part of her face that remained visible were a pair of piercing gray eyes. Combined with her amazing body, it was clear why this princess was adored by many. "So you are the man I saved?" the princess asked without hesitation. She didn't seem to care for manners or decorum as she allowed her curiosity to take the wheel. Damien shrugged his shoulders and sat at the foot of the table. He said casually, "Sir Damien, then, where are you from? How did you end up in the Great Desolate?" The princess let off a barrage of questions, surprising Damien a bit. He didn't know how to answer these questions, nor did he know anything about the other powers of this world. In the end, Damien could only shrug again. "I'm not too sure if I'm being honest with you." Damien's posture was relaxed and lazy, his tone holding no respect for or acknowledgement of authority. He was the spitting image of a wanderer. The princess nodded as well as if she was expecting his answer. On the Dawn world, it was rare to find humans with talent. Even after finding them, many sects still wouldn't allow their entry due to pure discrimination. In this way, a large community of human wanderers had formed in the world. While they didn't have many powerful masters, it was still impressive for a human to make it as far as some of them did. But at the same time, this common answer disappointed the princess. She was hoping for an incredible story, and even had a faint hope that this man would know something about the meteor. Unfortunately, he just seemed like a regular wanderer who knew nothing else. The princess sighed. For this bit of curiosity, she'd even slightly postponed her training. It wasn't a good feeling realizing it was worthless. Damien quickly saw the disappointment on the princess' face. Seeing that she was about to leave, his thoughts rushed. He couldn't allow this interaction to end here. The princess was his ticket into the storm heaven's mystic realm. Looking at her figure, she didn't seem older than 18 or 19. With the years he spent in the world energy barrier added to his own age, Damien was almost a decade older than her. He smiled, seeing the curious heart reflected in her eyes. It was something he possessed as well at the start of his journey when he arrived in Apiron. "How about this?" he suddenly proposed. "Although I don't have too many fun stories of my own, I've traveled far and wide and heard many heroic stories that you've probably never imagined before." The princess' eyes lit up. Hero stories, dramas. She loved the excitement of other people's lives. She always wished to leave the sect and wander the lands, discovering her own lucky chances to grow. Unfortunately, her status was too special, and she'd spent her entire life pampered and under pseudo-house arrest. Dinner was served soon after Damien's proposition. He sat in the dining room with the princess and the man known as Elder Jew, talking about his own previous life experiences, some of Alaric's more warm-hearted memories, and even tales from the fifth primal sovereign's memories that he recently gained. The entire time, the princess was listening intently, her eyes glowing with wonder. Damien's storytelling was amazing, almost as if he'd experienced these events himself. Not only that, she could clearly feel the vastness and glory of the universe from his words. It made her blood boil in excitement. The princess was ambitious. If she wasn't, she'd never aim for a high position on the dimensional leaderboard. Hearing these riveting stories made her rediscover her love for adventure and her love for practice. When she achieved enough strength, she'd also leave the Eclipse sect and achieve her dreams. Of this, she was sure. Night fell by the time the princess finally left Damien alone. He finished his storytelling after a few hours, but the princess refused to let him go, pestering him for more. Damien could only smile wryly and comply. This little princess reminded him of Schwer, making it hard to refuse her requests. Nevertheless, Damien made a connection with the princess, and for the next several days to come, she was always by his side, listening to his experiences. Even when she practiced, she invited him to watch. In this piece, 6 days passed. A certain woman's eyes began to flutter open. Chapter 608 Divine. The first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. In the next instant, her awareness spread. The last thing she remembered was throwing herself onto Damien as he was sucked into a strange black hole. Thinking back, that was a terrible decision. The wounds she incurred on the trip through that terrifying blackness weren't simple. She passed out after a mere few moments of resisting with her own strength, but she had no idea how she survived after that. Her body was filled with hidden injuries until today. Her extreme skill in concealment was the only reason the medics didn't realize her situation. Now that she was healed, she could finally awaken and understand her surroundings. However, the lack of people around her was concerning. She wondered. The outside world was filled with strange people from races she'd never seen before. Compared to Damien, she didn't have much knowledge at all. Still, now that she was alone, she couldn't help but bury her head in her hands as she remembered her previous actions. She didn't doubt that Damien didn't recognize her. Facing him at this time would be far too embarrassing for her to withstand. But as if her thoughts summoned the devil, Damien's figure soon appeared at the door to her room. He knocked politely, waiting for her cue to enter. She let out a small sound of affirmation, and he came in. The first thing he saw when he entered the room were her eyes, mystically purple, just like his own. He really didn't know how to treat this woman. He didn't know her, yet she risked her life for him. He couldn't just act cold, could he? Seeing him shifting uncomfortably, the woman covered her mount and let out a slight giggle. Right? It had been a very long time, but he was still the man she knew. She teased, gaining a little confidence. He returned the question. Her words were followed by a suggestive wink, making Damien feel uncomfortable. Who the hell was this woman? In any other scenario, he'd have already stopped paying her any mind. However, he couldn't help but feel like there was a mysterious connection between him and this woman. Noticing that he was truly clueless about her identity, the woman's expression slightly dimmed. It was clear how disappointed she was. When the next moment, her eyes lit up. She exclaimed. She jumped up off the bed and pounced at Damien. When she reached his vicinity, a murky black fog of mana left her body. Damien couldn't even split his attention to realize that this woman was naked at the moment. He could clearly feel her mana pulling on something deeply connected to him, specifically his shadow. Damien's eyes turned cold. It had been a long time since he last saw Zara. Ever since she ate the death seed, she'd been slumbering in his shadow. He'd felt her aura from his shadow this entire time, but over the years, he slowly stopped checking on her. He had too many other problems to worry about. Now, facing someone who could pull at his shadow, he was suddenly reminded of her. Was this woman trying to drag Zara out of his shadow? But he soon realized that his guess was wrong. What this woman pulled out was not his wolf companion, but a mana construct with the exact same appearance as her. Damien could clearly feel that the wolf coming out of his shadow was a being of pure energy. And once it finally emerged, it transformed into wisps of smoke and submerged into the woman's body. She asked smilingly. Damien could only stare at her in shock. When that energy clone was removed from his shadow, Damien received a rush of info. He remembered memories he had no recollection of ever making. These memories were all related to Zara's existence in one way or another. Watching them, it was clear to him that someone manipulated his memory to make him forget about her. And when he connected that to the beautiful woman in front of him, Tang Lingdi, he muttered under his breath. Only a demigod could pull something so ridiculous. Now, he could finally place the familiarity he felt from this woman. It was the same feeling he got from Tang Lingzi's disciple. And Tang Lingzi's disciple, the beautiful woman standing before him now, was actually Zara the entire time. His mind broke when he realized it. He stuttered. He couldn't make out any words. Zara smiled brightly. This was the exact reaction she wanted to see. This was the grand reveal of her human form. She immediately jumped at Damien. Her legs circled around his waist and her arms around her neck, embracing him strongly. Damien, she was already grown enough to speak more eloquently, but facing Damien, she couldn't force herself to do so. It had been too long since they separated. In truth, Tang Lingzi found her long before Damien's visit to her floating island. When Tang Lingzi first took Zara away, Damien hadn't even entered the primordial undying realm. The myriad illusion veil was set by a weakened demigod. So how could a demigod at the peak of her strength be blocked by it? Tian Lingzi sensed Zara's aura in the time after she ate the death seed. The same time Damien and Ryue fought to protect her from the beast horde. Tang Lingzi gave Zara a promise to make her strong enough to stand by Damien's side if she chose to be her disciple. To Zara, this was the most important thing in the world. From the moment they met to the moment they parted, she hadn't been of much help to him. Only in the dungeon were they able to fight together. After that, due to the lack of quality and quantity of beasts, Zara couldn't evolve fast enough to match Damien's growth speed. Under Tang Lingzi's tutelage, this all changed. She even overtook Damien for a period of time, achieving her human form when he was just at the boundary to 4th class. Now, after years of waiting and grueling training, she finally stood before him again. Now, she finally had the strength to be helpful. She made a promise when she was young and immature that when she achieved her human form, she'd fight alongside him without fear. And that's what she planned to do. That's why she unhesitatingly jumped onto Damien when he entered that dangerous black hole. While Zara was celebrating, Damien was overwhelmed by confusion. It wasn't his fault, though. His memories had been tampered with by a demigod. While the intentions were good, it still made him shiver a bit. But he knew and trusted Tang Lingzi. Besides, she raised Zara into a powerful 4th-class being. She was an ally without a doubt. In the end, Damien wryly smiled and hugged her back. He said, Zara was the first person he ever trusted. She was half the reason why he didn't completely lose his mind in the first dungeon. The feelings from back then hadn't faded even now. Let's talk. I want to know about what happened to you over the past few years. Like this, Damien and Zara reunited for the first time in many years. Their conversation continued for an entire day, and by the time they exited her room, it was already time for the Storm Heaven's mystic realm to begin. Chapter 609 Divine. The story Zara told Damien wasn't riveting or heaven-shaking. It was quite ordinary, in fact. Still, he could clearly feel from her tone how monumental of an impact Tang Lingzi's presence had on her life. When she took Zara in, she was in the worst mental state possible. Her mental age didn't match her physical age to begin with due to her growing up in the first dungeon. Only after she met Damien did she begin to develop. However, developing emotion and complex thought wasn't always a good thing. As Zara became more aware of her surroundings and the meaning behind the interactions around her, she became scared. She was scared of the world that suddenly turned complicated and her role within it. In this weakness, the only thing she had to rely on was Damien, and Damien truly was a person who made her feel better about her existence. Only, there was always a racial boundary between them. There were certain things that he couldn't understand or help with even if he knew them. Her helplessness was one of these things. As Damien grew stronger and her strength stagnated, she felt left behind, almost abandoned. She would always remain in his shadow without emerging because she simply didn't have the face to appear. She was supposed to be his companion, yet she was so weak. How would others view him when they noticed this? She didn't want to do anything that could hurt Damien in any way. The Death Seed's appearance was the second turning point in her life. Not only did she discover some secrets about her origin, but she also gained a method to grow stronger quickly. And Tang Lingzi was the third turning point. Under her guidance, the aforementioned effect was multiplied. Zara spent the years enduring hellish training without complaint. She ventured into the cloud plains, forbidden zones with nothing but her own strength to support her, coming out victorious. In this time, she also learned how to adapt to the ever-changing and chaotic world. Tang Lingzi was a beast herself, and one of somewhat similar lineage to Zara. She was able to guide the latter far better than an ordinary teacher, especially in matters involving Zara's developing mind. During these few years, she matured, she grew, and she became a woman completely unlike her previous self. That is, when facing outsiders. Against Damien, she was still the same mischievous wolf that always made him smile with her antics. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time for their reunion. Damien didn't even get to inform the curious Zara about his own adventures before Dawn arrived. And the arrival of Dawn signified the Eclipse Sect's departure for the Storm Heaven's mystic realm. Currently, in the Eclipse Sect's main square, 20 disciples stood in rows of 5 like soldiers in the military. Their backs were straight, their auras were restrained, and their pride soared into the heavens. To be one of the 20 disciples chosen to enter the storm heaven's mystic realm was a true honor. At the forefront of this group was a familiar veiled princess, and standing in front of these disciples were the Eclipse sect master and vice master, followed by a row of elders. "You are all young heroes of the grand heaven's boundary and the future of our sect," the Eclipse sect master roared, finishing off a valiant speech. The disciples roared in response, their blood boiling. With fervor, they chanted, "Eclipse sect forever." The atmosphere was jovial. With everyone soaking in anticipation to leave, the parting ceremony came to an end. But at this moment, whoosh, 2 figures appeared in the sky above these disciples. A heroic man followed by a heaven-shaking beauty. While Damien found it impossible to be fazed by Zara's beauty due to her identity, it wasn't the same for these disciples. Every male disciple present felt blood rushing to their heads as they looked at her. She was soft and delicate, yet tall and wild all at the same time. A mysterious and beautiful woman like her was a dream come true for any man. For every adoration-filled stare that Zara received, Damien received a glare of malice and envy. He wryly smiled at the fate of someone traveling with a beautiful woman. If anything, he could only be thankful that the human domain's inhabitants were less blatant with their urges. Even the ones that lusted after his wives would never think of actually chasing them, whether that was due to their own strength or his. In the divine realm, however, Damien was unknown. He quite enjoyed this feeling. Being the underdog was always fun. Soon enough, he ignored these disciples and faced the Eclipse sect master who was warily watching him. "Senior, my name is Damien Void, and I was lucky enough to receive the Princess Grace and arrive at this sect." His tone was polite. He didn't want to use the forceful approach and make enemies quite yet. He'd just arrived in the divine realm after all. However, nothing could ever be so easy. The Eclipse sect master immediately denied him. "Who are you? You trespassed onto the sacred grounds of my sect, yet you have the audacity to make demands?" The participants for the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm expedition were carefully selected through a grueling tournament of strength. Damien sighed wryly. As expected, the easy way never worked. In a last-bid attempt to solve the matter without conflict, Damien shot a helpless gaze at the princess. In response, she sighed defeatedly. While her status in the sect was indeed special, the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm expedition was too important to the sect. If they couldn't obtain better results than the Sun and Moon sect in this mystic realm, the Heavenly Jewel Palace would have their supply of resources, making it extremely difficult for their sect to grow any further. No matter how special the princess was, she didn't have the authority to intervene in these matters. Damien shrugged in response. In the end, why did he even try to do things peacefully? The reason he developed such a brash personality in the first place was because peace was never an option. Even if he matured and became calmer, he still understood this to the core. Putting effort into pointless things was pointless. Therefore, why bother? Damien's gaze found the nearest genius. He casually flicked his fingers, causing space to twist into a blade that rushed at the disciple's body. The speed of Damien's attack wasn't fast at all. He never had the intent of killing this disciple to make a point. Rather, he gave the disciple ample time to prepare and defend so nobody could question his methods. And that's exactly what the disciple did. His mana raged around him, forming a thick mana barrier. At the same time, bolts of wind fired from around his body to offset the space blade. Sadly, the difference in power was too exaggerated. Damien's space blade cut through those wind bolts like butter without losing any momentum. It continued flying forward, shattering the disciple's mana barrier and cutting through his arm without stopping. The atmosphere turned silent. The surrounding disciples were too shocked by what they just witnessed. The injured disciples' cries were what finally woke them up from their stupor. Their gazes shifted between his severed arm on the floor and the mysterious man in the sky dazedly. What just happened? Chapter 610 Divine. While the disciples were shocked by the display of power itself, the sect master's shock came from elsewhere. From Damien's casual attack, he clearly sensed the power of laws. "This boy's a fourth class," the sect master exclaimed inwardly. Reaching fourth class before the age of 30 was an insane achievement. It was something only those peak geniuses of the universe could achieve. Even the princess, with her amazing status in the Eclipse sect, was still only in the middle ranges of third class. It was estimated that she could reach fourth class by 30, but reality was often different. After all, universe baptisms were unpredictable. There were even select cases of individuals who met every requirement to be baptized, yet didn't receive a baptism at all. And even then, reaching a sufficient level of elemental comprehension to trigger a baptism wasn't an easy task. It was something many people spent their entire lives trying to do. The significance of a fourth-class genius under the age of 30 was immense. Not just due to talent, but also, the sect master shook his head. In the end, Damien didn't belong to his sect. Regardless of the outcome here, it wouldn't affect him. Still, he no longer had the courage to denounce Damien. A genius like him would surpass the heavens, becoming an untouchable existence in the future. Offending this type of person was something he absolutely wouldn't do. In addition, there was no way Damien didn't have status if he was able to reach his level at such a young age. He was surely the holy son of some major influence. But then, why did he appear in the Eclipse sect? The Eclipse sect master diverted his attention to the princess. It seemed they need to have a talk on the way to the mystic realm. But until then, fine, I understand. You have sufficient power, and the princess approves of you as well. The sect master immediately gave him 2 spots without Zara's strength being proven at all. He had no desire to see another one of his disciples get crippled. 18 disciples were more than enough for the Eclipse sect to receive adequate results. The main focus of this expedition was the princess anyway, so losing 2 weaker disciples was irrelevant. Damien nodded in thanks. He waved his hand again, causing a greenish-white mana light to enter the crippled disciple's body. A few minutes later, a new arm grew in place of the severed one. The party headed to the Storm Heaven's mystic realm, boarded a nearby spirit ship soon after. Yet, the ambience around them wasn't normal. Even after the spirit ship took off, the disciples within were quiet, speaking in hushed whispers. Every once in a while, their gazes would turn to Damien and Zara curiously. These were powerhouses in their age group. More than that, they were likely signs of some large influence. How could these young disciples not be curious? Sadly, none of them had the courage to strike up a conversation with the two. None except a certain princess. Of those who witnessed Damien's show of strength, she was the most shocked. After all, she was certain that he and Zara were weaker than her when she first found them. She never would have imagined that Damien was so powerful. Thinking back to how she pestered him like a fangirl the past week, she was utterly embarrassed. But at the same time, she was incredibly excited. If Damien was truly a prime genius from some powerful holy land, it meant that the stories he told her might have been personal experiences. "Big brother Damien, how come you didn't tell me something so exciting?" She pouted while shaking his arm. Damien smiled slightly. "And what would have happened if I told you?" The princess jumped. "I know you have more interesting stories from around the universe." Damien shook his head wryly while Zara giggled. The princess was truly the most curious little girl either of them had ever met. Her personality made it hard to refuse her, though, and Damien ended up digging his own grave. With this little girl's curiosity, he quickly ran out of stories to tell. In the end, he was forced to resort to old earthen myths and even modern entertainment to satiate her appetite. But conveniently enough, this routine was able to make the week-long trip to the Storm Heaven's mystic realm far more enjoyable. By the time Damien looked out a nearby window, they'd already arrived. Mystic realms were the most versatile form of challenge that the dimensional leaderboard offered, as well as the most accessible. Unlike challenge gates or other isolated challenges, mystic realms weren't limited to a single location. When it was time for a mystic realm to open, multiple portals would appear around the various sectors. Anyone near these portals was free to enter. However, the ones that appeared in more populated areas were usually sectioned off and reserved for only top geniuses from powerful sections. Such was the case for the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm Gate in the Dawn World. Currently, many spirit ships surrounded the gate's location. However, due to the Mystic Realm's rules, they couldn't enter until it officially opened. These spirit ships contained the many sects and sect geniuses participating in the Mystic Realm expedition, but they weren't the only ones present. A massive crowd had gathered. Rogue practitioners, uninvolved experts, and even common mortals arrived to witness the grand event. Mystic realms were stages for supreme geniuses to rise, and perhaps their world would produce one of these geniuses. No matter how unlikely such a situation was, nobody was willing to risk missing out if it truly did happen. Therefore, any Mystic Realm portal location would always be crowded with people. The Eclipse sect's spirit ship guided over the masses and arrived in line with the others present. When the ship finally came to a halt, the sect master and vice sect master exited its halls, moving to greet their fellow sect masters. Meanwhile, the disciples exited the ship's interior and stood on the hull. Now that they'd finally arrived, their anticipation reached its peak. Damien and Zara casually stood among them, without drawing attention to themselves. They took in the sights and listened to the surrounding conversations to get a better understanding of their competition. Unfortunately, calling them competition was a bit of a stretch. Even the Dawn World's top sect, the Heavenly Jewel Palace, only had a peak third-class genius leading their group. Damien frowned when he looked at the man basking in his own limelight. The Dawn World is too weak. He sighed to himself. He was being impatient. He wanted to rapidly increase his strength before returning to the human domain, and he wanted to do so before the war against the Nox became too chaotic. To push himself to the absolute limit of his potential, he needed proper stepping stones. But if he wanted to come in contact with said stepping stones. Chapter 6:11 Storm Heavens. The festivities surrounding the Storm Heavens mystic realm only became more pronounced as the time for its opening drew closer. All around, uninvolved parties fervently discussed their predictions on how the present geniuses would place after exiting the mystic realm. Heavenly Jewel Palace's Marcus Grow is already at the peak of third class. A wandering practitioner commented with surety. That's true, but have you heard about the Eclipse sect princess? I heard that she's a member of a hidden clan. The first practitioner nodded his head in agreement. In terms of raw power, Holy Son Marcus had an undoubtable lead, but it was unsure how many geniuses surpassed his combat power. After all, these geniuses didn't show themselves to the outside world very often. It was difficult for the common eye to estimate their strength. Has anyone noticed the Sun and Moon sect? Their peak genius hasn't shown themselves yet. A more observant onlooker said. Those around him immediately shifted their attention, and slowly they realized the truth of his words. There were no outstanding youths in the Sun and Moon sect's camp. While those present were still geniuses, it was to a far lesser extent. This discovery made the crowd increasingly curious. Was the Sun and Moon sect unable to produce a genius, or were they hiding a true gem? Only when the mystic realm opened would the answer be revealed. Damien and Zara went unnoticed in the fervor. They were already relatively low profile, and after merging their auras into the world and becoming less noticeable to the untrained eye, this effect became more exaggerated. This time, Damien truly couldn't be bothered to cause problems or get caught up in them. These surrounding disciples were just kids in his eyes, people who'd never experienced reality outside of their comfort zones. Mystic realms always held the threat of death. This much was true. There were even some mystic realms that functioned in a battle royale format. However, at the end of the day, Damien didn't put this experience on the same level as his own. In a mystic realm, trials were simulated and rewards were promised with every success. The mentality and will forged by these younger geniuses naturally wouldn't match up to the bloodlust formed through years of slaughter and brutal training. Still, he had to applaud the divine realm for its standards. Even geniuses from a tiny corner of the sector, like the Dawn world, were able to match up to the human domain's younger generation. Only the heaven-defying human geniuses like Long Chun could surpass them. If that were the case, then those true holy land-level influences would surely have immensely capable geniuses. Those were the people Damien actually wanted to meet. Still, experiencing the novelty of being powerful enough to dominate everything wasn't a bad thing. In recent times, Damien had become too used to the presence of demigods at every turn. His figure quietly departed his position and arrived next to the princess. He'd already heard the surrounding conversations, but his opinion differed from theirs. This princess had some sort of strange physique or bloodline. He could understand that much from a glance, but her current elemental comprehension hadn't progressed enough for her to compete with that Marcus character. The princess was the main reason Damien could integrate with Divine Realm society as rapidly as he did. Without her aid, even convincing the Eclipse sect master to accept his presence would have been far more difficult. It wouldn't have been strange if he roused the entire sect to stand against Damien. In that situation, even Damien wouldn't come out unscathed. But because of the princess' trust, he was given the benefit of the doubt. Luckily for Damien, the princess had a lightning affinity. This was an area where he could provide some help. In this way, he could clear the debt between them. Damien's mental transmission entered her ears. By this point, the princess already viewed Damien as a spiritual god in her heart. She trusted him without a sliver of doubt, following his instructions. Damien nodded his head and put his finger up to the princess' forehead. A spark of silver lightning danced around his hand and entered the princess' spiritual world. Afterward, it burst into a domineering aura that clouded her mind. The princess was afraid at first, but rapidly adapted to this new situation. As she probed the mysterious aura, she found that it contained the purest lightning essence she'd ever felt. If she could comprehend the secrets of this lightning even a little, her power level would experience a sharp incline. After all, Damien's lightning was infused with heavenly lightning from the universe itself. While it wasn't the highest tier of lightning in existence, it was definitely near the peak. For a practitioner at the princess level, this was the best gift he could give. What she did with that gift would depend on her own talent. This small interaction was likely the most interesting thing that happened for Damien during the wait. In many areas, geniuses had already begun warring words, and many existing blood debts were resurfacing in such an immense gathering. People were even betting on the geniuses' placings when they exited the mystic realm. In this atmosphere of excitement and anticipation, days passed. Finally, on the 9th day of waiting, a change occurred in the mystic realm gate. Thick bolts of lightning danced around the opaque portal. The sound of rumbling thunder emanated from its body. At one point, the portal itself began shaking uncontrollably. And finally, after so long, the opaque portal became translucent. Through its screen, it was possible to see the foggy outline of a different world. Go. Remember, you are the prides of our sect. The Eclipse sect master shouted. His cries mixed in with the countless others in the vicinity as all the surrounding powers prepared to enter the gate. Battle intent soared to the sky, excited cheers becoming louder and louder with time. After hearing the words of their sect masters, all the present geniuses roused their mana and bolted into the spatial gate. It was like a tsunami of bodies. The scene was incredibly overwhelming to some of the mortals in the crowd. Near the middle of the group, Damien and Zara silently flew. In the crowd, only the Eclipse sect master noticed their presence. He felt a foreboding feeling in his heart, as if some major event was about to occur. Thinking about it, only these two could cause such a feeling in him, right? He suddenly began to worry about his disciples. It wouldn't just be Damien and Zara, but countless other geniuses from other worlds. Mystic realms were brutal competitions that could crush one's spirit instantly. It was something Damien didn't realize because he already stood at the peak of talent and potential. When the geniuses of the divine realm competed, they did so with every other genius on the dimensional leaderboard. In an instance where a top 1,000 or even top 100,000 genius appeared, how would these lesser geniuses keep their hearts firmed? Half of a genius' pride came from the fact that they didn't know how high the heavens were. How could a genius keep their pride if they were repeatedly exposed to people who they'd never be able to touch? How could they continue after realizing that they'd never achieve even a fraction of what these true geniuses would in the future? However, this was the path of a genius. They were like moths edging closer to a flame. No matter how one attempted to convince them otherwise, they'd never let their paths be hindered. That was the marking of a true genius. The only thing the Eclipse Sect Master could do was wait patiently and hope for the best. Chapter 6:12 Storm Heavens. The atmosphere was desolate. Dark plains of gray and withered dirt spread as far as the eye could see. An eternal canopy of thick black clouds hung in the sky, blocking any potential sunlight this land could have received. In the center of this desolate land sat a single altar large enough to hold hundreds of people. This pure gold piece of land was the only splash of color in the otherwise bleak area. This space was the Storm Heavens mystic realm. As soon as the group of geniuses entered, they were met with this scene. Every mystic realm was different at a fundamental level. It wasn't always certain that one would be allowed to understand the task before completing it. In some mystic realms, one had to understand every facet of the trial on their own. Everyone. A voice suddenly resounded. This was none other than Marcus Stroh from the Heavenly Jewel Palace. He was undoubtedly the one with the highest status here. This Storm Heavens mystic realm should be a talent-based trial. I believe we should first search the altar and see if there are any clues there. He continued to say. Marcus Stroh was an ambitious person, but also a charismatic leader. He was already set to be the Heavenly Jewel Palace's next sect master. Hearing his logical words and authoritative tone, many geniuses felt the instinctive urge to follow his command. Even those who didn't want to follow his lead had no choice. His words were indeed the most practical way to continue. At the back of the crowd, the Eclipse Sect Princess stood together with Damien and Zara. Her loyalty had reached an almost fanatic state after Damien's previous gift, and she refused to leave his side. She asked curiously. Damien shrugged and responded blandly. Follow him if you want. I know Big Brother is better than that fool. The princess uttered defiantly. Damien shrugged once more. He decided to just let the little princess do as she pleased. It wasn't like she was wrong. Damien felt the strangeness of this world immediately upon entry. The thick clouds in the sky weren't simple at all, and even the desolate and withered soil below emitted a dangerous aura. Storm Heaven's mystic realm, huh? Damien thought to himself. As he continued examining, he realized that the soil's condition was most likely related to the clouds above. The entire desolate atmosphere was connected, and the key to that connection was... Damien grabbed Zara and the little princess and disappeared. In the next instant, the three appeared standing atop the golden altar. Hey, Marcus yelled. He couldn't believe that people were recklessly moving without listening to him. He soon realized the princess' identity, but Damien and Zara were still unknowns to him. He only assumed they were servants. Jiao Mei, what do you think you're doing? He yelled furiously. The princess looked up at Damien for a brief instant. Seeing him smile slightly, she was immediately emboldened. You do not matter enough for me to compete so fiercely with you. She sneered back. In truth, she did have a partial understanding towards the nature of the trial. This was because she was a talented lightning affinity practitioner who just absorbed a strand of heavenly lightning. Her perception was more than just acute. However, this perception would only get her so far. She was mainly relying on Damien's guidance and word. Ha ha, you think you can surpass me? Just because of your mysterious physique? Marcus yelled. He turned to the surrounding geniuses and continued speaking. Everyone, the Eclipse Sect Princess is acting without thinking and trying to sabotage all of our chances of proceeding. His ability to instigate a crowd wasn't a joke. Hearing that someone was attempting to sabotage them, the crowd's hearts turned cold. There was no mercy in mystic realms, regardless of status. But with Damien present, Would these normal geniuses even have a chance to attack? While nobody paid attention to him, he casually observed the altar. It was a large flat pedestal for the most part, with ancient runic engravings etched on its surface. The only protrusions from this flat plane were two gargoyle-like statues worshipping a ritual grail at the back center of the altar. Damien moved towards the gargoyles without hesitation and ripped the ritual grail out of their hands. In that instant, the originally calm atmosphere erupted. Rumble. The ground started quaking ferociously. The black clouds above swirled in outrage. Thick bolts of lightning coagulated, striking the soil with unstoppable momentum. A bolt of lightning fell on a nearby genius and turned him into ashes instantly. Everyone's faces paled. This lightning wasn't something they could handle. The altar. Someone screamed. Geniuses turned into streaks of light as they bolted to the altar, but the lightning was faster. Boom! 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 Hundreds of lightning bolts danced through the air, creating chains of lightning as they interacted with each other and proliferated through the air. Every genius caught in this lightning web died without fail. Marcus Stroh's eyes turned red with madness. Seeing the surrounding scene, he realized that the princess truly understood the trial before him. Mystic realms weren't always singular spaces. Most of the time, they contained 2 to 3 trials to accurately test every genius that entered. But now Marcus had already lost the lead from the first instant. He flew through the air, brutally destroying any lightning that got near him. A small force field spread around him and blocked off any elemental essence other than wind, his affinity. This was the elementary form of the domain he was building. Under its protection, Marcus dashed through the lightning heroically, rushing at the divine altar. Crackle! An abrupt bolt of lightning appeared from the sky only inches away from Marcus' body. He realized that it was already too late to dodge. In the last moment before impact, he twisted his body at an impossible angle to subvert fatal injuries. Bang! The lightning made impact on Marcus' side, burning through his flesh and even a portion of his ribcage. Luckily, he managed to survive, though his mana capacity was near empty. But that didn't matter. He wasn't too far away from the altar now. With a final push, he bolted through the air and broke through the altar's protection, finally reaching safety. Marcus breathed heavily as he stabilized himself. That trial was more perilous than he'd expected. Sadly, Marcus' fate wasn't very lucky. The time he chose to arrive at the altar was the worst one possible. After all, Damien stealing the ritual grail was the reason the trial began. If he wasn't punished for disturbing the space's sanctity, how could it have peace? The dark clouds around the altar became increasingly thick until finally, boom! A heaven-shaking eruption of bright silver light encompassed the entirety of the divine altar. Chapter 6:13 Storm Heavens. Beautiful silver lightning painted the otherwise desolate atmosphere in its color. While the sight itself was mesmerizing, its connotation made every genius pale. They were desperately escaping the lightning around them in hopes of reaching the altar, their only hope, yet they found that the altar itself was the most dangerous part of the trial. How could they not be terrified? Unfortunately, they didn't even have time to panic. The altar situation didn't change the fact that lightning was still attacking them. Instead of caring about those in a worse situation than them, they'd rather think about how they'd survive. However, the scene within the altar's brilliance wasn't what these geniuses imagined. The silver lightning constantly attempted to strike the altar's surface, but it wasn't given the opportunity to. The bright eruption viewable from the outside was caused by residual lightning alone. On the divine altar, Damien stood with his hands on Jiao Mei's back. Whenever lightning arrived around them, he circulated it through his and her body, creating a circuit that would enhance both of their power. While it was true that he could absorb all the surrounding lightning alone, the truth was that he didn't need it. This silver lightning wasn't heavenly lightning, only a mimicry. Therefore, even if he absorbed it all, he wouldn't benefit much. The princess, on the other hand, would benefit immensely. Instead of wasting this lightning, What was the harm in using it to raise another genius who could aid in the war later? Nevertheless, Damien, Zara, and Jiao Mei were entirely relaxed inside the silver lightning storm. Only Marcus Stroh was drowning in distress. He used a great deal of his mana just to survive the lightning outside the altar, and now that he was inside, he didn't have the energy to survive. The only reason he could stay alive until now was because most of the surrounding lightning was absorbed by Damien and the princess. Still, his body was covered in gruesome burn wounds from the residual lightning alone. If the trial went on for too much longer, he'd surely die. He could only count himself lucky that the dimensional leaderboard rarely ever conjured death zones that were impossible to survive. Only about 10 minutes later, the lightning storm ceased. But Marcus' luck didn't reverse. In that final instant, a stray lightning bolt flew out from Damien's body and struck him in the skull, immediately vaporizing his spiritual world and killing him. The environment returned to its previous quiet. Of the few hundred disciples that entered the mystic realm from the Dawn world, only around 120 survived. Of them, 12 were from the Eclipse sect. Without a word, everyone sat down where they were and began recovering. They had no idea when a new trial would begin. On the altar, Jiao Mei's face was pale and fear-stricken. While she was mostly focused on absorbing the lightning Damien fed her, she was still aware of her surroundings. She clearly knew that Marcus' death wasn't an accident. Damien asked casually. He could see the panic on Jiao Mei's face. She shakily nodded her head in response. She and Marcus had a few problems due to their status, but she never had true enmity with him. Moreover, besides uttering some hateful words, Marcus didn't provoke anyone enough to deserve death. She couldn't understand why Damien killed him so indifferently. Damien smiled slightly. I guess you could call it a preemptive strike. Or maybe it's just me not wanting to deal with troubles. But how could he cause problems for you? Yao Mei questioned. In response, Damien could only shrug. He seemed like the type of person who'd latch onto someone else's thigh to borrow a knife to kill. I mean, if you doubt my reasoning, I can't really argue. My judgment was based on instinct alone. Damien didn't lie to Jiao Mei. From the beginning, he was never one to allow his enemies to hold a grudge and come back for revenge. He killed them as soon as he had the power to do so, regardless of identity or consequence. Aside from that, his instinct was what allowed him to survive when he was at his lowest, and it was what brought him some of his most fortuitous encounters to date. He trusted his instinct over anything else. When he heard warning bells in his head looking at Marcus, he also thought it was strange. He could clearly see the vengeful light in the latter's eyes, but someone so weak couldn't harm him. But then he realized something. The only way for Marcus to cause him any trouble at all was through a powerhouse. This conclusion led to two different paths. First, Marcus would wait until the Storm Heaven's mystic realm ended and use the Heavenly Jewel Palace's influence to trouble Damien. Or second, there was a powerful genius in the Storm Heaven's mystic realm that could rival Damien. Being the person he was, Damien naturally hoped his instinct pointed to the second option, but he couldn't be sure. However, it was true that his anticipation for this mystic realm became more pronounced. As for Jiao Mei, she quietly took in Damien's words. While he spoke them as a matter of course, it didn't feel the same to her. She was someone who'd been sheltered and carefully raised since birth. Whenever she went to train, she'd always have protectors with her. Only recently did she begin entering mystic realms and challenge gates, but she still hadn't learned how different it was fighting beasts or men. Jiao Mei wasn't an idiot. She understood that Damien's reasoning, while flimsy on the outside, came from unwavering confidence. In that case, his assumptions were most likely correct. Still, what kind of life did one have to live to become so untrusting? Even a minor slight from Marcus, a small slip-up in his demeanor, was all it took for Damien's senses to go on alert. This was all it took for him to meet death. Could this be called the right path? Jiao Mei looked at Damien, a different sort of curiosity in her eyes. She suddenly wanted to know more about him. She wanted to know what experiences shaped his character, what created the man that stood before her today. He was just too mysterious. Whether it be his background, his power, or even the benevolence he'd shown her, and his general demeanor, she couldn't understand it at all. Not to mention Zara, who always quietly stood by his side. Sadly, Jiaomei knew she likely wouldn't receive answers even if she asked. And more than that, the clouds parted, creating a rift in the sky. Above those clouds there was no light and no darkness, only a single gate with archaic text engraved on its surface, matching the divine altar. The ringing of titanic bells sounded from the gate in the sky, and with those rings, stairs materialized from the surrounding lightning essence. Slowly, a stairway to heaven formed. This was the entrance to the next trial. Chapter 6:14 Storm Heavens. "Ha ha!" a genius shouted. His robes held the sun and moon sex emblem. He rushed to the stairway and began climbing. His foot stepped on the first stair, and instantly he felt a current of lightning coursing through his body. A light pressure enveloped him, but it was still negligible at the first step. Soon, he proceeded to the second step. Seeing him safely climb, the other geniuses also rushed to the steps and began their ascent. 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps. The geniuses climbed slowly but steadily. The foremost of them stood at the 15th step already. However, they found that as they climbed, it became harder and harder to continue. An all-encompassing pressure weighed on them externally, and lightning attacked them internally. It was a cohesive test of both talent and bodily strength. "What are you doing?" Damien commented to Jiaomei. His group of 3 was still standing on the altar without moving. She asked hesitantly, "Don't ask me. Go find out yourself," he said matter-of-factly. Jiaomei hesitated for a few more seconds. It was true that she became far too reliant on Damien since meeting him. Even her recent increase in power was wholly due to his own effort. It was a shame that her only rival in the Dawn world died, and she still didn't completely understand Damien's ruthlessness, but her trust in him didn't change. She simply realized that Damien was a person, a complex existence that couldn't be defined by his power alone. Jiaomei built up her courage and flew to the stairway, climbing it with ease. Her lightning affinity and talent were already high, so the stairway wouldn't pose too much of a threat to her. She surpassed the competition in seconds, dashing up the first 33 steps without pause. After passing this mark, the intensity of both the pressure and lightning of the stairway increased drastically. Even then, it only slowed Jiaomei down somewhat. In the end, this stairway was only a pseudo-trial. It wasn't meant to be difficult, only slightly challenging. It only took Jiaomei 10 minutes to reach the 99th step. When she did, she sat down and began meditating. The lightning essence in the air and the step below her were invaluable to her cultivation. When the geniuses below saw this, they felt the hope in their hearts shatter. Jiaomei was a true genius. She wasn't the kind of person they could measure up to. On any normal world of the Dawn world size, they would be heaven-sent geniuses. They would enjoy all the riches and power they wanted as they sat at the top of the world. Unfortunately, the Dawn world produced not only Jiaomei, but also the even more terrifying Marcus Stroh. A heavenly jewel palace disciple, suddenly asked. Another disciple questioned back. "I saw a senior brother entering the divine altar. If he entered the divine altar and was struck by that silver lightning storm, then wouldn't he be recuperating from his injuries right now?" A more observant disciple chimed in. The first disciple responded, confused. The observant disciple smacked his head. "You're too stupid." Obviously, senior brother took the brunt of the lightning and saved the princess. The surrounding disciples agreed. They sent hateful glares at Jiaomei. A heartless woman like her was meant to be scorned. As time passed, more and more geniuses made it to the 99th step. Even Damien and Zara appeared there at some point. Yet, there was no sign of Marcus Stroh. At this point, the heavenly jewel palace disciples began to panic. Someone whispered, "Who said that? Senior brother is invincible." "Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Of the remaining disciples, roughly 50 of them were from the heavenly jewel palace. When their shouts combined into one, it was truly hard to ignore them. Jiaomei was sweating inwardly. If they asked her, what was she supposed to say? They would never believe her if she said he died naturally. But if she said anything else, she'd surely cause problems for the Eclipse sect once they exited the mystic realm. The heavenly Jewel Palace disciples rushed closer with every second, congregating on her position. But before they could reach her, a thick wall of silver lightning sprung up from the 99th step. As it danced in the air, the group of youths could clearly feel a familiar aura. This was the same aura they'd been bathing in for so long. Someone shouted. This opinion spread like wildfire, making the heavenly Jewel Palace disciples' faces turn red with fury. She killed him. She must have killed him. They couldn't believe it. The Eclipse sect princess was truly a vile woman. Watching her hide behind a veil of terrifying lightning, they wanted to rip her to shreds. Sadly, they didn't have the ability to bypass the lightning wall. They could only glare from beyond its reach and hope that they could get revenge in the next trial. Standing behind Jiao Mei, Damien's brow perked with curiosity. While this phenomenon seemed like his work, it truthfully wasn't. The trial was actually protecting Jiao Mei. Damien's eyes narrowed in thought. Damien took out the ritual grail he'd stolen from the altar. He could faintly see sparks of white lightning gathering within it. So was this after all? Jiao Mei wasn't being protected. She just conveniently fell within the protection range. Still, this grail, after gathering a portion of lightning essence, the grail emitted a slightly holy aura that it didn't possess before. The profundity of its existence suddenly multiplied many times over. Damien played with the grail a bit, spreading his awareness into it and even attempting to drink from it, but he didn't find anything of note. Everything about the grail evaded his senses. Despite this outcome, though, Damien still happily kept the veil. After all, the phenomenon it caused on the 99th step was indication enough that the grail was special. Perhaps he just hadn't met the requirements to understand its specialty just yet. Nevertheless, after putting away the grail, Damien focused his attention on the giant gate behind him. No matter how much he focused on the ancient engravings, he couldn't understand their meaning. They weren't written in a universal language or any language related to it. In fact, they weren't related to any language Damien had in his memories. After absorbing both Alaric and the fifth primal sovereign's memories, the number of languages he understood wasn't a joke. This could only mean that the gate in front of him was primordial. It was a construct that would have been considered ancient even 100,000 years ago when Alaric lived. The dimensional leaderboard suddenly became far more mysterious. How long had it existed? What was its purpose? Why did it possess sole control over these mystic realms? As he watched the ancient gate slowly open and reveal its interior, Damien found himself itching to find out. Chapter 6:15 Storm Heavens. With the gates opening, the heavenly Jewel Palace disciples were forced to shelve their grievance until a later time. As the Dawn World group walked through the gate, they found themselves in yet another realm. It shared the same canopy of black clouds as the last. However, the ground was vastly different. The Dawn World's group stood on the rocky shore of a massive sea of lightning. Its currents danced like water snakes, attracting lightning from the sky to strike down on its surface. But before they could observe in detail, they realized that they were no longer alone. All around them, different portals opened and different groups emerged. Even discounting them, there were plenty of groups already standing at the shore. A random genius spoke to no one in particular. A nearby practitioner agreed. I've been here for a few minutes already, and I've managed to grasp the pattern. The Dawn World group began paying attention to these conversations. Before anything else, they needed to get a grasp of the trial itself. The lightning sea clearly becomes more dangerous as you go deeper. That's true. The fallen star Holy Land sent disciples this time. The sudden large reaction drew Damien's gaze. He'd been searching for the peak genius that may have been present, but he couldn't find any traces. But now, his interest was piqued by this so-called fallen star Holy Land. The genius who spoke first had a smug look on his face, as if giving out his knowledge was a gift to mankind. Seeing the reactions he wanted from the crowd, he continued loudly. Not only did the fallen star Holy Land send disciples, even their holy son, Atticus Flamesworth, is present. A collective gasp spread. The fallen star Holy Land was a true peak Holy Land. It wasn't something anyone present could compare with. Compared to the fallen star Holy Land, the Eclipse sect couldn't even be considered gravel. And to become the holy son of such a prestigious Holy Land, this Atticus was truly a stunning character. Still, most of those present were from smaller worlds without much contact with the divine realm as a whole. After all, transmission arrays weren't cheap to activate and not everyone could use them. Individuals from these smaller worlds had to use spirit ships to venture the starry sky and find opportunities or wealth. Their worldviews would only expand through experiences such as the current one, where they met face-to-face with these true geniuses and witnessed their glory. At this time, the gloating disciple finished speaking. After talking about Atticus Flamesworth for a few more minutes, he switched to retelling the events prior to their arrival. In his words, the lightning sea became exponentially more difficult as one traveled deeper, and the quality of lightning increased as well. When Atticus and the fallen star Holy Land disciples vanished, the gloating genius swore he saw a flash of silver lightning. These geniuses all experienced the might of silver lightning in the previous trial. If there was silver lightning on the horizon, what kind of terrifying lightning would be beyond it? Once again, these regular geniuses marveled at the depths of a true peak influence. Comparing oneself to a genius from these influences was merely seeking disappointment. Nevertheless, with a rough outline of the trial's contents, the surrounding geniuses began to move in droves, flying out over the lightning sea to join those already present within. Some only flew a few meters before stopping to temper themselves with the ambient lightning essence, while some continued much farther. However, none managed to make their way over the horizon. Seeing this sight, Damien shook his head. With a goal in mind, he no longer needed to mingle with these lesser geniuses. Thinking about the strength of a divine realm holy son, Damien's blood boiled with fighting spirit. Besides, he was different from the rest. Damien bid a quick goodbye to Jiao Mei, giving her some words of encouragement and telling her that he'd meet her past the horizon. After doing so, he grabbed Zara's hand and vanished. Their figures waded through the spatial layers and easily bypassed a large majority of the lightning sea. As they looked into the real plane, they could clearly see the color and aura of the surrounding lightning changing and becoming more brutal. Boom! When Damien and Zara exited the spatial layers, they were immediately met with booming lightning. It struck from above and below, connecting with them at the center point. Yet, a single wave from Zara was enough to disperse it. This lightning wasn't even pseudo-heavenly lightning yet. How could it harm them? The duo calmly stepped forward, crossing into the next territory of the lightning sea. At the same time, two tiny black dots vanished on the horizon. The only person who witnessed their existence at all was Jiao Mei. And even then, she could only sigh as her own weakness. Damien and Zara were her introduction to a grander and more magisterial world. Not to mention, they were fun people to hang around. Jiao Mei wanted to continue forward with them, but she knew she lacked the ability. I must temper myself well in this trial. Jiao Mei charged into the lightning sea without hesitation. Her body was struck by lightning soon enough, but she shrugged it off without worry. She continued doing this until she made it 3/4 of the way to the horizon. She could see the silver lightning cover with her own eyes now, though sadly, she'd reached her limit. Jiao Mei didn't fret over this. She knew it would happen. She sat down in the air, allowing the surrounding lightning to baptize her while doing her utmost to suppress her pain. This could only be a long and grueling process. Jiao Mei had absorbed a great deal of lightning above her caliber due to Damien's aid. Now, what she needed to do was make that power her own and thoroughly understand it. First, she sat for hours on end, tempering her body with lightning so she could withstand the pseudo-heavenly lightning on the horizon. Afterwards, she internalized her consciousness and sunk into comprehension, studying the principles of Damien's heavenly lightning. After spending a few days or weeks like this, she was guaranteed to enter the silver lightning level. But time was always a variable in mystic realms. Some mystic realms would only stay open for a set amount of time, while others would only close after a certain condition was met. Within a mystic realm, one always had to act as if they had no free time at all. And while Jiao Mei cultivated in this environment, a different scene was taking place beyond the silver lightning wall. Chapter 6:16 Storm Heavens. After crossing the horizon, Damien and Zara didn't pause at all. Neither of them was even close to their limit yet. As they continued deeper into the lightning sea, they slowly found more and more people around them. These were none other than the Fallen Star Holy Land disciples they'd heard about previously. Damien shook his head wryly. These are the weakest geniuses from that Holy Land, yet they made it so far into the lightning sea. Their strength doesn't exceed third class either. He praised them sincerely. Damien's breadth of vision had always been high, too high in fact. A genius like Marcus, who he killed previously, had the talent to reach even the top 100,000 of the dimensional leaderboard, but that rank meant nothing to Damien. Whether it was the top 100,000 or the top 100, none of these were good enough for him. Whether it was arrogance or confidence, he knew his worth. And now that his celestial powers had become much more flexible and his void physique was somewhat integrated, his worth had skyrocketed. I don't care about the rest, Damien muttered. Without another word, he increased his speed and shot into the distance. The pseudo-heavenly lightning slowly became purer and purer with time. At some point, Damien crossed a threshold and was met with genuine silver heavenly lightning. This was the same lightning he used himself. And while absorbing it wouldn't affect his strength at all, he could surely comprehend something from its existence. Yet he didn't stop. He continued, stepping into pseudo-gold heavenly lightning territory and even further into its true form. At this point, he released some void mana into the surroundings and activated Devour. Even as he moved, he contained gold heavenly lightning in his body and integrated it with a lightning seed in his mana heart. In normal circumstances, Damien wasn't strong enough to even face true gold heavenly lightning. But this situation was different. For heavenly lightning to show its true power, it needed to be wielded by the universe itself. Even if the space could somehow create and contain the lightning, it could never use its full power. Due to this, the mystic realm unintentionally became Damien's feeding ground. With transcendent regeneration making his body nigh impervious, even this gold heavenly lightning could do nothing to him. Zara, on the other hand, was different. While she was also strong enough to easily resist the gold heavenly lightning, she could still benefit immensely from studying it. Compared to Damien, her comprehension was lacking. Even if she didn't have a lightning affinity herself, she could study the way lightning worked and incorporate it into her own abilities. Aside from that, she could also temper her body, which was the ideal path for a beast. She said quietly, even though she already made the decision, she still looked to him for approval. Damien laughed and patted her head. Aren't you grown now? You were so excited to show off, yet you're still acting like a kid. If you want to do something, just do it. Zara nodded. His respect and encouragement made her happy, but she couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. It was true that she was no longer a kid. Having a human form meant she could walk beside Damien, and having strength meant she could help him when he needed it. This was everything she wanted, but for some reason, she felt a subtle change in the way Damien treated her. He no longer let her stick to him the same way she did in the past, whether it was physically or emotionally. It felt like he'd unconsciously put up a boundary between them, a boundary that she didn't like. Zara tilted her head, confused. She'd learned plenty from Tang Lingzi, but in regards to relationships, she didn't have any knowledge or experience. After all, how could Tang Lingzi teach her something she herself didn't know? If Tang Lingzi had a weakness, it would be her lone wolf personality that couldn't cooperate well with others. Naturally, the unconscious barrier Damien put up was only because of Zara's new form. Even if her beauty couldn't change his opinion of her, he could still recognize it. Zara was now an incredibly beautiful woman with a mesmerizing face and body. If he allowed her to cuddle up with him like she used to do, things certainly wouldn't end well. He wanted to evade the awkwardness of that situation, so he pushed Zara away a bit. While this was a comfortable platonic distance for humans, Zara wasn't a human. She was a wolf, and one who craved Damien's affection. In the end, Zara sighed and sat down a train. She didn't like thinking about things she didn't understand, but Tang Lingzi taught her to face her problems. Now that she'd met with Damien, properly interacting with him was the next hurdle. Patience, Zara. She cheered herself on. Shortly after, she closed her eyes and entered meditation to temper the mind and body and then temper her social anxiety. The tasks on Zara's plate really filled it to the brim. Meanwhile, Damien had long since left the golden heavenly lightning zone. In front of him stood a wall of blackness. Black demon lightning. He muttered. Of the different variations of natural lightning, black demon lightning was by far the strongest. Damien's face hardened. The strength of this next level would be far too exaggerated compared to its predecessors. Black demon lightning was thoroughly untamable. It was like every strand had its own spirit, domineering and unbending to external pressure. This meant that, unlike heavenly lightning, black demon lightning wouldn't be suppressed at all even without the universe's control. If Damien stepped into this next level, he'd face his first true challenge in the storm heaven's mystic realm. He hesitated slightly. It was true that he wanted to challenge himself, but he wanted to find the fallen star Holy Sun first. That man was Damien's path forward. He was the guide that'd give Damien the way to true competition. But before he could hesitate long, his worries all vanished at once. Within the sea of black demon lightning, a commotion broke out. Boom! 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 Just by streaking through the air, the black demon lightning tore holes in the void. Tens of individual strands coiled together to form a snake-like creature. Its burning red eyes glared hatefully in a single direction. There stood a man. His long black hair spread wildly through the air, his spear carrying an indomitable will within. Facing the black demon lightning, the man broke into raucous laughter. "Ha! To think that I would find such a treasure on a minor excursion like this one." Rhea, the demonic lightning snake, let out a roar and streaked forward. It reached the man's position in an instant and attacked, meeting his spear with its tail. Bang! A loud explosion rang out as the two forces collided. Space in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers shattered into pieces, giving way to a mystical cosmic backdrop. In the center of this destruction, only the man and the demonic lightning snake remained unmoved. And outside the boundaries of the black demon lightning space, a man stood watching them. A wide grin spread on his face. He cracked his knuckles and recklessly rushed into the black demon lightning space. His battle intent blazed. Damien, Atticus, and the demonic lightning snake. These three heaven-shaking forces were set to collide. Chapter 6:17 Atticus. Damien's body rushed through the black demon lightning zone with fervor. He instantly spread his domain into the surroundings and infused it with void mana. The mirror domain was no longer what it used to be. During the Battle of the Unnamed World, Damien thoroughly integrated his new law-suppressing ability into its structure. Not only that, an iridescent blue river shimmering with starlight materialized above Damien's head. This river was only a few feet long at the moment, but it already emanated a powerful aura surpassing the mirror domain. This improved domain was modeled after the space-time river Damien saw at the start of its journey. To this day, it was the most mysterious force he'd ever encountered, seemingly containing the truths of the universe. Under the influence of its replica, the surrounding black demon lightning was slowed as if it was flowing through molasses. Atop this effect, the unruly lightning was endlessly diverted through the twisting spatial pockets and sent away from Damien's body. His figure rapidly approached the ongoing battle in these favorable conditions. He felt the heat of the collision on his face. Powerful waves of mana impacted his body without pause, as if warning him of the battle's dangers. But this only served to make him more excited. His adventures in Nibelheim were filled with people either too much stronger or too much weaker than him. Finding a battle that matched his level was his greatest wish at the moment. Mirage entered his right hand, and Hell entered his left. He teleported behind the demonic lightning snake, sending 3 shots through Hell's barrel into its head. Roar! The demonic lightning snake roared in pain as the cohesion of its figure was disturbed. In the end, it was an avatar made of lightning with no true physical body. Damien's spatial abilities were deadly to it. Its red eyes glowed with hatred. Unlike Atticus, Damien already put a wound on it, making him its target. The snake twisted its body impossibly and opened its jaw wide, threatening to swallow Damien whole. Its figure curled in the air, and its mouth snapped down on his body. Damien dodged to the side, but the lightning snake's fangs still managed to pierce his left arm. Rampant lightning currents entered Damien's body and ran wild like a pack of raging bulls. However, with void mana coating his internals, there was no way Damien would be injured by this small amount of lightning. Just as Damien prepared to counterattack, a different flash of lightning appeared from behind the snake. Atticus appeared atop its head with his spear raised high, thrusting it into the snake soon after. Gold and black lightning danced together in the sky as their mana collided, blowing everything apart. Damien flashed away from the blast radius just in time, staring at the wild lightning storm in the distance. A wide grin spread on his face. His body rushed forward again, paving through the lightning sea and diving into the storm. There, he clearly saw Atticus' figure wrestling the demonic lightning snake. Considering the snake's size, it was quite the comical sight. But Damien didn't have time to be amused. The demonic lightning snake was truly angry now. Not only had its rest been disturbed and its battle been interfered with, but now it was being ganged up on by mere humans. It couldn't accept this. It wasn't a true avatar, but it was a being formed by thousands of strands of black demon lightning merging into one. It was something of an artificial consciousness for the surrounding space. In its domain, how could it let itself be beaten so easily? Rumble. Space trembled in fear. The menacing aura of black demon lightning covered everything, forcing Damien to strengthen his domain for protection. Boom! The first strike was aimed at Atticus, who was closer to the lightning snake. Sensing the force of the attack, he rapidly retreated and covered himself in mana. He coated his spear in powerful mana and swung out with incredible force, meeting the lightning head-on. Bang! A dull sound rang out as his spear met the lightning. For a single second, he managed to hold off against its force, but this stalemate didn't last long. The lightning bolt split into dozens of strands, coursing through Atticus' metal spear and entering his body to wreak havoc. Atticus wildly revolved this mana to defend, and at this time, another bolt of lightning struck. The target of this attack was Damien. He only just returned to battle, but he'd already been targeted. Still, there's a large difference between Damien and Atticus. It wasn't a matter of skill or power, but inherent traits. The void physique would always be Damien's greatest advantage. Damien met the oncoming lightning bolt with Mirage. Fluctuations of the void sword art scattered around as he utilized Bladeless to banish a portion of the lightning to the void. At the same time, the space-time river sent out waves of powerful suppression that took away around 30% of the lightning bolt's power. When it finally collided against his body, it wasn't anything transcendent regeneration couldn't handle. But Damien wasn't done after deflecting the bolt. He turned to the demonic lightning snake and raised Mirage into the air, bringing it down for a clean forward slash. Void Sword Art 5th Form. Dimensional severance, the world seemed to turn gray as all things came to a stop. A thin black line turned the dimension in 2, then 4, then 6, continuing until it split into countless fragments. The demonic lightning snake's body was torn into pieces and separated along with these fragments. But Damien's eyes remained focused. While the demonic lightning snake was a frightening manifestation, its true body was... Rumble. The black demon lightning sea below burst forth with madness, creating multiple tsunamis that covered the heavens with their reach. All around Damien, the sea furiously churned, black demon lightning exiting it to strike him at every turn. Every bolt of black demon lightning was instant death, even as someone at the early 4th class range. Even with Damien's powerful body, enduring too many strikes from this lightning would inevitably kill him. His face turned dignified when he realized this. While he expected backlash, he didn't expect it to be so fierce. His mana raged through the air, doing its utmost to suppress the incoming lightning. Mirage vanished from Damien's hand, replaced by Freya. The twin moons acted as one, guiding Damien's mana and letting off a torrential downpour of mana bullets. Bang! 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 The guns fired multiple shots per second, each laced with Damien's unique mana. While these guns showed great power when he first used them, they couldn't be compared to right now. After all, the current twin moons were utilizing void mana. The spread of void mana caused the spread of loss suppression and devouring force. Due to the influence of Damien's laws, space and time were especially affected. The black demon lightning sea churned below and space churned above. As Damien took control over the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, he brought his hand down and used space itself to battle the ferocious lightning sea. Chapter 6:18 Atticus. What was it like to use space itself to attack? While Damien was used to manipulating space or using spatial mana, he'd only recently begun utilizing space itself to his advantage. An example of this was his Dimensional Cage ability. Dimensional Cage was a matter of imposing his will on a section of space and dominating it, forcing it to separate from the real plane and become his domain. By dominating space, he could influence it through his will. This was the base concept of even mana usage. But only now that he could use laws did Damien have the ability to affect space on such a fundamental level. This time, after dominating space, he didn't choose to section it off. Instead, he used it as a divine hammer to crash down on the black demon lightning sea. Bang! 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 Turbulent waves of black demon lightning try to forcefully push through space and attack him. But how could it? It was fighting against the space it existed in. Despite black demon lightning's terrifying abilities and power, it couldn't survive in the void, at least not without being actively guided. Even if it truly broke through the spatial suppression, the sea would only lose territory and weaken. Damien thought himself stupid for not taking this route earlier, but it couldn't be helped. He didn't come here looking to quickly defeat the black demon lightning. He came for a fight. On that note, his gaze panned a few thousand kilometers, landing on the figure of Atticus, watching him with piercing eyes. In those eyes, Damien could clearly read astonishment and battle intent. He immediately smiled in realization. Right, this Atticus character was supposedly a supreme genius. He was someone who shared Damien's sentiments of not easily finding worthy opponents. Especially in a place like the Storm Heaven's mystic realm, which was clearly meant for third-class geniuses, Damien's presence was a mystery. In truth, Atticus didn't come to this mystic realm willingly. His master forced him to escort his junior disciples, spouting nonsense about how he'd receive an incredible lucky chance if he went. While Atticus was doubtful, he couldn't deny his master's words. In the end, not only did he find a perfect tempering area in the black demon lightning sea, but he also found the trace aura of a lightning elemental. The demonic lightning snake was something of a protector. Its presence meant that the lightning elemental was nearby. But just as he entered combat, he was met with another surprise. A genius who could match, or even slightly outclass him. The Fallen Star Holy Land wasn't nearly the strongest Holy Land, but it was definitely close enough to the universe's peak. As Atticus was its holy son, matching him wasn't something an ordinary person could do. After thinking this far, he took a breath and spoke, "I am Atticus Flamesworth from Fallen Star Holy Land." His tone was that of making acquaintances, but Damien wasn't in any mood to talk at the moment. The fight against the demonic lightning snake had been too short. He still hadn't completely understood his power. He needed challenges to bring that power out of him. If he formed a connection with Atticus before fighting him, it was doubtful whether the latter would truly put his life on the line. If that was the case, the twin moons vanished into Damien's subspace, replaced by mirage. Without a single word, he charged at Atticus. Atticus shouted. He raised his spear and blocked mirage, his muscles bulging as he forced out every ounce of his physical strength. Atticus thought to himself, in a battle of physical strength alone, he could tell that he already lost. Suddenly, Damien's figure disappeared. Atticus spread his awareness warily, but Damien's speed was too fast. He emerged at Atticus' side, slightly lower in the air, and punched upward. His fist snaked through Atticus' defense and reached its target, but at the same time, Atticus' eyes hardened. Fine. BZZT. Golden lightning exploded out of his body and covered the surroundings, brightening the darkness like a second sun. Damien's sword swung through the storm, spatial mana covering its blade. Using dimensional magic, Damien gracefully slashed through the lightning storm and divided it into pieces like nothing. Atticus frowned. Spatial laws. He brandished his spear heroically, properly posturing himself. His battle intent soared to the sky in a single instant, his momentum bursting forth like a tidal wave. With a shout, his spear thrust forward. Lightning danced on its surface like blistering flames, fanning out into the air as it left his spear tip. Boom! Damien was immediately caught in between tens of towering lightning pillars. These pillars behaved and spread like flames, climbing up his body and attempting to turn him to cinders. His eyes hardened. The law fluctuations of this attack were clearly different from anything he'd felt before. This was a level of comprehension that he was still too far away from reaching. He confirmed it. While his raw power was amazing, he wasn't nearly as refined as these peak geniuses. Against them, he'd be forced to throw away any sort of comprehension in exchange for pure brute force. Only then could he win. Good, good. He shouted wildly. This was what he wanted. This was exactly his ideal. While competing against these people and fighting in the war against the Nox, his strength would rise rapidly. Rumble. The stormy clouds above became restless. While he was submerged in revelry, Atticus already attacked again. Atticus roared into the sky. His face was pale and his mana drained. He knew Damien was strong, so he had no intention of prolonging the battle. Therefore, made a risky decision. He exerted his control into the sky, wrested control of the storm clouds, and summoned the ambient lightning essence to form black demon lightning for his attack. From the heavens, a ferocious black beam of light thicker than any tree trunk barreled towards the ground. It was set to strike precisely on Damien's location. Facing a strike from such a concentrated blast of black demon lightning, even Damien would sweat. A single mistake could leave him dead. Even being crippled didn't faze him. Transcendent regeneration made his body almost unkillable as long as he had a single breath of life left. But Damien wasn't invincible yet. If he met a force that could injure him faster than transcendent regeneration could heal, he'd be just like anyone else. His gaze met the lightning head-on. His posture stood straight like a sword. In his current situation, his gait was like defiance of the heavens. Damien's body began to rapidly change. His draconic features burst through his skin, demonic runes etching themselves onto his scales. His long white hair flowed down his back gracefully, and with his demonic black scara and purple irises, he truly looked like a demon god. The blood runes morphed into their defensive form, giving Damien a huge boost. At the same time, the greenish-white light of heal covered him from head to toe. Mirage rested calmly in his hand, completing his look. In this state, the power coursing through his body was unholy. This was the greatest amount of strength he could muster. To use his full power to confront Atticus' full power. Only this could bring their battle to a proper conclusion. Chapter 619 Atticus. Tumultuous pitch-black thunderclouds blanketed the sky, bathing the realm in shadow. Submerged in this blackness, The thick pillar of black demon lightning hurling towards Damien was nigh invisible, but it made its presence known. Its massive aura spread even faster than it, taking only a fraction of a second to reach Atticus, who was many thousands of kilometers away. Every inch of space it passed through was thoroughly shattered, breaking the barrier between the real plane and the mystic realm. Even below, confined by space itself, a roaring sea of black demon lightning fought with fervor to reconnect to its realm. If this happened, even Damien wouldn't survive. But whether it was lucky or unlucky, the black demon lightning pillar traveled too fast. In a mere instant, it was already looming above Damien's head. In this realm of blackness, the pure snow-white hair flowing down Damien's back made his figure especially prominent. Facing the black demon lightning's pressure, he was unfazed. His eyes stared into the sky, those mystical purple irises swirling with profundity. As the all-seeing eyes activated for the first time since Damien's baptism, he found the world unravel before him. That thickly interwoven pillar of black demon lightning separated into the individual threads that formed it. Even the surrounding space developed a sort of physical presence that made it more pronounced. Under these conditions, Damien readied himself. His defenses were at their maximum power, his healing abilities the same. With only sparks of time separating him from total annihilation, he closed his eyes. Time slowed to a crawl. Damien's awareness coded mirage, allowing him to precisely guide his mana along its surface. Mirage was a space elemental sword to begin with. While Devourer's ability was to grow and amplify his mana, Mirage's was to control space with its own power and consciousness. When combined with Damien, it didn't just amplify his power, it added its own power to every attack as well. Damien's spatial mana covered Mirage first, forming a link with the sword. Next, temporal mana followed suit. With the way these two laws interlinked, the fusion between it and the sword was perfect. Lightning and flames came next. While these were secondary elements in Damien's arsenal that he didn't utilize often, they were still incredibly strong. However, unlike space and time, these two elements were incredibly explosive and unstable, especially when mixed together as one. The balance between these four forces was disturbed by their chaos. This was an inevitable circumstance, but while for most, their mana would backfire and explode, Damien was different. Void mana coated the four other essences and forcefully tamed them. After it fused into Mirage, the sword began to glow with a deathly light. In that instant, he swung Mirage upward with all his strength. The black demon lightning pillar crashed down at the same time, meeting the blade head-on. Boom! The two forces collided with such grandeur that the foundation of the black demon lightning space shook. Space and time quaked. Flames and lightning raged. If there was a true depiction of hell on earth, this was it. With the all-seeing eye's guidance, Damien's mana split into threads and attacked every individual strand of black demon lightning. Spatial mana separated them. Temporal mana locked them in place, and flames and lightning followed for the killing strike. This superb show of precision left Atticus shocked, but it wasn't quite over yet. A thread of void mana entered every thread of black demon lightning, and after said lightning was destroyed, it devoured the leftover essence whole. In this way, Damien was not only resisting, but he was also growing at the same time. Roar! The black demon lightning roared like a beast as it crashed down on Damien's body. With every fiber of his being, he resisted its invasion. However, black demon lightning wasn't the strongest natural lightning source without reason. Damien's mana was able to stop over half of the pillar's strands from reaching him, but black demon lightning was semi-intelligent. After multiple strands are destroyed at once, the remaining strands actively dodged his attack to strike him, and strike they did. Damien's scales lit up with blood-red light as his demonic runes did their best to numb the penetrative force. The screech of metal clashing against metal resounded piercingly. Within a second, the demonic runes were no longer able to resist. Bloody black dragon scales flew wantonly through the sky as Damien's defenses shattered. Raging black demon lightning spread through his veins like a plague, burning his body from the inside out. Damien roared inwardly as he felt a striking pain worse than anything he'd felt in a very long time. His eyes widened in shock. To date, the void physique had never failed to resist internal invasion. Any energy-based attack would be dissolved and devoured easily. However, his void physique had changed. It was no longer babying him as it did before his baptism. For him to use its power so domineeringly, he had to earn it. Damien gritted his teeth in frustration. It wasn't a good feeling realizing that the ability he most relied on was changing. Nevertheless, he pushed on. While currently, the void physique silence was a detriment, he realized how beneficial it'd be in the long run. Rather than his body being controlled by outside forces, everything that took place would be under his control. This meant that if he was able to raise his comprehension of the void enough, he could achieve results far surpassing what the void physique showed him in the past. Bang! Damien's arm exploded, unable to bear the pressure. The pain cleared his mind instantly. Completely taking his attention away from the outside world, he put everything into controlling the void mana within him. He shouted to himself. Every time he pulled, void mana pushed. Every time he tried to guide it, it resisted his will. This was a consequence of Damien's low comprehension. Without another choice, he could only allow the mana to flow and follow its path. He was like a father providing support for his son from the back. But strangely enough, he found that when he allowed the mana to flow as it desired, it also became more receptive to his commands. Rather than mana, it felt like a small and rebellious life that he was raising. Watching its movements almost made Damien forget his current situation. Luckily, though, the mana's desired path was one of devouring. With black demon lightning being the closest source of sustenance, its direction was only obvious. Black demon lightning and void mana collided silently in Damien's body. The two equal forces caused reckless damage to him with every move, but Damien silently endured it. He could only follow the void mana and nudge it to do his bidding. This didn't take much mental power to do, so he divided the rest of his attention to simply watch the void mana and understand its properties as it collided against the black demon lightning. Around Damien, space isolated on its own, as if influenced by an invisible will. At the same time, the destructive power he used to resist the lightning pillar dispersed as well, leaving the black demon lightning space silent. The only remaining battle was the one taking place within Damien's body. Chapter 6:20 Atticus. The process of clearing the black demon lightning from his body didn't take more than a few seconds, but to Damien, it was an eternity. His perception of time froze entirely as his focus sunk into the collision between his void mana and the terrifying lightning. His eyes slowly fluttered open. Under the effects of heal, his arm regenerated as well. Finally seeing his body back in perfect condition, Damien let out a sigh of relief. The prior crisis was unexpected to say the least. While Damien didn't react much in the moment, the changes in the void physique truly frightened him. After his baptism, while individually each of his facets became more perfect, as a whole they were disordered and chaotic. He didn't even know his own strength anymore. From the previous battle, it seemed he overestimated himself. But at the same time, considering that he was able to resist a demigod, was that really true? So far, Damien only used the void physique's ability supportively. Now that he'd partially fused with it, he had no choice but to use void mana as part of his main offensive arsenal. However, the physique had been strangely inconsistent. After his baptism, Damien fought a great deal. During those fights, including the fight against the fifth primal sovereign, the void physique's internal resistance ability wasn't suppressed at all. Without this internal protection, he might have died or been severely injured during those battles. If so, then why did it remain unresponsive this time? Damien didn't know at all, nor did he have any clues. At first, he suspected that it was due to the black demon lightning itself, but he soon realized that this guess held no merit. After all, his void mana devoured a great deal of black demon lightning during this excursion. Aside from that, his void mana did indeed cleanse his body later, but rather than for his own safety, this move felt more geared towards the void mana's growth. When he first required its aid, it didn't respond at all. The facts he knew only led him to a dead end. Damien soon understood that his journey to divinity wouldn't be as smooth as he originally prospected. If he couldn't comprehend the void, his strength might even deteriorate. Strangely enough, this realization didn't bring with it any sadness. Instead, he felt incredibly spirited. In the human domain, he didn't have any challenges like this. He had plenty of mental issues and enemies to defeat, but his own strength never failed him. But now that he entered the divine realm, it was like the world was against him. He had competition in his age range. The true enemies he'd face would be stronger. The Nox invasion was already underway, and on top of everything else, his personal strength was unstable as well. If this wasn't a challenge, what was? Damien smiled wryly and shook his head as he removed the dimensional cage around him. Maybe I should start accepting that I'm a bit of a masochist. Shaking away that terrifying thought, he returned his attention to the only other person present. Atticus was currently in a stunned state, as if he was the one who just fought a pillar of black demon lightning. In his mind, he replayed the current scene over and over again. In truth, the attack he formulated was only half the size of the one that struck Damien. Only, black demon lightning was notoriously feral and bloodthirsty. Hundreds of extra threads joined the pillar during its descent and enhanced its power. Visualizing the final pillar, Atticus was forced to wonder to himself, did he have the ability to resist such an attack? The answer was no. While he was a monstrous genius, his depth was still within the bounds of common sense. Against a coalescence of black demon lightning that could even kill an undefended high-level fourth-class being, how could he resist? The most he could do was mirror Damien's first attack and disperse half the lightning pillar's power. The remaining half that struck him would, at the very least, severely injure him. Now, the man who survived that harrowing attack was standing thousands of kilometers away, seemingly unharmed. His bestial eyes were still filled with residual fighting intent, and with his transformation still active, he looked especially intimidating. As Atticus raised his spear warily, Damien opened his mouth and spoke. His voice traveled the distance between them like nothing and arrived in Atticus' ears. "Damien Void," he said. His words officially signaled the end of their battle. Atticus sighed in relief and withdrew his spear. "Atticus Flamesworth," he said courteously. Damien was stronger than him. After all, even if he didn't directly experience that strength. Damien nodded his head in response. "So tell me, why is a supreme genius like you in a mystic realm like this?" Atticus raised an eyebrow, questioningly as he replied, "I'm here simply to guide my junior disciples." Damien asked, "Of course. What kind of leaderboard could function properly if one couldn't check at any time?" Atticus replied straightforwardly, but in his mind, he was utterly confused. Was Damien raised in an isolated mountain somewhere? Otherwise, how could he lack basic knowledge that even mortals knew? Damien rubbed his chin. This is my first mystic realm, though, so I'm probably not registered." Atticus experienced another shock. Damien's words essentially meant that he raised his strength to such a level through brutal life-or-death struggles without the leaderboard's help. How could Atticus not be surprised? But at the same time, he was curious and excited. The Grand Heaven's boundary was in need of every genius it could get. And while his main goal in this mystic realm was to obtain the lightning seed residing within, he actually had a secondary goal that he never thought he'd accomplish. In fact, it was a goal that every peak genius in the Grand Heaven's boundary shared. "Come to Death Emperor Star," he blurted out unintentionally. Nothing, Atticus said, embarrassed. "The top 100 of the dimensional leaderboard are visible to all people. As long as you call it out, you'll be able to view it." 53? I guess that's not a bad starting point. Damien muttered to himself. Anyway, I think we can save the rest of this conversation for later. Atticus' gaze panned down to Damien's hands. There, he witnessed Damien spinning a small black ball covered in lightning bolts on his finger like a basketball. Even from a distance, he could hear the lightning's furious booms as it attempted to resist Damien's control to no avail. Atticus was stumped. He had a sudden premonition that he'd lose a great deal of sleep if he involved himself too deeply with Damien. Chapter 6:21 Atticus. Before the black demon lightning space was the golden heavenly lightning space. Here, a small portion of Fallen Star Holy Land disciples along with Zara patiently meditated and tempered their bodies. Aside from them, there were only two present. These two men stood at nearly the same height, and their combined natural auras pressured the surrounding atmosphere to the point where the golden heavenly lightning instinctually avoided them. But while their auras contributed to this fact, the main perpetrator was the small ball of electricity that floated between them. "It's not black demon lightning," Damien said as he observed the lightning. "Regardless, it's a top-tier lightning seed." Atticus questioned suspiciously. The two hadn't even known each other for an entire hour yet. As for their conversations thus far, they'd been filled with Damien asking Atticus for general knowledge about the divine realm. Other than understanding that Damien was truly clueless about everything, Atticus didn't learn much about the latter. To offer up such a high-quality lightning seed without asking anything in return, was anyone so generous? In response, however, Damien shrugged indifferently. "I don't need it. What am I supposed to do with it if I take it? Sell it?" Damien's eyes brightened at the prospect. The divine realm was different from the human domain in many ways. One of those ways was the fact that here, Damien would genuinely need money. The divine realm was far more organized than the human domain, and everyone was connected through the dimensional leaderboard. Even to travel back and forth between mystic realms, Damien would need to utilize teleportation arrays. That is, until he'd ventured enough of the realm to warp wherever he pleased. If he wanted a large sum of money as soon as possible, was there a better way than to sell a lightning seed like the one in his hand? As Damien's eyes slowly curved into crescents, Atticus was sweating. He never thought Damien would take his words of courtesy seriously. Now, let's calm down a bit and think it over. If you want to sell it, I can't stop you, but how about considering the Fallen Star Holy Land first? He said hurriedly. It wasn't just because of the lightning seed. Damien was a top talent without any backing or connections. If the Fallen Star Holy Land could rope him in, it'd massively benefit them. And even if they couldn't acquire Damien himself, being on good terms with a rising genius was never a bad thing. Damien raised his brow with a sly smile as he realized Atticus' intent. Honestly, he liked the latter's personality. Atticus was well aware of Damien's strength, yet still invited him into his holy land. It was impossible for Atticus to not know the implications of this decision. It was wholly possible for Damien to take his spot as the sect's holy son. Yet, he still put the good of the sect over his own position. This was the making of a good man, a man who Damien could respect. Since you're already here, I might as well ask you first. Atticus furrowed his brows in thought before firming his will and speaking, one black card. Damien's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Atticus take out a metallic black card the size of a playing card. An entire black card. That wasn't a small amount of money at all. Of the things Damien learned through Atticus, one was currency. In the grand heavens boundary, these currency cards were the widely accepted currency. At the lowest level were bronze cards. 100 bronze cards was a silver card, 100 silver cards was a gold card, 100 gold cards was a platinum card, 100 platinum cards was an amethyst card, and finally, 1,000 amethyst cards were equal to only a single black card. It had to be known, to travel through intra-sector teleportation arrays only took 50 platinum cards. Even inter-sector teleportation arrays cost around 100 amethyst cards at most. The value of a black card could only be imagined. For Atticus to toss out black cards like nothing only went to show his status. Damien did the calculations in his head. While the lightning seed was powerful, it was violent and untamable. If sold in any regular market, it wouldn't receive a high price because it couldn't be properly used. A treasure like this could only be sold to elders of great sects or young geniuses of the generation. For these people, the value of the treasure was extremely subjective. Even if Atticus was the buyer, the lightning seed would only sell for around 700 to 800 amethyst cards at most. Giving Damien a black card was a clear sign of goodwill. As for Damien, he smiled and took the black card out of Atticus' hand after a moment of thinking. Atticus nodded his head with a pained expression and took the lightning seed. It had already been sealed by Damien earlier, so there was no risk in handling it. So then, Damien suddenly said, "Let's get back to the main topic." Their business was already over, and Damien didn't feel like having small talk with Atticus at the moment. He wanted to know his next destination in this realm, any place where he could go to properly temper himself. The name Death Emperor Star was intimidating enough, and made Damien feel some slight anticipation. Atticus smiled brightly. "Right. I'd completely forgotten about it, due to the lightning seed. I apologize for being hasty, but allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Atticus Flamesworth. I am the holy son of the fallen star Holy Land, but that isn't my only identity. I could be said to be a type of talent scout. Death Emperor Star is a star at the edge of the divine realm. It is home to a Holy Land-level influence, Hidden Death Valley, but its function is inherently different from a sect. In reality, those who study in Hidden Death Valley aren't restrained by the sect at all." Atticus began proudly giving a speech about the Death Emperor Star, but as Damien listened, his heart dropped. A sudden feeling of dread overcame him. Damien's face turned pale. He never would have thought that, as a man in his mid-20s, he would be encouraged to endure yet another academy arc. Chapter 622 Atticus. Atticus' speech about the Death Emperor Star went on for far longer than Damien would have preferred, but by the end, he'd already decided that it was his next destination. From Atticus' words, Damien realized that while Hidden Death Valley was indeed an academy as he dreaded, it wasn't so simple. Under that veil was a military institute in disguise. Death Emperor Star is one of the most dangerous stars in our sector. Nearly every inch of its surface is a death zone, excluding Hidden Death Valley. Those who choose to attend its institute aren't there for fun. They're there to push themselves in the harshest conditions possible. I know I'm the one who invited you, but truthfully, it isn't wise to go if you aren't ready to risk your life," Atticus said. Damien nodded his head in understanding. Atticus didn't sugarcoat his explanation at all. He made it crystal clear just how terrifying Death Emperor Star truly was. But this gave Damien a clearer picture of the Institute itself. It wasn't just some place for geniuses to go and train. It was a military institution meant to turn them into killing machines. Hidden Death Valley was most likely established as a method to rapidly raise geniuses before the war grew to an irreversible scale. After all, in a universal war like the one occurring, there were 3 battlefields. The true war zone in Eden, the plant race's domain, the silent war between experts, and finally, the battle between the younger generation. The most embarrassing defeat the universe had faced thus far was in the last category. Damien sighed as an ethereal golden scroll appeared in his eyesight. This was the dimensional leaderboard, or at least the small version he could access without being registered in its records. Throughout that list were 99 foreign names and one he knew. However, among those 99, over 30 were only referred to by their titles. These 30 or so individuals were Nox beings. The older generation couldn't touch the younger generation. This was one of the compromises made by the Nox and Universe experts to avoid catastrophic losses to both sides so early in the war. And using this compromise, the Nox sent a few geniuses to enter the universe and wreak havoc. Naturally, they targeted the dimensional leaderboard. What better way was there to slap the universe's youths in the face? But this slap resounded far louder than anyone would have expected. At the very top of the dimensional leaderboard, glaringly obvious in blood-red letters, was a single name. Saint King, the number 1 genius in the entire Grand Heavens boundary. This spot was being held by a Nox. The universe had experts. The older generation had already reached saturation, containing an untold number of 4th classes and even many demigods. However, the younger generation desperately needed to improve. If they couldn't, Damien shook his head. All he needed to do was make sure that Spot would belong to a true denizen of the universe. Himself, of course. The top of the dimensional leaderboard was his goal since the second he learned of its existence. Now that he learned there was actually a Nox waiting for him there, why would he be saddened? That just meant Damien didn't have to care about his enemy at all. He didn't need to be mindful of the fact that the geniuses he was facing would be his comrades in war later. He grinned as he thought about face-slapping a Nox genius. He needed to have a nice and long talk with their race anyway. So wouldn't it be better if he beat them into obedience first? I'm going, he said firmly to Atticus. It didn't take long at all to make his decision. Atticus looked deeply into his eyes, clearly sensing his determination. He nodded just as firmly in response. Great. I knew you weren't weak. But we have to wait for the Mystic Realm to close before we leave. Damien clicked his tongue in derision. You think this tiny Mystic Realm can stop me from going where I want to go? TCH. But Atticus tried to say something, but Damien had already vanished. He really couldn't understand this mysterious genius. With how succinct their conversations were, one would expect Damien to be a cold and indifferent man. However, he wasn't like that at all. He was expressive and didn't hide his emotions, which made his behavior even stranger. Atticus furrowed his brows. With a downcast expression on his face, Atticus sat down and silently waited for Damien's return. Besides, he was curious if Damien could really pull it off. Collapsing a mystic realm, what kind of rank would he debut at on the dimensional leaderboard if he could pull off such a stunt? Frankly, Atticus couldn't wait to find out. While Atticus was wondering whether to brood or watch on in anticipation, Damien had already arrived in the black demon lightning space. His goal for coming was simple. You like this stuff, right? He shouted. His aura burst forth. Pitch-black void mana wantonly spread from his body and permeated the atmosphere. As it did, it immediately shot into the black demon lightning sea below. Damien didn't understand void mana yet, but if it wanted to act like a sentient creature, he'd treat it like one. And one thing he did know for sure was that the void was insatiable. While it was true that Damien could collapse this mystic realm with dimensional magic and all-seeing eyes alone, that would take an unknown amount of time and effort to accomplish. The easiest way to collapse the mystic realm was to simply destroy it until it forcefully ejected everyone within. And that was exactly his plan. Void mana snaked through the black demon lightning sea, nearly invisible in the realm of blackness. However, as it devoured and devoured, its color began to overtake the sea itself. It had to be said, this devouring wasn't initiated by Damien, nor did he receive any strength from it. In fact, he didn't even know where the black demon lightning was going. In his perception, it seemed to just vanish in a thin air after being devoured. But he didn't mind. It was the same reason he gave Atticus the lightning seed. Right now, he didn't want more power. Before he began adding more to his plate, he first needed to finish what was already there. The key was Death Emperor's Star. If it was truly as Atticus said, Damien could rapidly understand his strength through the star's trials, and even improve on it afterward. But before that could happen, the black demon lightning space began to quake. Unlike the space cracks that formed during battle that would heal over time, the cracks emerging in space at the moment were irreparable. Shattered spatial fragments fell through the air like snowflakes. In the space they once occupied, a hazy image of the real plane appeared. Unfortunately, this exit didn't lead to any place Damien knew, because he was shattering the mystic realm instead of naturally exiting. The exit point itself will be the mystic realm's true location in the universe. But Damien didn't care. He had no reason to. Damien separated a portion of his mana and latched onto the connection between the mystic realm and the real plane. Next, he activated Warp and merged the portal that formed from it to the Dawn world where he came from. Just like that, an exit was formed without a hitch. Light work, Damien commented with a smile. Now, all that was left to do was drag Atticus into the divine realm and use him as a taxi to get to Death Emperor's Star. Chapter 6:23 Dawn World. The black demon lightning sea slowly faded from existence over time, and within half an hour, It had been completely replaced by a swirling black mass. This mass was none other than the void mana Damien unleashed to devour the sea. Now, it has eaten its fill and finished its job. The black demon lightning space lost its support and collapsed. But Damien's plans didn't end there. The portal he set up was a separate matter. Once he collapsed the mystic realm, Atticus would be sent back to the entrance he used to access it. Naturally, he couldn't allow this. The portals used was to bring Atticus back to the Dawn world with him. Collapsing the mystic realm, on the other hand, was to enter the scene with a bang. When the black demon lightning space collapsed, the mystic realm became unstable. Most of its power was located in that space, and it was integral to maintaining the realm. After its destruction, small cracks began to spread in every direction, invisible to all present. At least, invisible to anyone that wasn't Damien. With the combination of dimensional magic and all-seeing eyes, he easily pinpointed these cracks and expanded them, helping them grow with fervor. Within 15 minutes, the golden and silver heavenly lightning spaces began to quake. The lightning sea beyond them was practically submerged in lightning tsunamis and earthquakes as the realm malfunctioned. It was incredibly abrupt. Before the present geniuses could even understand what was happening, they found an inviolable force covering their bodies and ejecting them from the mystic realm. Among these people was none other than Jiao Mei. Even as her body vanished from the mystic realm, her eyes remained on the horizon. She had a strange feeling that she understood what caused this event. Damien stood in the silver heavenly lightning space and watched these changes. That was easier than I thought. Perhaps it was because this mystic realm was relatively simple and easy to understand, but Damien felt like destroying it should have been harder. After all, it was a product of the mighty dimensional leaderboard. It was impossible for its structure to be flimsy. He thought to himself. He wasn't stupid enough to think he was just that powerful, not after understanding how chaotic his inner state was. In the end, he could only give up and assume that this specific mystic realm was weak. His body flashed, reappearing in the golden heavenly lightning space. After calling Zara, who recently awakened, over and absorbing her into a shadow, he grabbed Atticus and teleported to the black demon lightning space once more. "All right, I made this portal so you can exit the mystic realm with me," he said. "Well, yeah," Damien questioned. I see there's been a miscommunication somewhere," Atticus said with a bright smile. "Don't tell me." Atticus' smile widened. "Admissions into Hidden Death Valley begin in exactly 6 months. If you can't make it there on time, you don't get accepted. Here are a few information jade slips and a star chart to help you out a bit since you're so oblivious. Other than that, you're on your own. Good luck, buddy." Atticus rapidly removed a few items from his space ring and threw them at Damien. In the next instant, he smiled and winked, his body fading and turning holographic. Damien shouted. He extended his mana to lock space, but soon noticed that he couldn't interfere with Atticus' teleportation. A demigod, he realized. He couldn't even grasp Atticus' position in the spatial layers after he activated his teleportation method. The only beings capable of outwitting Damien to such an extent were demigods. He yelled exasperatedly. Of course things wouldn't be so easy. It was no wonder why Atticus seemed so eager for their departure. Damien begrudgingly grabbed the items Atticus left behind and sifted through them. There were jade slips denoting general knowledge about the divine realm and Death Emperor Star. Using these, Damien could establish a solid grasp on the divine realm's mechanics. The last item was a small black ball. At the moment, there was nothing reflected on its surface. However, Damien could easily infer its purpose from its name alone. In the end, he stored these items in his subspace and sighed. As he complained inwardly, he silently walked through the portal he created. Since it already existed, he wouldn't let it go to waste. Just like that, the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm expedition came to an abrupt conclusion. Even those in the far reaches of the world knew of the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm and its implications. Everybody wanted to see if a Dawn World genius could rise to fame this time. This anticipatory atmosphere was especially prevalent around the Mystic Realm Gate. Numerous spirit ships lined the skies and bodies polluted the earth until it looked like a mass of blackness. These people had no idea when the mystic realm would end, nor did they know what was occurring inside. Yet, they still decided to wait. Conversations ran amok, guesses as to whether Jiao Mei would surpass Marcus Stroh. Of the talents that made up the universe's peak, there were even some proudly facing off while supporting their respective geniuses. The Eclipse and Sun and Moon sects were especially heated. They'd been in competition for a very long time, and the results of their geniuses would supremely impact their standing after the secret realm ended. Late at night, in this lively atmosphere, flashes of light began appearing around the portal. Countless exclamations rang out. Along with the appearance of these geniuses, a massive golden holographic scroll appeared in the sky. This was the dimensional leaderboard. On it, millions of names shone with splendor. Its visage made the sect leaders and the audience especially excited. The dimensional leaderboard had appeared. This could only mean that one of their geniuses performed spectacularly in the mystic realm. One by one, people materialized in the square and flew to greet their sect members. Some were ecstatic, some were downtrodden, and some were entirely expressionless. However, none of these people provoked a response from the dimensional leaderboard. Until one person came out. A body materialized, but its countenance was hidden under the brightness of the dimensional leaderboard. The shift didn't occur in the top 1,000 or even the top 100,000, but nobody was discouraged by this fact. Even reaching the top 1 million was a feat to be praised for generations. But in front of everyone's eyes, the name that appeared wasn't at the 1 millionth spot. There, ranked 500,431. Yao Mei. The dimensional leaderboard's brilliance dimmed, acting as a natural backlight for Jiao Mei's beautiful veiled form. Looking at the leaderboard in the sky, she felt a strange mix of joy and loneliness. This was the goal she'd always dreamed of. With her power before entering the mystic realm, she would have never reached the 500,000s. She knew that this achievement was due to the contributions of a single person. And now that she'd met him, the top 1 million didn't seem as grand anymore. Jiao Mei's aspirations already exceeded the Dawn world's limits. Jiao Mei's eyes darted through the crowd in search of that familiar face, but before she could find him, a booming voice rang out from above. Chapter 624 Dawn World. The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master's voice responded loudly in everyone's ears. Suddenly, their excitement over Jiao Mei's position dimmed. The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master was furious. His gaze panned across his own disciples, but he only saw clueless looks on their faces. Soon enough, though, his eyes crossed a boy whose head was hung in shame. He commanded. The boy shakily obeyed his direction. If he didn't, he would surely die. The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master continued. The boy's body trembled in fear. He didn't want to say what he witnessed. He was terrified of the consequences. Yet if he didn't speak, he'd be punished worse. Realizing this, he hesitantly opened his mouth. The disciple didn't speak loudly, but his words reached the ears of everyone around him. Hearing them, the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master froze. The disciple nodded fearfully. Igriegagis. Senior brother took a strike from terrifying silver lightning to save us. The palace master roared. Marcus wouldn't die from a mere bolt of lightning. I swear on my life that I am not lying. But I also think senior brother shouldn't have died. The disciple hatefully glared at Jiao Mei. It was only a suspicion at first, but now that Jiao Mei had achieved such wondrous results in the mystic realm, his guess was all but confirmed. The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master's gaze coldly turned to Jiao Mei. His domineering awareness covered her body and examined her internal situation. This lightning energy, the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master's eyes hardened. With the strength he sensed from Jiao Mei, it wouldn't be impossible for her to kill Marcus, especially with the mystic realm's aid. A towering aura spread and covered the square, enveloping Jiao Mei within. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to her knees, pale. The pressure placed on her was far more than she could bear. She would surely die if the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master didn't stop. Mas, dear. She struggled to speak. Her desperate gaze landed on the Eclipse Sect Master, begging for his help. However, He merely sighed and turned his head away. The heavenly jewel palace ruled the Dawn world. Rebelling against them was futile. It was just a shame that he'd lose such a talented genius. The palace master scoffed upon seeing this interaction. Do you realize the weight of your sins? The palace master's aura exploded. In that instant, the square shattered to pieces, and Jiao Mei's body flew back with immense force, blood leaking from her orifices. Jiao Mei wanted to cry. This pain was terrible. If she hadn't tempered her body in the mystic realm, she would have died already. Still, she was going to die in a few seconds anyway, so her improvements hardly mattered. She smiled wryly to herself as she realized this. She was the only one who knew the truth of that incident, that Damien was the true perpetrator. She also knew that Damien definitely had the power to contend with these sect masters. Yet, she didn't pin the blame on him. He was the one who showed her the wider world she desired and gave her a proper goal to aspire to. Even if she had to die to protect him, it wouldn't be enough to repay the gratitude she felt. At least, because of him, she achieved the dream she'd held for so long and surpassed it by leaps and bounds. For her, this was enough. The smile on her face turned wholesome. She regretted dying young. She regretted not being able to fulfill her ambitions. She regretted not being able to see him one more time. But if she had to die here for his sake, she would do so with grace. The heavenly jewel palace master raised his hand. The ground around Jiao Mei began to move as if it were alive, swallowing her. But before she could be swallowed whole, a casual voice rang out, dispersing the surrounding pressure. Jiao Mei's body vanished and reappeared far away amidst a cluster of golden light. At the same time, the dimensional leaderboard in the sky began to shine with splendiferous light. It was heaven and earth compared to the reaction Jiao Mei induced. The audience, who had yet to adapt to the first sudden change of events, was dazed beyond belief. Even the heavenly jewel palace master halted his attack in shock. Innumerable eyes locked onto the massive scroll in the sky. Whether it was the 1 millions, 100,000s, or even the 1,000s, there were no changes. At this point, shock transformed into confusion. Why was the dimensional leaderboard acting so wildly if there were no changes? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. There, a little boy pointed at the dimensional leaderboard, his eyes wide as saucers. When people saw the direction he pointed in, their confusion intensified. Wasn't that a bit too high? Still, out of curiosity, many turned their gazes over fast enough to see a single name etched into the dimensional leaderboard surface. Each letter was carefully written, containing endless profundity. This scene of a name being written letter by letter would only appear once per person, during their introduction on the dimensional leaderboard. The heavenly jewel palace master exclaimed. That is, it couldn't be. The Eclipse sect master's face paled in sudden realization. Written slowly and steadily for all to see. 420. Damien Void. Damien's name rested proudly in its spot. Its grand appearance was accompanied by waves of golden light and auspicious signs, as if the dimensional leaderboard was showing its support. These phenomena continued for many minutes without end, and when they finally concluded, the dimensional leaderboard also began to fade from the sky. Damien didn't pay attention to any of this, though. His eyes were focused on Jiao Mei's bloody form in his arms. Heal, as her body was covered in greenish-white light. The fury in Damien's eyes slowly increased. While he didn't have any strong connection to Jiao Mei, she was still an acquaintance. She was a kid with a lot of potential he felt worth investing in. And now, someone decided to put their hands on the kid he was raising? Unacceptable. Not to mention, Jiao Mei kept his involvement secret even at death's door. Her loyalty to her comrades couldn't be questioned at all. Damien's eyes didn't leave Jiao Mei's body, but his awareness was already spread to its limits. His gaze alone was cold enough to lower the surrounding temperature. He spoke. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but projected to every corner of the audience clearly. His gaze panned the crowd before landing on the heavenly jewel palace master. Fine. Chapter 6, 25 Dawn World. Damien's words seemed to precede an attack, but he didn't make any move to do so. Instead, he recalled his aura and plunged his mana into the Dawn World surface. This mana, guided by his awareness and celestial abilities, penetrated the world's barriers and arrived in front of its core with ease. You have two choices. Damien's voice resounded in the world core space. Unlike his approach when dealing with his previous bound world cores, he was extremely forceful. His abilities as a celestial became far broader after his baptism. Not only could he utilize starlight to attack and empower himself and use world force even when apart from his worlds, he also no longer needed mutual consent to bind a world. However, there was a prerequisite. For Damien to use the forceful approach, he had to be the strongest practitioner present in the world. In the Dawn world, he easily met this condition. The world core had no means to defend itself besides the practitioner residing on the world's surface. If they couldn't kill Damien, what else could it do? He truly had the capabilities to threaten this world core with extinction. And the world core clearly knew this. Even though its spiritual intelligence wasn't as developed as a Pyron or the Cloud Plane, it had enough conscious thought to judge Damien's qualifications based on his actions thus far and read his power level. No world core would choose death over survival. Damien's celestial mana thread easily penetrated the world core's defenses. A bond was formed without a hitch. This was the convenience that came with great power. On the surface of the world, Damien felt a sense of euphoria rush over him as every piece of the Dawn world was placed under his control. His eyes shone with brilliant blue starlight as he searched the surface. He said lightly, under the crowd's stunned and wary gazes, he raised his hand and pressed down. Rumble. An earthquake spread through the world. By the time it reached the gate's position, it was negligible, but the impacts it had were anything but. The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master's face paled. As he traced the origin of the quake, he realized that it was infinitely similar to the location of his sect. Send out a transmission talisman and contact the forces remaining at the sect. He yelled to the disciples behind him. His gaze, however, didn't leave Damien. The previous events were too coincidental. Damien's hand movements seemed to trigger the earthquake that took place. An ominous feeling crept into the Palace Master's heart as he watched Damien's expression morph into a cold smile. Palace Master, the sect is, a disciple whispered. His hands were shaking as they held a glowing transmission talisman. The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master's face twisted. Damien's smile didn't change. HM? With a snap of his fingers, he and the Palace Master vanished from a gate. When they reappeared, they were a few hundred kilometers away from a vast and beautiful mountain range. Spiritual waters flowed freely throughout, the ambient mana far richer than anywhere else in the world. This place was none other than the Heavenly Jewel Palace. However, in the middle of this immortal scenery was a single extremely prevalent stain. The location that was once the sect's central mountain where the Palace Master resided was collapsed entirely. All that remained in its place was a large pile of rubble. Now that you're here, the real fun can begin. Damien's hand pushed down once more. The entire outer ring of mountains collapsed one by one, the inner mountains following soon after. It was a truly apocalyptic scene, one that almost brought the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master to tears. He wanted to yell out and tell Damien to stop. He wanted to use everything in his power to destroy his enemy. But from the moment his figure vanished from the gate location, his body has been frozen. Damien controlled his every action. Damien suddenly said, "Don't think I'm some kind of villain. I haven't harmed your disciples at all. However, I did blow up all their spatial rings. Aside from that, everything I saw that could be considered the sect's foundation and legacy has been destroyed. There's just one more thing to do." Bang! The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master remained frozen as his middle finger was blasted apart. This was naturally caused by the explosion of his spatial ring. A stream of black mana entered his body immediately after. Slowly but surely, the mana in his body began to disappear. The Palace Master's eyes dulled. Even when the sect was being destroyed, he was simply saddened. As long as he remained alive and possessed the sex methods, it could always be revived. But now, whether it was his strength or the sex legacy, both were being destroyed before his eyes. "You look like you have something to say," Damien commented lightly. "I'll allow it." The Heavenly Jewel Palace Master was silent for a moment despite his voice being freed. In the end, he could only ask one question. Damien raised his brow curiously. "You try to kill one of my people first." The Palace Master exploded. His revenge on Jiao Mei was just. Even if Damien wanted to get revenge, he didn't have to go to such lengths. But in response, Damien could only shrug. "And?" he asked. "What matters in this world is strength. And the reason you're suffering now is because I'm more powerful than you. In truth, I'm the one who killed your son." His words were true, of course, but they didn't justify destroying the Heavenly Jewel sect and its legacies. What the Palace Master wanted to know was something else. Since the grudge was between them, why involve the Heavenly Jewel Palace? But even if Damien understood this, he truly didn't have any way to answer this question. Even he didn't know why his first thought was to target the sect. It was instinctual, but he didn't feel bad about it. The Heavenly Jewel Palace disciples would be fine as long as they found other sects to be accepted into. The only one who truly suffered was the Palace Master. To those disciples who looked on at Damien and the Palace Master from below, this day was a rude awakening, a glimpse into what true genius was like. For some, this would be a mental scar that inhibited their training for the rest of their lives. But for others, this would be motivation to grow and become strong enough to prevent the reenactment of such tragedy. Only the latter category was worthy of Damien's attention. Nevertheless, his business at the former Heavenly Jewel Palace ended the moment he crippled its master. With one last look at the destruction he caused, Damien vanished, returning to the gate location. Chapter 626 Dawn World. The crowd around the gate location was silent the entire time Damien and the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master were gone. They used the brief moment of respite to process the events that took place prior. First, Jiao Mei placed extremely high on the dimensional leaderboard. Afterwards, she was almost killed by the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master for killing his son. But before this could happen, a mysterious man appeared, ranking in the top 1,000 of the dimensional leaderboard and saving Jiao Mei. How he and the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master disappeared, or where they were going, was a mystery. But before they could even make their guesses, Damien returned. The total time he was gone wasn't more than 10 minutes. And when he returned, he did so alone. His eyes panned the crowd, causing them to freeze up in terror. His gaze briefly stopped on the Eclipse Sect Master before turning to Zara, who was holding Jiao Mei. Compared to when he left, Jiao Mei's complexion was far better. She only looked like she was peacefully sleeping at the moment. But as if she sensed Damien's presence approaching, she grumbled quietly and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was his face. On that instant, memories rushed into her mind in waves. The fact that she was alive settled in. Quiet tears dripped from her eyes. No matter how much she prepared herself to die, she never truly wished to. She was infinitely grateful for the chance to live again. Damien allowed her to have her moment for as long as possible, but unfortunately, he didn't have much time. While returning, he looked over the star chart Atticus gave him and approximated Death Emperor Star's relative position. And frankly, far wasn't a good enough word to describe it. To reach it in 6 months, even if he teleported with all his power, he needed every minute he could get, especially considering that he was only allowed to use long-distance teleportation arrays a single time during his journey. This was a rule in place to even the playing ground for people at the far reaches of the universe. If they had the ability, they could shorten their travel time by weeks or even months. Even though Damien had a black card at his disposal, he didn't want to use it to cheat his way through this first test. At most, he'd use a teleportation array in the final stretch of his journey. Before that, he wanted to use the 6 months he was given to temper himself, whether that was by traversing the starry sky or entering mystic realms he found along the way. He asked. She responded immediately with wide eyes. Damien nodded firmly. "I have to go, but there's a place I can take you where you can train in peace for a while. If you don't want that, I can take you with me and drop you off at a more suitable world for your talent. However, don't make this decision for me, but for yourself." What Damien could do was sent Jiao Mei to the sanctuary. The sanctuary's atmosphere was perfect for slow and quiet practice, and there were powerful experts within who could guide her. However, she wouldn't be able to get the same life-or-death experience she would in the outside world. This was one thing Damien wanted to change about the sanctuary. Its residents could grow slowly, but they needed a harsher environment to foster growth. Only, he didn't know how to add death zones into its fold. After all, no matter how much power he had in the sanctuary, he couldn't create life. If he wanted to make a beast domain or a natural death zone, he'd need help from the outside world. Hearing his words, Jiao Mei sunk into thought. She already decided to go with him, but she didn't know which option to choose. What she knew was that the Dawn world couldn't contain her anymore. But even if she stayed with Damien, she wouldn't see him often. These were his own words. In that case, what was the point? While Jiao Mei worshipped Damien, especially so after he saved her life multiple times, she was a girl with her own ambitions. She didn't want to risk her own cultivation for the sole purpose of staying with him. In the end, she lamentably sighed. She made the decision that was better for her future, and frankly, Damien wholly supported it. In his opinion, while this was the more dangerous option, it was also the best one. Therefore, he nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll make it happen." Damien's gaze panned back to the Eclipse Sect Master. During the previous altercation, he made the choice to abandon Jiao Mei, something that haunted his mind ever since the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master was suppressed. He was of half a mind to retreat and hide away in the Eclipse Sect, but his information network was too good for him to easily do so. He heard about the Heavenly Jewel Palace's destruction before anyone else. Jiao Mei looked at his figure. Right now, he didn't look like the illustrious sect master she used to see. Instead, there was only a pitiful old man in his place. She asked hesitantly. "Anything," Damien confirmed. She immediately answered. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. The second the Eclipse Sect Master decided to abandon her, she did the same with the sect. "Everyone I trust is in my personal palace." "Wait, Jiao Mei, please reconsider. Think about everything the sect has done for you." The Eclipse Sect Master screamed in panic. Jiao Mei responded mockingly. She couldn't contain her laughter when she heard it. "You betrayed me first, yet you actually have the balls to talk about betrayal? You little demon, if it wasn't for your special physique, you would be nothing. You're just an abandoned daughter of the Jiao family." The Eclipse Sect Master roared with bloodshot eyes. Damien cut him off before he could continue. "Shut up and experience the consequences of your actions personally. Remember, the only reason this is happening is because you couldn't support your disciple at her lowest." Damien's words immediately flipped a switch in the heads of those present Eclipse Sect disciples. Right? Jiao Mei was the best of them, yet she was still abandoned. What would happen to them in a similar, hell, even in a lesser situation? They'd surely be treated even worse. Suddenly, the Eclipse Sect disciples backed away from the sect master. They couldn't trust a man like him. And as Jiao Mei saw this, she suddenly changed her mind. "Can we go to the Eclipse Sect?" Damien quietly nodded and teleported the involved parties to the Eclipse Sect. Standing in the air above it, Jiao Mei felt a sense of power envelop her. She poured mana into her voice and yelled, "Fellow disciples, the Eclipse Sect Master is scum who abandons his sect members in cowardice. Now, the sect is set for destruction. For those who wish to live, leave now." Her words resounded to every corner of the sect. Jiao Mei was incredibly famous and popular. Just by hearing her voice, most people recognized who she was. Countless questions flew around, but there was nobody capable of answering them. The disciples were left with only a single choice to make: stay or leave. Jiao Mei's status in the sect was so high that not a single person dared to compete with her for the position of sect master. Jiao Mei had absolutely no reason to lie. Aside from that, her moral character had always been just, as seen when she rescued Damien and Zara. If Jiao Mei said the sect was going to be destroyed because of the sect master's actions, it was likely true, Those who realized this left the sect immediately. Hundreds of disciples swarmed the sky as they fled. This mass exodus caused a shift in public opinion. Humans were herd animals, after all. Seeing so many people decide to leave, hundreds more followed. What was left after the 30-minute mark were elders absolutely loyal to the sect and a few disciples who were the same. Damien sighed as he saw this. He respected their loyalty, but unfortunately, they stood on opposite sides. Since he was supporting Jiao Mei at the moment, he'd do so in full. He asked one more time. Looking at those who stayed, Jiao Mei nodded. I have no regrets. If my karma is damaged by this act, I will shoulder that burden and continue forward. I'd like to bring them with me. Damien nodded. Adding a few hundred people to the sanctuary's population was nothing at all. Damien raised his hand to the sky. World force swirled around him, empowering his movements. His mouth opened slowly, giving way to a single word. Chapitre 627 Voyage en. The sky caved, giving way to tens of portals. Under Damien's guidance, meteorites breached the Dawn World's atmosphere through these portals and rained down on the Eclipse sect. Boom! 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 Their impacts were rapid and heaven-shaking. Regardless of how the remaining Eclipse sect disciples tried to defend themselves, they couldn't escape the Starfall's destruction. Flames raged as the earth caved. Magma burst through the ground and turned the Eclipse sect's land into a flaming sea. At the same time, the craters left behind by the meteorite rain expanded into massive chasms that led deep into the Dawn World surface. It was a hellish scene. Even before the meteor rain ended, everyone remaining in the Eclipse sect was dead. Those few hundred people lost their lives so easily. But Damien wasn't trying to destroy the entire Dawn World. The meteorites rained down solely on the Eclipse sect's area, and after only a few seconds, Damien closed the portals they entered through. But this was more than enough. Rather than the Eclipse sect, the only thing remaining in the area was a death zone. Damien, Zara, Jiao Mei, and the restricted Eclipse sect master stood in the air above this destruction. While Zara and Damien didn't show much reaction, the same couldn't be said for the other two. Jiao Mei's shock was apparent, but more reserved since she was already aware of Damien's power. Still, seeing him destroy the entire sect in seconds left a deep impression in her heart. As for the Eclipse sect master, his expression was lifeless. After that scene, how could he have any more thoughts of resisting? Damien glanced at him indifferently. He's yours. I've taken away his mana and left him crippled, so anything you decide to do, he'll be forced to endure. After saying a few more words to Jiao Mei, he and Zara disappeared. Jiao Mei's gaze landed on the Eclipse sect master's pitiful form. With a sigh, she slashed her arm through the air, swiftly decapitating him. With his will already broken, there was no point in torturing him. She wouldn't receive any joy from the act either. She just wanted to kill him and sever her karma with the Dawn World. Taking one last glance at the Eclipse sect's remains, Jiao Mei left the area. She would spend this day of respite preparing her people for departure and resting. In an isolated cave somewhere, Damien sat quietly with his back against his wall. A large black mass was draped over his lap as he did so. This was naturally Zara. Her beast form had gone through some changes after her ascension and baptism. Not only was her fur sleeker and more attuned to darkness, those massive fallen angel-like wings of hers were made of terrifying feathers with the strength of SS rank artifacts. The most noticeable difference, however, was the addition of another 2 tails at her rear, bringing the total number to 4. Damien didn't know the significance of these tails, but considering how they multiplied according to Zara's strength, they were surely related to her bloodline somehow. As for her bloodline, this was exactly the topic of Damien and Zara's conversation as they rested for a day. Zara had found out some clues about her origins from Tang Lingzi, but with her bloodline being so strange, even Tang Lingzi couldn't accurately pinpoint her ancestry. Nevertheless, the fact that there was Nox blood running through her veins was all but confirmed. While she fretted about how to tell Damien this for a period of time, she finally ended up spilling the truth on their final day in the Dawn World. But frankly, Damien didn't care. Whether she was a Nox or a universe devourer, she was still the same Zara he found and befriended in the first dungeon. He didn't think their bond could be broken by something as vague as race. The two's conversation continued until daylight shone down on the world once more. Whether it was Zara's origins, their personal experiences during their separation, or the improvements in their power sets, they were finally able to take time to catch up on everything they needed. Huh. Damien sighed as he stood up. I guess it's time to go. 6 months with my current abilities, I should be able to make it in 5 if I rush with everything I have. He took out the star chart Atticus gave him and looked at it once more. Death Emperor Star is relatively isolated. Unfortunately, we'll only be passing a few inhabited worlds along the way. As he muttered to himself, he wasn't disheartened. After all, even if there were no special events along the way, he'd still profit. Uninhabited worlds also had world cores after all. While he couldn't take every single one for himself, it wouldn't be difficult to take over a few on the way. He turned around and asked Zara. She replied with a nod. Her body was covered in a dim black light as she transformed back into her human form. A long black dress materialized soon after to cover her naked body. The two vanished from their cave, arriving at Jiao Mei's personal palace. After giving a brief overview of the sanctuary to those present, Damien sent them in to see it themselves. The place you're going to now is the peaceful world I told you about before. He told Jiao Mei as he teleported her to the sanctuary. After receiving her nod, Damien also sighed in relief. Everything he had to do on the Dawn world was now done. If the dimensional leaderboard could only rank geniuses who explored its mystic realms, it wouldn't have become so popular. Those who ranked in the top 10 of a mystic realm would receive rewards, and the top 3 would gain even better harvests. If Damien hadn't proven his strength after exiting the mystic realm, he likely would have been hunted by opportunistic people who wanted his treasures. This was most likely part of the reason the Heavenly Jewel Palace Master acted so rashly against Jiao Mei. Regardless, checking his rewards could be done at any time, and at least for now, he didn't need any power-boosting treasures. Damien's gaze panned to the sky. Zara was in his shadow. Jiao Mei and her people were in the sanctuary. The Dawn World's world core was under his control. He smiled lightly. His entrance into the divine realm was truly superb. With that final thought, his figure faded from existence, never to be seen on the Dawn world again. Legends of his actions would be passed down for generations. Stories of a man who rampaged through the world and destroyed 2 of its greatest sects with ease. This man was later titled the Demon God, as stories of his feats became more and more exaggerated. Despite his brief appearance in the Dawn world's history, he was both someone to be feared and respected by all. But that was a story taking place far in the future. At the current time, only the name Damien Void rooted itself in the hearts of those who witnessed him. Chapitre 628 Voyage 2. 6 months was both a long and short amount of time, depending on how it was viewed. For the current Damien, it was ironically both. His surroundings were oddly silent and still. Despite the fact that all creation revolved in perpetual motion around him, it felt frozen as he passed through the illustrious starry sky. It was a calming experience. Damien's mind, which was still extremely stressed from his sudden entrance into the divine realm, was given the chance to calm down and reflect. He had plenty of lingering fears about the human domain's fate, but he realized that even without him, the human domain's strength wouldn't decrease by much. Without his void physique attracting trouble, they might even flourish. Besides, he did have an avenue to meet with his wives and friends once more. Damien didn't know the exact date it would take place, but he remembered Tianyang and by Sharon mentioning a grand assembly where the Grand Heavens Boundaries forces would gather to prepare for all-out war. At the time of that assembly, Damien would surely see the people he wanted to see. Until then, he truly did need to grow his strength as fast as possible. The Elven domain was already destroyed by the Nox, and Eden wasn't far away from joining it. The war was already taking place on a universal scale. If it was allowed to draw out for too long, the losses would be catastrophic. After reaching this point, these thoughts were shelved. Damien wholeheartedly focused on improving himself. In the expansive starry sky, Damien was able to freely wield his power at its best state and assess his level and faults. While he couldn't do this with total accuracy due to the lack of enemies in actual battle, he could at least identify the broader issues that he could later define to the last detail. It had been 3 months already. Aside from strenuously and futilely attempting to heighten his comprehension on the void and practicing space and time laws, assessing his strength, and purely traveling with no other thoughts in mind, the only other thing Damien did was bind every uninhabited world he came across. While at first, this seemed like an easy way for him to gain power, the truth was different. These world cores, despite being plentiful, didn't actually have a great deal of strength and world force. A world's strength was mainly made up of 2 factors: the solidity of its foundational laws and its residents. These 2 were entirely related to each other. When a world's laws became more defined, its capacity would increase, allowing it to house stronger practitioners in larger quantities. And with their level cap lifted, these practitioners would in turn become more powerful and contribute back to the world by giving it strength. This was an unconscious process that most beings didn't even know was taking place, but it was a symbiotic relationship that a world and its residents held. While a world protected, housed, and gave its residents the means to gain strength, the residents would in turn protect the world and give it strength. However, this meant that uninhabited worlds were unable to grow, while their laws would become more defined with time. The lack of inhabitable atmosphere meant that no practitioners would live in the world, making it impossible to form the positive feedback loop worlds used to grow. These uninhabitable worlds could contain powerful life forms with ease, but they couldn't support and sustain life on their own. The world force Damien received from these worlds didn't equate to a fraction of even Earth's world force. By his estimate, he needed to bind roughly 1,000 uninhabitable worlds to reach Earth's world force when he first bound it. Its current world force, however, would require tens of thousands of uninhabitable worlds to match. It could be said that for Damien to gain substantial world force from these worlds, he needed to conquer entire sectors. However, this didn't mean that he didn't benefit at all. While he didn't gain much world force, he felt an inexplicable feeling every time he bound a new, uninhabited world. It was a feeling similar to Dominion. It made him wonder. Celestial were conquerors on a much grander scale than mere kings and emperors. Wouldn't it make sense for there to be some kind of benefit the more worlds he bound? After coming to this conclusion, Damien's days became much more fun. Before, he and Zara could casually pass the time whenever he got bored by having conversation or playing around. But now, he had another hobby to keep him sane: binding world cores. The entire process didn't take more than a minute for these weak, uninhabitable worlds. Considering that he delegated an entire month to side adventures, he had more than enough leeway to do so. The number of planets manifesting in his spiritual world multiplied rapidly. The red light of the world core fusion reactor shone through the entire space as it took every new world Damien bound into its system. 100, 500, 1,000. By the time he reached the 1,000 mark, 3 months passed. He was midway through his journey and making decent progress towards Death Emperor Star, perfectly on track to reaching. Sadly, aside from the occasional spirit ship that passed by, Damien didn't encounter anything special in the starry sky. There weren't even many space beasts that dared to approach him after sensing his natural aura. A bit of the 5th Primal Sovereign's authority was mixed into his aura after he devoured the latter's body and acted as a natural deterrent for most space beasts. Another week passed in this dreariness. At this time, Damien finally saw something different amongst the monotonous scenery. It was an inhabitable world. While this wasn't the first inhabitable world Damien had passed, the rest were only around the level of the Dawn world or a bit higher. This world, however, was different. His perception of celestial bodies became incredibly sharp as he continuously bound worlds. Even from a distance, while he couldn't tell exactly, he could at least understand that this world was special in some way. Damien celebrated inwardly. Even if there wasn't an adventure here, he'd still make great gains as long as he could bind the world core. Plus, This might be the perfect location to foster Jiao Mei's growth. Damien's figure rapidly shot through the starry sky, breaking through the world's atmosphere and approaching its surface. Unlike his entrance into the Dawn world, though, his landing was far more skillful this time. His feet touched the ground silently, his presence completely erased. His awareness spread tens of thousands of kilometers, enveloping around a fourth of the world. There isn't anything crazy in this hemisphere. Damien understood this world to be a smaller variation of the cloud plane in both its geography and strength. If his inference was correct, there was no need for him to stay on this continent. His figure flashed to the far reaches of his perception. He appeared atop a tumultuous ocean infested with terrifying sea beasts, but he paid it no mind. After spreading his awareness once more and finding the continent he desired to reach, he immediately left the sea area. But never would Damien have guessed that he'd be returning only a few hours later. Chapter 6:29 Azure Rain Star. Azure Rain Star wasn't too large of a world per se, but its importance couldn't be underestimated. In the divine realm, Azure Rain Star acted as something of a transfer point and hub for trade. Due to its position near the boundaries of the sector, combined with the strength of its inhabitants, it easily became a world most spirit ships stopped by on their travels to other domains. But this trade hub only existed in the Mystic Continent, the Azure Rain Star's largest continent. From the far reaches of the Mystic Continent all the way to its center, the cities were always crowded with people. Auctions took place weekly with newly imported items, filling the continent with rare treasures that many coveted. If it wasn't for the 10 extreme peak 4th-class guardians residing on the continent and overseeing its peace, the continent would have likely fallen into anarchy long ago. When Damien's figure emerged from the void, he was on this very mystic continent. The land was luscious and the environment was mostly consistent. At least in the area he was in, there weren't many geographic anomalies. After assessing the strength of this world, I can be sure that leaving Jiao Mei here wouldn't be a bad choice. However, it's best if I investigate the world's various powers and conflicts first. About Jiao Mei, Damien didn't know how he felt. It was strange. While they didn't have any major connections, Damien felt the need to give her the best. In a sense, Jiao Mei was like his disciple. He'd taught and guided her through her comprehension of the lightning element and provided her with his own comprehension to use as a basis for her future progress. It didn't matter if he did it on a whim. In the end, Jiao Mei was still someone taught by him. In that case, he couldn't allow her to be treated poorly. It was a matter of integrity. With this thought in mind, Damien continued teleporting until he reached the continent's central zone. After entering the largest city he could find, Damien spent the next few days gathering general information about the world. He thought to himself with a wry smile. In a similar fashion to Ruyue's homeworld, Azure Rainstar had 4 palaces and 5 great clans. The 4 palaces contained a majority of the world's experts and split the world into 4 to rule it, whether this was the Mystic Continent or the land masses surrounding it. Of the 4 palaces, Seeking Lotus Palace and Roaring Thunder Palace are best suited for Jiao Mei. While the latter is more tailored to her affinity, the former will allow her an environment free of distractions to practice. While the Roaring Thunder Palace's qualities were mostly reflected in its name, it wasn't the same for the Seeking Lotus Palace. It was the second most powerful sect in the world, yet it was incredibly secretive. Aside from its location and the fact that it only accepted women, not much was known about it. This was especially so for its techniques. For years, Seeking Lotus Palace disciples wandered the world and showcased their light. Yet, the techniques they used didn't have any sense of cohesiveness. It was more like every individual was using a technique tailored to their skill sets. To Damien, this fact sounded more like a rumor. It was simply too much work for a massive sect like one of the 4 palaces to put so much effort into each and every disciple. If he wanted to confirm this rumor, the only choice he had was to see the sect for himself. This is going to be quite troublesome. Damien thought to himself as he stood before the gates to a mystical mountain path covered in elusive fog. This was the presumed entrance to the Seeking Lotus Palace. He had to wonder whether there was a better way to go about things, but in the end, he shrugged and walked through the gates. If any problems arose, he'd deal with them at that time. Immediately upon passing through the gate, Damien felt like he entered a different world. The scenery around him morphed and shifted psychedelically, and a strange scent permeated his nose, making him woozy. In that instant, he poured mana into the all-seeing eyes. His irises swirled with mystery, shattering the illusions around him. He once again found himself on the same mountain path. However, he was roughly 10 feet further than he was before. This beguiling formation is a work of art. His eyes became a bit more serious as he continued to walk. Just as he expected, the path ahead was filled with countless traps that became deadlier and deadlier as he continued on. At first, the formations simply tried to beguile him and lead him away from the sect. But as he got closer, the true killing formations began to activate. Damien was faced with strange attacks from every direction, attacks filled with mana he couldn't identify. Strange, this mana shares qualities with the life mana Elena uses, but it seems to be of a higher state of existence. As Damien closed his eyes and began feeling the mana around him for clues, a gaze latched onto his body. Naturally, he felt its existence, but he showed no signs of this on his face. He didn't want to alert those present with his strength and make things harder for him. Damien's thoughts wandered as he continued along the path. While evading every trap it contained, he quietly felt the surrounding mana and became deeper entranced in its mystery. As he got closer to the mana's source, he felt an innate revulsion stemming from the core of his being. It was like his body rejected that mana's presence. But when he tried to consume it, he did so without a hitch. There must be something within me that opposes this mana. The reason I can still devour it without a hitch is due to the void physique's abilities. But if that was the case, which secret in his body rejected this mana? Before he could completely answer this question, he found himself standing at the end of the mountain path. In front of him was a large stretch of wilderness leading to the mountain peak, but no signs of the Seeking Lotus Palace. Damien frowned. He didn't doubt that he was at the right location considering the gaze he felt in the mountain path. But if he couldn't sense it, the all-seeing eyes activated again. While Damien still couldn't clearly see the sect, streams of mana became visible to his eyes, and along with that, signs of spatial manipulation. His frown curved back up into a grin. If it was a pocket dimension rather than an illusion, it would be much simpler for him to break in. His mana spread into the surroundings, starlight converging on his body. With his current achievements in dimensional magic, it only took a few minutes to find what he was looking for. Chapter 630 Azure Rainstar. Damien took a few light steps forward. His body melded into the surrounding space and faded from existence. As he walked in this strange physical state, all borders and space became meaningless. He, like a wisp of stray mana, easily entered the pocket dimension that existed on this mountain. Finally, the Seeking Lotus Palace's scenery was revealed to him. It was a paradise. Tall waterfalls filled with mana roared and raged from the heavens, meeting on the earth as they fed their waters into a large and peaceful lake. Colorful iridescent trees and foliage grew from the water and painted its surface. Even the Seeking Lotus Palace was built atop this lake. Its structure was different from other sects Damien had seen due to this. Its buildings floated a few inches above the water, using the water's ambient mana as a repelling force to keep them afloat. The architectural style of these buildings wasn't something Damien had seen before, but if he had to compare, it was most similar to Roman architecture on Earth. Combined with the scenery, the sect's architecture created a strange dichotomy that enhanced its mystery. A voice resounded from behind Damien. He nodded. It's definitely one of the more unique locations I've seen recently. That's natural. If it wasn't, we wouldn't have built the sect here in the first place. Naturally formed pocket dimension? Now, that's an interesting wonder of nature. I might. Damien smiled as he watched the scenery around him change. In that instant, he'd been teleported into one of the sect's buildings. His current location was a personal office with a view of the heavenly waterfalls outside. and sitting in a rather fancy chair in front of him was the woman he was conversing with earlier. "My name is Damien Void," the woman replied. "That much was obvious when you attempted to climb the mountain path." "Not in the slightest," Sierra smiled after finishing her words. "You have a meeting with the sect master in a few minutes. First, though, why don't you tell me why you decided to come here in the first place?" A terrifying pressure enveloped the room. While Damien could easily ward off, he knew that he couldn't actually fight Sierra if negotiations broke down. Without the full capacity of a large world force, he was powerless against these characters at the high ranges of 4th class. Still, in this instance, he had no reason to fear. His intentions were just, after all. Taking this opportunity, Damien told Sierra about Jiao Mei and his dilemma. He essentially told her that the sole reason he visited the Seeking Lotus Palace was to vet the sect. "That's quite bold of you," Sierra asked somewhat mockingly. It was clear that she held immense pride in the Seeking Lotus Palace. "Ido," Damien responded plainly. "I've seen stronger sects, and I know Jiao Mei's abilities best." Sierra pushed. "Because she doesn't know anything," Damien answered without hesitation. "She's a child without much worldly experience at all. She spent her entire life in a small world whose greatest powers could all be crushed by your sect master alone." "Ido," Sierra replied. "Everyone is entitled to their own decision." "Well then, it's good that I'm not making the choice for her." "Oomph. Stop bullshitting. You and I both know that you want to trick her into joining your sect." "T-Seach, don't you know that it's rude to be so blunt? I never wanted to be a cunning old fox anyway." Damien and Sierra stared at each other from across the table. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. But at that time, a messaging talisman on Sierra's desk lit up, expelling the awkward atmosphere. "Sectmaster is free," she said. Damien questioned back. The scenery around them shifted once more. Damien and Sierra arrived in a larger room with a similar minimalistic design. Seated at the desk in the center of the room was a beautiful, veiled woman. Her voice flowed so smoothly that it almost became one with the atmosphere. Her words were more like the breath of the world than the actions of a living being. Damien's eyes narrowed as he felt this. This was an incredibly familiar feeling. Familiar to the point of being terrifying. The mountain trials were put in place by our distant ancestor to accommodate her lover. It is tradition that any man who passes the mountain trial has the right to marry a genius from our sect. The Seeking Lotus Palace master cut Damien off as she spoke. There is a challenge gate open at the moment. It opened around 2 weeks ago and is projected to remain open for another week. Damien was speechless. He expected this meeting to be a matter of intimidation, but the Seeking Lotus Palace master completely subverted that expectation. Sierra's words echoed in his mind once more. A troublesome situation. That's how she described his entrance into the sect. And seeing the slight smile she was desperately trying to hide as the palace master spoke, Damien could tell that this was what she meant. While the prospect of entering a challenge gate excited him, his purpose in entering was suspicious. He originally came to the Seeking Lotus Palace to find Jiao Mei a new home, but instead, he was now shopping for a new wife. Chapter 631, Azure Rainstar. Damien's voice thundered through the room. He couldn't let the Seeking Lotus Palace master continue leading the conversation like this. If so, he'd only eat continuous losses. "You're a powerful person, no? You should have clearly heard my conversation with Sierra in the other room." The palace master replied blandly. "The mountain trials aren't simple. Their strength varies completely depending on who steps through the gates. It was said that the ancestor's lover only felt a light breeze on the mountain path. Meanwhile, anyone else had to face intense challenges. What about you?" Sierra cut Damien off before he could speak. She was obviously taking great pleasure in his misfortune. Then it's just like the ancestor's lover. Those minor formations only activated for show. This mechanism was put in place so that nobody would question the ancestor's bias in creating the mountain trial. Since then, this setting has never been activated again. The Seeking Lotus Palace master spoke with certainty. She wholeheartedly believed in the sect's teachings and history. In fact, she was quite bland in some sense. While she was a wise and powerful sect master, she was also strictly adherent to the old rules. When it came to tradition, she didn't mess around. The reason the Seeking Lotus Palace was still an all-women sect was due to this quality of hers. Damien rubbed his forehead in frustration. It really was difficult getting through to this woman. He'd more easily be able to convince a wall to talk back to him. Look, I don't want any wives right now. I have enough already. But you don't have a choice. Damien rolled his eyes and sneered. This woman, don't you know how to be flexible sometimes? That's fine since I have no plans of marrying. The sect is the only importance in my life. So then, what is your choice? Damien's eyes hardened. He really didn't have the ability to fight the palace master, even when just considering their base strengths. If Damien's other suspicion was true, then even his chances of escape became non-existent. In this situation, choosing to surrender and pick a wife-in name from the Seeking Lotus Palace seemed to be the best move, but Damien's personality didn't allow him to bend so easily, especially not to someone like the palace master. A sudden idea popped into his head. Fine, I'll follow your traditions. Good. Tell me her name, and I can bring her to you. The palace master said plainly. However, Sierra's eyes widened in shock. She'd spent some time conversing with Damien. If she thought about what she knew about him, his next action proved her worries true. His arm raised parallel to the ground, his index finger outstretched. Sitting where he was pointing was none other than the Seeking Lotus Palace master herself. He spoke with a smug grin. You, she replied without a change of expression. Are you sure about that, though? From a story you told, it seems your ancestor was an option for her lover after he passed the mountain trials. The Seeking Lotus Palace master frowned. She didn't want to admit it, but Damien's words were true. The sect master was indeed included in the candidates a man could choose. However, there were strict conditions for that to occur. To be specific, the exact conditions Damien met. He was the only one in the past several tens of thousands of years to activate the mountain trials mock trial, and the second person in history to do so. This rare occurrence was precisely what qualified him to pick the sect master as his wife candidate. In the old ancestor's words, the mountain trial judged destiny. The trial one received would align with that destiny. Essentially, Damien was destined for her, but she didn't want marriage. The only thing she ever cared about was the sect, and she knew that'd never change in the future. Her eyes turned to Damien, expressionless. She said, surprising both Damien and Sierra. In the end, Damien seemed to be a talented young man. Aside from upholding the sect's traditions, she could also build a connection with this young genius through their agreement. However, it would only be on paper. As long as she lived, she'd never let him lay a hand on her. This was her reasoning as she made her decision. Damien smiled and nodded his head without hesitation upon hearing her proposal. He never wanted to marry the palace master in the first place. He simply wanted to delay for time. If the palace master was still insistent on the rules, then in the worst case, Damien could run away and find a different world suitable for Jiao Mei. However, the matter hadn't become so complicated yet. The Seeking Lotus Palace master was inflexible about tradition, but extremely wise when it came to ruling her sect. As for Sierra, she was a cunning fox who could trick anyone into doing her bidding. These two combined created a terrifying head to the phoenix known as the Seeking Lotus Palace. Their combined leadership could be trusted in Damien's opinion. Even if he had some conflict with them, the sect would still be a good fit for Jiao Mei as long as their techniques were good enough. But for Damien to even find out about their techniques, he needed to maintain contact with the Seeking Lotus Palace master and Sierra. Therefore, buying himself time using the palace master herself as his prize was his best option at the moment. Nevertheless, with Damien's agreement, their conversation about his strange circumstance had come to a conclusion. The Seeking Lotus Palace master tapped on her test, creating a holographic projection in the air. But just as she was about to start explaining the challenge gate to Damien, he stopped her. The familiar scent on her body kept getting stronger and stronger with time. Now, it was almost overwhelming. The universe was screaming at Damien, and he noticed it quite quickly. Without another choice, he opened his mouth and asked the palace master the question that had been plaguing his mind. Chapter 632, Azure Rainstar. The palace master's expression shifted instantly. The room morphed and Sierra's figure vanished, leaving Damien and the palace master alone. She asked coldly. Slowly, trickling up from the ground below, powerful streams of world force converged around her body and enhanced her aura. Bang! The furniture in the room turned to dust under her aura's pressure, and all that pressure rushed towards Damien, attempting to force him into submission. But instead, it brought a smile to his face. So I was right. No wonder you smell so familiar. The palace master repeated. Damien's hand moved casually. World force converged into his connection with his bound worlds and emerged at his fingertips. When his world force came into contact with the palace master's, a strange scene took place. BZZT. The world force popped in the air and almost manifested a physical presence. Damien could feel both attraction and repulsion between the two forces. The palace master gasped. Just like Damien, she was experiencing a great shock. Classes weren't unique. It was actually extremely common for two people to share the same class, even if they were born billions of kilometers apart. However, even within these classes, there were various branches one could explore. This was where individuality came into play. For Celestials, or rather, for spatial experts, this commonality wasn't so common. Spatial experts were already incredibly rare, and Celestials were especially rare amongst them. While both Damien and the Palace Master knew that there were other Celestial in the past, and some existing in the present, neither expected their current meeting. The Palace Master finally managed to ask, "How could I not?" He replied. She questioned with a frown. Not a bad scent." Damien said, unsure, "But I can't sense or smell anything from you. Also, how can you use world force if you aren't in your bound world?" Hearing her question, enlightenment dawned on Damien. He began to understand why only he could sense the Palace Master's celestial status. While the Palace Master was more powerful than him as a practitioner, Damien was more powerful than her as a celestial. And since he was more powerful, he could naturally sense her aura, just like how she could easily tell his level with a glance. Even within classes, there were various branches. When it came to the Celestial class, these branches were limited. Celestials were conquerors, but not all of them were the same. First, there were those like Damien. To Damien, the worlds he bound were a part of his strength. In a hierarchical sense, he was the emperor and they were his subjects. The activities on those worlds weren't things he tried to control. He let civilization develop as it naturally would and allowed the power struggles of the world to remain. Because his relationship was with the world itself, not its inhabitants. Of course, he'd always be partial to the Adelaire Empire or Celestial Star Palace above other forces, but he wouldn't needlessly aid them in petty worldly squabbles. That was their business, not his. Damien's conqueror's nature was grand. He wanted the entirety of existence under his control from its very foundation. The Seeking Lotus Palace Master was different. Her relationship with the Azure Rainstar was more likely to be an equals contract of sorts. Rather than the world being her power, she was the world's power, its chosen apostle. She ruled this world from the shadows and maintained its peace. She allowed order to flourish and civilization to progress without a hitch. In this way, she led Azure Rainstar to a higher boundary with every passing minute. To the Palace Master, conquering the universe didn't mean anything. There were already billions and trillions of beings on the Azure Rainstar alone. Managing them all was taxing enough. How could she do the same with an entire universe? Unlike Damien, she took a hands-on approach in ruling the world. If his guess was right, then the Azure Rainstar was the only world she'd ever bound. It was natural for her to be weaker than him, who had thousands of stars under his command. Well, there goes my lucky chance. Damien put this thought aside as he conversed with the Palace Master, who ended up telling him to address her by her name, Leona. As fellow Celestials, there was a broad range of topics for them to talk about, especially since they were on diverging paths. Their knowledge and experiences greatly differed. For instance, Damien had a lot more knowledge about world cores themselves. He'd interacted with thousands at this point, and he'd even cleansed 2 of corrupting mana. When it came to their structure and purpose in the universe, Damien knew a great deal. But Leona was far better at utilizing world force than he was. She'd spent thousands of years as Azure Rainstar's guardian, and through that time, she developed her own methods of utilizing and enhancing world force to best suit her needs. The two remained in conversation for 3 days and 3 nights, completely unaware of the passing of time. But eventually, their conversation had to come to an end. No matter how much I wish to continue learning from you, we don't have too much time. The Challenge Gates trial takes a long time for some people, and there isn't much time left before it closes. Damien raised his brow questioningly. Leona yelped after realizing the indication behind her words. As he watched her get flustered, he smiled mischievously. It was truly novel to see such an expression on her face. But the words she spoke weren't wrong. Damien had to visit that Challenge Gate. If the rewards were even half as good as what he got from the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm, Damien's smile widened into a grin. His awareness entered a small pocket dimension that only he could see. This dimension wasn't part of the sanctuary that he built. Rather, it was a compartment he found anchored to him after exiting the Storm Heaven's Mystic Realm. This was the dimension where any rewards given by the dimensional leaderboard would remain until Damien withdrew them. It, along with access to the dimensional leaderboard system, was what he gained in the Mystic Realm. And in that dimension was a certain item. It was a small marble around the size of a quarter. Its surface was smooth like glass, but underneath that exterior were flashes of terrifying lightning. Silver, gold, black, and even variant lightning colors like purple and blue all flashed around the marble in unison, as if raging at the fact that they were captive. When Damien's gaze landed on it, a blue holographic panel appeared in his vision. There, for words were clearly displayed. Storm Heaven's Realm Seed. Chapter 633 Challenge Gate. The marble-like Storm Heaven's Realm Seed was actually an extraordinary item. It was something even demigods might fight to obtain. Realm Seeds were incredibly rare. In simple terms, they were smaller and less complete variants of Damien's sanctuary. The sanctuary was a complete realm. Especially now that he'd incorporated a world core into it, the sanctuary was incredibly stable. Once it settled into its new form, Damien could begin adding entire worlds into it until he eventually created star clusters, galaxies, or even universes. Realm Seeds were similar, but far less refined. Compared to the sanctuary, a Realm Seed's laws weren't complete at all. They were fractured pieces, but pieces that had the potential to grow into a whole. A Realm Seed, with enough time and care, could be nurtured into a dual world that one could control perfectly. It was an ultimate treasure, especially for demigods who needed to feel the universe's foundational laws so intently. The Storm Heaven's Realm Seed was obviously a lightning realm. It would bear resemblance to the mystic realm Damien got it from. Still, he hadn't found an environment where he could retrieve it and safely incorporate it into the sanctuary. The second the Realm Seed exited its dimensional pocket, its existence would be sensed by those demigods, though Damien didn't expect the Challenge Gate's rewards to be as heaven-defying. Firstly, Challenge Gates and Mystic Realms were intrinsically different. A Challenge Gate only contained a single cohesive challenge, and was usually much easier to complete than a Mystic Realm. Naturally, its rewards would be less appealing. However, Challenge Gates appeared far more often than Mystic Realms. If not for this, there would have been no balance between the two methods. Even putting that aside, the Realm Seed was a supreme reward in the first place. Damien gaining it was the product of multiple factors. Firstly, his performance in the Mystic Realm. Secondly, his fight against Atticus and the demonic lightning snake. Thirdly, his actions in swallowing the black demon lightning sea and opening a portal to the Dawn World. And finally, him shattering the Mystic Realm entirety and reaching 420th place on the dimensional leaderboard upon his debut. In fact, while Damien wasn't aware of this, his name was already spreading through the upper echelons of the universe. The feat he accomplished was something many geniuses from their holy lands would fail to do, even if they had 1,000 tries. The only reason there wasn't a swarm of demigods around Damien trying to recruit him was Atticus. After Atticus returned to the fallen star Holy Land, he told the Holy Master about Damien and the fact that he'd attend Death Emperor Star's academy. And if Damien was already headed to Death Emperor Star, these influences no longer had the need to chase him. They'd eventually meet him during one of the several events that the academy held throughout the year. Nevertheless, Atticus' quiet efforts allowed Damien to travel these past 3 months in peace. However, the unseen commotion his name caused was enough proof of the grandeur of his entrance. The challenge gate he was headed to now wouldn't be the same. According to Leona, this challenge gate wasn't a test of power at all. Instead, it was a test of reflex and mental abilities. This didn't just include intelligence, but also more ethereal concepts like spiritual intent. Hearing this, Damien was incredibly confident. After overcoming the primordial Undying Realms trials and absorbing so many foreign memories, his spiritual world had been fortified to the utmost. Currently, his body stood in the air above the vast ocean he crossed to arrive on the mystic continent. The challenge gate was located under these waters. The most difficult part of this challenge is finding and entering the gate, Leona said, hovering next to Damien. She had decided to personally escort him to the gate and watch his progress. He was a potential future husband for her, so naturally, she had to evaluate him with her own eyes. No, you can't enter the challenge gate unless you pass through the physical gateway entrance that manifests. That's where they got their name from. Damien nodded. It wasn't unreasonable for the challenge gate to be structured in such a manner. The challenge gate will determine the difficulty and contents of your trial after you pass through the entrance. The only thing I can tell you is that the theme will be what we discussed before. Remember, no treasure is worth more than your life. Damien smiled at Leona's encouragement and rushed into the sea below. Over these past few days, he came to realize that she wasn't as stuck up as he originally thought she was. Leona wasn't just protecting her sect, she was protecting the entire world. The Seeking Lotus Palace's founding ancestor was a celestial, and she formed the sect for the sole purpose of drawing attention away from this identity of hers. Over time, the sect grew into its own entity and her legacy as the Star Master was forgotten. That is, until Leona came along. There were many rules and traditions in place that protected Leona and hid her Star Master status. These were precautions built by the founding ancestor. However, just sticking to these few rules would be far too obvious to anyone with a keen eye. Instead, Leona decided to follow tradition to the letter. This way, nothing she did was ever questioned. Even Damien was fooled by her stubbornness until he identified her scent. In truth, Leona had been protecting Azure Rainstar from the shadows for a very long time. There were even stories about mysterious heroes etched into the world's history that were actually written about her. When this was taken into context, Damien couldn't help but sympathize. She was truly a wise and benevolent ruler. At the same time, he felt lucky to step onto the Conqueror's path instead of the World Lord's path. He didn't believe he could stomach even half of Leona's responsibilities, no matter how hard he tried. Nevertheless, Damien was forced to stop immersing himself in his thoughts. The sea was not a friendly place. This was Damien's first time taking a deep dive into the ocean since the World Awakening all those years ago. The oceans were a terrifying and beast-infested landscape where humanity had no place. Now that reality sunk in for Damien, he began to realize this more and more. His surroundings were already filled with the blood of beasts he'd killed. He did so mindlessly as he moved, since these beasts were too weak to attract his attention. But now that he took a closer look at the scenery around him, he couldn't help but feel anxious. A wide and dark expanse similar to the starry sky, except here, he didn't have the same warm and comfortable feeling. At the same time, there were far more beasts in this environment than anywhere else in the world. The blood around Damien was a lighthouse for these aquatic beasts. The ones Damien had seen thus far were weak, but the auras converging on the horizon weren't the same at all. Chapter 634 Challenge Gate. Have you had your fun yet? Let's go, we don't have time. Leona suddenly said. As she did so, the approaching auras also became tame. Damien rolled his eyes. Only a Star Master could look at terrifying aquatic beasts and call them fishes. In front of Leona, These beasts truly were docile. Clicking his tongue, Damien responded, "Tisich, I don't really have time to explore, though." Sadly, Damien only had a month of free time. He still had a long way to go before reaching Death Emperor Star, and he wouldn't feel comfortable going on any long and dangerous excursions until he was at least in its vicinity. Damien sighed lamentably. Whatever. Death Emperor Star probably has an ocean on it, too. Consoling himself like so, he followed Leona for many more minutes until they finally reached a massive ancient gate floating in the depths of the ocean as if it belonged there. As Damien looked at it, he couldn't help but notice the similarities between it and the ancient gate he saw in the Storm Heaven's mystic realm. "I'll get going now and finish as soon as possible." With a light wink and a simple goodbye, Damien left Leona behind and passed through the gate. Leona shook her head wryly and watched him go. She was already several thousand years old, so she'd long since lost the right to participate in the dimensional leaderboard's activities. She could only use her privileges as the Azure Rainstar Star Master to somewhat track Damien's progress. "I wonder what you'll show me, so-called man of my destiny," she thought to herself. Her figure slowly melded into the world, disappearing from the ocean entirely. The entire environment around Damien changed the second he stepped through the gate. Most noticeably, he was on dry land. All around him were luscious and saturated green grasses that almost looked fake. The flowers growing from the ground were several mystical shades of bright color, and the trees towered higher than the eye could see. It was an unruly scenery, but in its center was a single dirt path that seemed to be man-made. Damien stood at the start of this dirt path. Immediately, he poured mana into his eyes. The all-seeing eyes activated, searching for an illusion, but just as soon as they activated, they were forcibly shut. "BZZT." Damien yelped as he rapidly closed his eyes. Two thick streams of bloody tears left his eyelids. In that moment, his eyes almost exploded. Damien could tell that he was in an illusion based on spiritual power alone, but he couldn't shatter the illusion easily at all. The all-seeing eyes were a cheat code for this type of task, but as Damien just learned, using them was disallowed in this trial. "I see Leona did say it's a test of mental abilities. The all-seeing eyes are the bane of all mental abilities, but in themselves are a trait. The all-seeing eyes were powerful, sure, but they also limited Damien, since they were a fast pass to destroying any illusion-related or mental ability. His own mental abilities weren't given space to grow. Now such a chance had come along. With that thought, Damien began walking down the dirt path. His steps led him through the forest. As he watched on, he found himself in tune with nature. The breath of a dying tree 10 kilometers away, the symbiotic relationship between a pale blue flower and a strange reptilian creature, the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation that forever repeated in all living things. Damien almost got sucked in by these simple yet profound sights. But he kept walking, never allowing himself to veer off the main path. The second he did so, his mind would be forever lost in these illusions. Rain poured in the forest. The rain nourished the plants and wildlife, promoting their growth. It filled the rivers and caused them to overflow, giving aquatic beasts more room to hunt. As the rain continued to pour, it flooded the forest entirely and formed a massive sea. Damien kept walking. The waves picked him up as they grew. His feet barely touched the surface of the water. He never veered off the invisible path that his body was on. The forest ecosystem was destroyed by the sea. Marine life began to form, using those deceased plants and animals as sustenance to grow. Soon enough, the sea was populated by a plethora of creatures. They grew and evolved at an even faster pace than the forest creatures, and the relationships between them were even more incredible. The sea even birthed some creatures who naturally had the intelligence of mortal humans, even while being classless beasts. But Damien remained unfazed. No matter how much beauty he was shown, his steps never diverged. The sun in the sky became hotter and hotter. The sea evaporated with time and gave way to the sand below. Under the sun's intense heat, this sand began changing properties. A desert formed. Damien watched how the biome functioned and how its ecosystem was built. After an unknown period of time, the desert froze into a tundra. The tundra became a swamp. The swamp became a wildland. The wildland became a jungle, and the cycle continued. The flow of all things, the universal system. Damien muttered incoherently as he walked. He seemed to be on the precipice of something major, the tip of a heaven-shaking iceberg. Yet, he was lacking the final push he needed to shatter the barrier between him and this truth. He did, however, shatter a different barrier. The cycle of biomes continued, shifting endlessly for a very long time. But eventually, Damien's tenacity won out. After the cycle reset for the 118th time, everything paused like time stopped. And then, the scenery slowly crumbled away. What was left was a small white room. Inside, there was a table and 2 chairs of the same color. Damien sat in one of these chairs and waited. Soon, another man arrived in the room. He sat down in the chair opposite of Damien and looked at him. Their conversation was short. The room limited their ability to speak. Once they were ready, the table opened and a game board similar to chess emerged. Damien looked at the board wryly. While intelligence wasn't the main focus of this challenge, it was surely a part of it. Unfortunately for him, intelligence wasn't really his strong suit, nor was strategy. To kill or not to kill. Damien eyed James with squinted eyes. Killing him seemed like an easy solution, but he didn't think the dimensional leaderboard would like it very much if he did that. He didn't want to needlessly lower his score. Just as Leona said before, every challenge gate tested only a single facet of a practitioner's abilities. Since this one was mental, he needed to stick to the script. Besides, even if he lost this match, he could still bring his score back up in later tests. This was the benefit of challenge gates being singular cohesive tests instead of broad trials like Mystic Realms. With one final sigh, Damien turned his attention back to the game. He had no idea how to even play, so he was just going to do whatever he wanted and pray that it worked out. Chapter 635, Challenge Gate. War wasn't fun. Kings and queens stayed on the back line, protected by their troops. Meanwhile, those petty soldiers on the battlefield were merely pawns abiding by their wills. These pawns obeyed orders as if they had no conscious thought of their own. They were mindless slaves. One day a pawn woke up. He realized his strange situation. He questioned morality. He questioned why he fought and who he was fighting. That pawn left his post. He traveled across the battlefield, avoiding those around him until he reached its end. There, he met the king and queen. However, he received no response. Neither the king nor the queen acknowledged his presence. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to defeat them. The pawn returned to the front lines demoralized. From that day forth, he no longer fought. Instead, he walked and walked, hoping that one day he'd reach his destination. The royal knights were always renowned for their grandeur on the battlefield and staunch loyalty to the royal family. They were the kingdom's first and last line of defense. These knights were powerful, sure, but they had no lives of their own. Their every action followed a set pattern, never to be broken. A knight walked his usual route through the palace halls. His eyes gazed through the adjacent window at the beautiful sight of the kingdom below. This was the kingdom he swore to protect. Seeing it now, he didn't feel the same. He wondered whether the kingdom he'd been serving was the same one he grew up in, wrought with plagues and crime. The nobles and commoners always in stark opposition. This wasn't the kingdom he knew. After the crown prince took the throne from the old king, everything changed. It was his duty to protect the royal family, but he could no longer place his faith in the royal family. He wanted to see this kingdom prosper and grow. What he swore to protect upon being knighted was the kingdom first. Everything else came after. He clutched the old pendant hanging from his neck. A bold idea came to his mind. As if possessed, he immediately acted on it. That night, the knight silently made his way into the king's chambers. Looking at the sleeping man, he sighed. In another dimension, this man could have led a simple life as a commoner. Without the allure of great power, he never would have become the corrupt man he was today. The knight's sword, which had been swung for the royal family for years, finally returned to its roots. It slashed through the air for the kingdom itself, taking the king's head. That knight fled the kingdom the next day. He wanted to see change, but he didn't have the ability to bring forth that change. He could only start the wildfire that soon spread across the kingdom. He was a close aide to the royal family and understood its workings well. Now that the king died, the queen would hold temporary power until a new successor was raised. And while the queen was just as cunning as the king, she held consideration for her subjects. She understood how to maintain power. If it wasn't for her silent hand guiding the kingdom would have fallen into ruin long ago. Now, the knight trusted the queen with bringing order to the chaotic kingdom. While she did so, he walked. He simply walked and walked, hoping that one day he'd reach his destination. The king was a good man, but he was not wise. He had the heart needed to rule, earning him the people's admiration, but he didn't have their respect. He simply couldn't do anything to aid the kingdom. They'd been at war for years on end, yet the king had no way to end this conflict. People were dying by the day, yet he could only sit and watch. He didn't want his position anymore. He didn't have the heart to let down these people. His steps led him to a room he'd long forbidden. This was a place he never dared to enter ever since that day. But now he was back. He pushed open the door. The room's stench permeated his nostrils the second he did so. But he didn't shy away. He walked into the room and approached the coffin in the middle. "Father, please forgive me," he said. He opened the coffin's lid, allowing a decaying body to see the light of day. In the center of this body was a golden crystal. The king reached into the body and took the crystal. Afterwards, he closed the coffin and left the room. This crystal was the answer to his problems. Therefore, he followed its light. He eventually left the royal palace, left the capital, left the continent, and left the world itself. He simply continued walking. He walked and walked, hoping that one day he'd reach his destination. In the darkness of night, four figures unknowingly crossed paths. Their meeting was unlucky, fated, and even comical in a sense. They each came from different backgrounds, different walks of life, with different experiences. Still, they felt an odd chemistry between them. The group sat down at a bar and began to converse. One was a soldier. He spent years in the army fighting without cause. But when he finally escaped that torment, he realized he no longer had a home to return to. One was a knight. He spent his entire life protecting those he served. But in the end, he killed his liege with his own hands. He walked through life carrying the burden of his greatest sin. One was an undeserving ruler. His insecurity took hold of his heart and led him to stray from the correct path. Despite his attempts at salvaging the situation, he led his country to ruin. He fled in shame and guilt, never to look back again. The final one was a bard. He was a man who traveled far and wide, seeing everything there was to see. Compared to the rest, his life experience was grander and his worldview broader. As he looked at his new comrades, he questioned whether their paths should remain untouched. But he couldn't allow these new friends to continue on being self-destructive. As the trio got increasingly drunk, he entertained them with song and story. The night continued as if it would never end, but when it finally did, the trio passed out on the bar table, unable to move an inch. The bard sighed. He stood up and approached the three, searching through their belongings. From each, he took a single item. From a soldier, his sword. That sword which symbolized his endless struggle on the battlefield. Even after he left, he always kept it at his side. From the knight, his emblem. His treason was for the greater good. To this day, his loyalty to the kingdom never wavered. But that loyalty lay in his sword. This symbol only served to keep him attached to the royal family. Perhaps he knew this, but refused to remove it out of guilt. From the king, a golden crystal. This crystal was proof of his negligence. He allowed himself to be ensnared by its charm, giving him an excuse to escape the kingdom he ruined. But the bard didn't take the king's crown. The king was a man who wished for good, but could only do wrong. Perhaps, one day, he'd mold himself into someone worthy of the throne. The bard instead took the crystal that symbolized the weight of his sin. Finally, the bard stepped back. There were 3 items in his hands, but something was still missing. The bard put the sword, emblem, and crystal down on the table inside. He reached into his pocket and grabbed a small locket. This locket was a reminder of who he used to be. It was time to return to being that person. Chapter 636 Challenge Gate. The vicissitude of time, the expansiveness of space, the trauma of war, the weight of sin. When one experienced so much, was it strange to change? Life became numb. All things became meaningless. Death seemed inconsequential. An infinite universe filled with infinite worlds, infinite people living within. In this vast and endless existence, what weight did a single person hold? It was difficult to not despair in the face of such grandiosity. The realization of how tiny one's existence truly was could be mind-numbing. But even those who gave into this reality lived their daily lives without pondering on it. It was pointless to do so. But if one looked deeper, they'd realize the correspondence between universe and man, between microcosm and macrocosm. Despite the minuteness of a single person's existence, mankind still thrived. Why was that? Why was it that life would always find a way to exist regardless of circumstance, regardless of futility? It was a question impossible to answer without understanding the truths of the universe. Therefore, people began contemplating these truths. They slowly found a way to adapt to them and grow to integrate them. In this way, evolution occurred. Man no longer wanted to stand dichotomous to the universe. Man wanted to stand equal to it, to stand above it. Mankind developed the ability to do so. With time and effort, the existence of a single person could trump that of the universe itself. Or perhaps a single existence could take the entire universe in the palm of his hand. A sword, an emblem, a crystal, and a pendant. These four objects revolved endlessly in the infinity of space. Their odd behavior made one question their existence. But even under the strictest of observation, these items were only found to be items, nothing more. Without the allure of treasure, this great mystery was soon forgotten. The four benign objects continued to revolve around each other for eternity. It was impossible to understand them. None understood their history. A sword reeking of blood and desolateness. An emblem of contrasting loyalty and purpose. A crystal of responsibility and desire. And finally, a pendant. Even those who knew the story of these four objects couldn't identify the pendant. It remained a profound mystery. Years passed. Millennia passed. Eons passed. A boy arrived in front of the four objects. He looked no more than 6 years old. His small hand reached out and took hold of the pendant. To return, his voice echoed through space. He carefully brushed his fingers across the pendant's surface, wiping away the damage that had covered it over the years. Returning, the boy's body began to shine. Endless light converged upon the boy and the four objects. The sword shuddered. It shot through space like a meteor and impaled the boy's body. Soon after, it melted and merged into him. The boy's bloody aura sword. He looked about 10 years old, but he exuded the aura of someone who'd been killing their whole life. The emblem shot out next. It burned itself into the boy's heart, melding into his body. His eyes changed. The twinge of innocence in his eyes vanished, replaced by a multitude of complex emotions. After the emblem was the crystal. It embedded itself in his forehead and melted, flowing through his veins. An aura of power began emanating from his 15-year-old body. Ambition emerged in his heart. But at the same time, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, a burden he was forced to carry. His eyes panned down to the pendant in his hand. He opened the seal on the locket, revealing what lay inside. 3 images. These images portrayed 3 different people. A woman who tried to be perfect, even though she was just learning the meaning of love. A woman who was caged for most of her life and now truly experiencing the world now that she was free. A woman whose feelings were turbulent, who was still understanding how to properly express herself and be the person she wanted to be. These 3 women had led vastly different lives. Just like those 3 people the bard met before. They were united by fate. While they were very different people, they did share one commonality. They were his safe space. They kept him grounded. Their very existence allowed him to face reality and defy it without fear. They kept the negative emotions from plaguing his mind and taking over. Memories rushed into the boy's mind. He saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He saw beasts and men alike, torn to shreds and piled up with the rest. They were the manifestation of his bloodlust. He saw an old man who, despite his greatness, remained humble and unassuming. He saw an eccentric teacher who took pride in raising his students and seeing them succeed. He saw countless figures, people who allowed him to move forward, people he wanted to protect. They were the recipients of his loyalty. He saw a world collapse, everything and everyone on its surface exterminated without fail. He saw countless people suffering from atrocity, from destruction that plagued the entire universe. They were the source of his responsibility. The pendant in his hand liquefied. He closed his eyes as he relished in the sense of completeness he felt. When he opened his eyes again, he was a man in his mid-20s. His eyes panned the surroundings curiously. To return, the surrounding space was covered in beams of starlight. The starry sky around him melted into liquid and rapidly drained through the crack in the room's door. The room was white. Two men sat inside, facing each other. Between them, a chess-like game board. The white pieces were nearly destroyed. Meanwhile, the black pieces had advanced far into enemy territory without any casualties. The two men sat and stared into each other's eyes without a word. Their eyes were glazed and dull. The man on the black side blinked. Clarity returned to his figure. Thump! The man on the white side collapsed. His head banged against the table, scattering the game pieces. A click resounded through the room. A door appeared behind the dead man. Damien looked at this door expressionlessly, but he didn't enter. He remained seated in his seat. The room turned hazy, the white walls transmuting into smoke and fading into the atmosphere. His body became light. He became a divine dragon soaring through the heavens, plunged into the deepest of seas as a terrifying leviathan, and even explored the earth as a mere ant. But his expression never changed. Everything around him vanished. His body floated in a pitch-black space. He felt his mind becoming groggy. It was hard to think. Time was present. It was far easier to realize than it was anywhere else. Every passing second echoed clearly in his head. A red glow passed through his mind. The iridescent blue light of the stars shielded him from injury. He sat in that blackness alone, unable to move, his thoughts his only company. He began to wonder about many things. He wondered about questions that plagued his mind, secrets he'd yet to uncover, even new uses of his power. Until one day, he lost the ability to think. He could only blankly exist in the blackness, his consciousness both awake and restrained. But regardless of the torment this condition caused him, his gaze never changed. From start to finish, he was emotionless. Chapter 637 Challenge Gate. The illusion never ended. The white room, the chess-like game, the man who played against Damien, none of them were real. Damien didn't realize it from start to finish. But when the game started, something changed. The illusion became more thorough. Damien's ego was picked apart and separated into different pieces, different characters whose lives he experienced. These illusions were influenced by Damien's soul, so they were far harder to detect. As such, his consciousness almost became fully immersed in the illusion. He almost became those people he saw, his true ego never to reform. The bard was the key. The locket he held was empty. It was just something he picked up during his travels. The images Damien saw when he opened its body were his own memories. Damien's emotionless face reflected in the pale blackness around him as it began to fade. His body was moved to a different white room, but this time there was no challenge in front of him. A golden scroll slowly unraveled. There he saw that his name moved up 2 places. Presumably, he'd completed the challenge gate. Only 2 places was far less than his estimate. He didn't think his performance was necessarily bad. If so, it only meant that the people above him were better or had better track records. This was only Damien's second interaction with the dimensional leaderboard. Without the large quantity of achievements other geniuses had, his only choice if he wanted to skip ranks was to accomplish the unimaginable. Unfortunately, Damien wasn't perfect. If it was a physical trial, He had complete confidence in destroying everything and everyone around him. However, in a challenge like this one, he was at a natural disadvantage. Nevertheless, Damien could only accept his results. This challenge gate didn't allow one multiple chances to pass. His body was soon teleported out of the challenge gate. After meeting up with Leona, he traveled back to Seeking Lotus Palace quietly. His face never changed. He and Leona arrived at the sect and went straight to her office. Now that he'd done what she asked, it was time for her to do the same. And Leona wasn't someone to break a promise. She led Damien to the sect's library and allowed him to peruse the shelves. Over the next few hours, Damien skimmed every technique he could find. As he expected, the rumors about every disciple having a customized technique were false. However, it wasn't very far from the truth. Seeking Lotus Palace's main techniques were similar to the Anunta Matrix in that they were built to evolve. The ethereal Seeking Lotus was a foundation. Once one successfully built that foundation, the technique would grow and change along with its user. This was why each Seeking Lotus Palace disciple seemed to have a technique perfectly suited for them. Because although the technique wasn't as good as a personally tailored technique made by an expert, it was practically the next best thing. Damien made his decision. He already had a friendly relationship with Seeking Lotus Palace, especially after bonding with Leona over their shared class. Since their main technique was also amazing and would change itself to be perfect for Jiao Mei, there was no need for any more thinking. After all, Damien didn't want to risk Jiao Mei's safety by being reckless. If Roaring Thunder Palace learned of Jiao Mei's existence too early and discovered her physique, she'd be in more trouble than she was equipped to handle. The Roaring Thunder Palace was notoriously domineering, and while they never committed atrocities, they were still an any means possible type of sect. Damien visited Seeking Lotus Palace first because its environment seemed much more suitable for Jiao Mei. After reaching this conclusion, Damien exited the library. He looked at the Seeking Lotus Palace around him, peacefully residing in its pocket dimension. His arm raised into the air and slammed down. Space trembled incessantly as Damien destroyed its foundations. Starlight shined upon his body. Damien used this starlight not to empower himself, but instead as a medium. He used it as a tether to shoot his awareness into the starry sky and read its layout. After he did so, he clenched his fist and opened a portal in the sky. Boom! The portal eclipsed the entire Seeking Lotus Palace. No, the portal eclipsed the mountain entirely. Following Damien's command, an object slowly fell through the portal. It wasn't rapid like a comet or piercing like a meteor. Rather, it was moving at a snail's pace. But that only made it more terrifying. That object wasn't barren or dull. The small bit of its atmosphere that made its way through the portal was enough to announce its identity. The object continued forward. By the time it made it halfway through the portal, it was already colliding with Azure Rainstar. Damien's body flashed into the starry sky. As he departed, two worlds collided. Boom! The two worlds' crust shattered instantly. All life on those worlds was decimated in an instant. The world cores collided soon after. A powerful fluctuation of mana blasted through the starry sky as they began merging into one. The entire area turned into a singularity. The void cannot be imitated, Damien whispered as he watched on. Pitch black exited his body and melded into the starry sky. His essence spread. First, the two colliding planets were devoured, the space they resided in following soon after. The plague only spread from there. From this tiny corner of the divine realm to covering its whole area was only a matter of minutes. Devouring the entire grand heavens boundary would only take an hour at most. Damien watched this happen without a word. As greater portions of existence disappeared, living beings united to defend against the scourge. At one point, even the Nox collaborated with the universe's forces. The abyss was being swallowed as well. Their efforts, however, were futile. Everything was inevitably consumed, and the time it took didn't exceed Damien's 1-hour estimate. He stood alone in the blackness. This blackness was neither existence nor non-existence. It was the only thing left when even these two concepts were destroyed. This wasn't something humans were meant to see. Damien's eyes turned bloodshot. Even when he closed them, there was no difference. His ears buzzed as his eardrums burst. Blood leaked from his every orifice. His mind collapsed instantly. The world core fusion reactor in his bound worlds imploded as his spiritual world dissipated entirely, leaving him an idiot. Only seconds later, bang! Damien's head exploded with a bang. But he didn't mind. This was far more comfortable than the terrific experience he'd just had. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Ha! A tinge of clarity re-entered his eyes. As he looked around, he found himself in a familiar, empty, white room with a golden scroll floating in front of him. His name was at the 418th position, just as he'd seen prior. Damien looked at the scroll, looked at his hands, looked at the room around him. He didn't know. He really couldn't tell. Was this truly reality? Or was he trapped in yet another illusion? Chapter 638 Challenge Gate. His hands trembled. He felt a dissociation from reality. No matter how real his surroundings were, he felt a disconcerting sense of distrust. He shakily stood up and swiped away the dimensional leaderboard. He walked slowly, arriving in front of the nearest wall. His hands brushed its surface. Despite its smooth appearance, it was coarse to the touch. It seemed to be made out of some unknown mineral. Bang! A single punch from Damien shattered the wall. His blood sprayed in the air as his fist shattered. The pain racked his body, and transcendent regeneration quickly did its job to heal him. However, that sense of distrust didn't go away. He said, his body moved following his words, and in the next moment, he found himself back in the depths of the ocean. The water's immense weight pressed down on his body. The cool, damp feeling on his skin as it coated him made him feel alive. Sensation. He didn't feel that in the challenge gate, despite the nature of the illusion. It wasn't a coincidence. In fact, it was the reason he survived. The moment he entered the challenge gate, he utilized the Void Heart Sword Law's mind prison to seal away a majority of his ego. His body moved on instinct and rationality. His every move was calculated. Even when he tore the universe apart, he felt nothing. Just the fact that he could feel sensation again meant the mind prison deactivated. If it did so, it meant he was out of danger. He was truly in reality. His body shuddered. The fact that he was still subconsciously unable to accept this truth just went to show the realism of those illusions. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. When Damien turned around, he saw Leona standing behind him. He replied somewhat blandly. Leona furrowed her brows. Damien's state wasn't natural. Let's go back to the sect first. Damien nodded again and slowly followed her. The two flew silently until they arrived back at Seeking Lotus Palace's pocket dimension. While both of them could teleport, Leona understood that Damien needed time right now. Something must have happened in the challenge gate. Leona's eyes narrowed. Challenge gates would always give an individual a trial app for their strength and potential. If Damien's trial was truly something that could phase him to this extent when he could even stare death in the eye calmly, then it only meant that both his strength and potential were heaven and earth compared to the standard. While Leona attempted to rationalize her thoughts, Damien had already retreated to a secluded area he discovered after spreading his awareness. This place was hidden between the various facilities of the sect, so it went largely unnoticed. Even now, it was completely empty, but it was a truly beautiful place. The scenery was simple. A single cherry blossom tree stood proudly in the center. Surrounding, it was a bed of beautiful flowers that matched its colors. As the wind blew, the scent of cherry blossoms spread and calmed the mind. The soft trickling of water from a nearby stream only served to heighten the ambience. Damien sat down under the cherry blossom tree and closed his eyes. He needed time to process what had happened. Compared to before he regained his ego, the events after were incredibly short. However, they were far more terrifying. A perfectly replicated reality. From the people to the environment to even the foundational laws of the world and universe, they were all too accurate. This wasn't information that a mere dimensional leaderboard should possess. In Damien's opinion, even a god didn't have the qualifications for this level of omnipotence. He was forced to doubt reality itself. If it could be done once, who said it couldn't be done again? Perhaps he was still on Earth, comatose after the dungeon raid where he fell. Perhaps everything he saw now was an illusion of the mind. Or perhaps someone put him under this illusion after learning of the void physique's existence. To doubt reality itself wasn't rational. Even if Damien doubted it, he wasn't at a level where he could do anything about it. The only straw he could grasp onto was the void. The void cannot be imitated. These are the words he unconsciously spoke while destroying the universe. As Damien looked at the pitch-black mana on his fingertips, he sighed. Right? It was pointless to worry. Even if this reality was fake, his experiences weren't. He at least knew that mana had to be real for his doubts to hold truth. If mana existed, then the world awakening truly happened. In that case, even if he was truly held captive and forced into this illusion, he'd be able to gain strength with time. His comprehension couldn't be faked. His abilities couldn't be faked. These were things he earned with hard work and effort. Even if he lost them, he'd simply work hard enough to get them back. Damien's closed eyes opened. Night had turned to day while he was drowned in his thoughts. At some point, Zara had emerged from his shadow as well. Currently, Damien's head was shoved in her bosom as she held him. Realizing this, Damien smiled wryly. He carefully extracted himself from her grip, even utilizing space to do so without creating a disturbance. Seeing Zara sleep so peacefully, he couldn't bear to wake her up. Phew, enough contemplating bullshit. He teleported through the Seeking Lotus Palace's grounds until he arrived at Leona's residence. Before he could even knock, she opened the door. Come in. Damien nodded and entered. The following conversation almost exactly followed the flow of the conversation he had with her in the illusion. After some discussion about the challenge gate and what happened inside, she allowed him to view the sex techniques. And just as he'd seen before, the ethereal Seeking Lotus was truly an evolutionary technique. It was the exact same. Damien once again shuddered at the realism of that illusion. At the same time, however, he felt relieved that a good amount of his time was saved because of it. He didn't have to think about his decision anymore, since he'd already made it long ago when he first saw the Seeking Lotus Palace's techniques. With this in mind, he returned to Leona and told her the good news. After he spoke to Jiao Mei and got her opinion, he'd bring her to visit the sect so she could make an informed decision. But until then, Leona had another matter to discuss with Damien. So, as you know, I follow the sect's traditions without fail to disguise my identity as this world's Star Master, she said hesitantly. Damien tilted his head in confusion, and Leona continued. Chapter 639, Broader Horizons. And Damien rubbed his forehead in exasperation. After the challenge gate's madness, he'd completely forgotten about this troublesome situation he'd landed in. But right now, he didn't have the energy to entertain the thought at all. He simply wanted to leave Jiao Mei in the Seeking Lotus Palace's care and leave. He asked. Not particularly, Leona responded immediately. Then we won't. But it isn't. News spreads quickly in our world. The fact that you conquered the mountain trial is already known by all the major influences. Leona sighed. Still, Damien shook his head and said, I have no interest in getting married. I'm sure you don't want this burden holding you down either. Leona jumped slightly upon its mention. Who didn't know of Death Emperor Star? It was an influence that every genius dreamed of, but barely any were able to reach. There isn't a single talent in the universe who doesn't know of its most prestigious academy and training ground. She asked, but in the next instant, her eyes widened. She'd seen Damien's talent personally. After all, it wasn't too hard to understand his intent. Damien shrugged. I met a guy, and he recommended me. I see. Leona didn't know how to react to his casual response. Internally, she was really itching to strangle him. Nevertheless, if it was Death Emperor Star, then there truly was a much simpler solution. She finally nodded her head, announcing that Damien was going to Death Emperor Star would only reap positive results. Aside from conveniently delaying Damien and Leona's marriage until its existence became inconsequential, it would also help Seeking Lotus Palace gain influence and power even beyond Azure Rain Star. The status of a Death Emperor Star trainee wasn't light at all, and if one could become a paragon, their status would be nigh untouchable. Most likely, Damien and Leona would never meet again. If they did, it would be on the battlefield when the flames of war spread out of control. This solution was more than enough to deal with their situation. Therefore, Leona didn't hesitate. I'll announce the news after your departure. I'll have to reveal your name and ranking on the dimensional leaderboard as well to corroborate my story. That's more than enough, Damien said with a smile. There was a reason he always chose a big influence to join when he went to a new world. The backing of a major influence was a perfect tool to get him out of complicated social situations. It also granted him far more leeway in his actions. Whether it be arrogant young geniuses who would have attempted to start problems with him, old monsters who could have killed him in a single blow, or even young women in situations similar to this one, they'd all be dealt with easily. The marriage conversation ended just like that. The two of them were fellow Celestials and had a budding friendship forming between them due to this. The previous matter would only stain their relationship if they lingered on it. After forgetting about the issue entirely, they talked a bit more about various subjects, mostly surrounding the war. Half an hour later, Damien walked out of Leona's residence and returned to his own. And then, his body disappeared into the void. When Damien reappeared, he was floating above the sanctuary. Now that its previous land had formed into a proper world, his location was a place similar to the starry sky. This world needs a new name since the sanctuary is expanding, he thought to himself as he observed the world's progress. In total, there were only around 7 million people in this world. They didn't take up even a portion of its space. However, the areas they did occupy were far different from the grassy wildlands Damien remembered. It had been roughly 3 years since the 3,000 Beast Mountain Ranges population was transported to the sanctuary. During that time, their civilization flourished. The elves spread out far beyond the other 4 races. Previously, they'd lived in a massive city that accommodated their number. This was due to the 3,000 Beast Mountain Ranges dangers. Now that they had space, why would they do the same? The sanctuary's elven kingdom was flourishing and widespread. The plains were mostly occupied by them. The Fire and Ice Phoenix clans settled in the singular mountain in the distance. When Damien observed it, he realized that it had transformed into a natural volcano with the expansion of the sanctuary. The Fire Phoenix clan lived at the precipice of this volcano and utilized its rampaging fire energy for their own convenience. As for the Ice Phoenix clan, they lived at the base of the mountain on the seashore. While there weren't any extreme cold environments for them to flourish in, water was the next best thing. Finally, White Dragon Grotto and Lucius Group of Demons. These groups went east into a desert-like area. Because their ideals were similar, they lived in close proximity and interacted often. There weren't enough demons with Lucius for them to form a separate community anyway. Cooperating with one of the other races was in their best interest. Nevertheless, the sanctuary was a true world now, a world that would expand into a universe as soon as he could make it happen. Seeing its growth, Damien couldn't help but be proud. He basked in this feeling for a few seconds before locating Jiao Mei. Currently, she was with Schwer, Elytra, and a few elven girls. Just as she was about to speak, she found the scenery around her instantly shift. Damien asked with a smile. He could see that the girl integrated into the sanctuary's community well. Jiao Mei's eyes widened when she heard his voice. Where have you been? How'd you get here? She fired off a flurry of confused questions. Damien chuckled lightly and answered with a shrug. I'm a spatial practitioner. Jiao Mei slowly regained her senses over the next few minutes and spoke to Damien about her love for the sanctuary. It seemed she found true friends in Elytra and those elves and a little sister in Schwer. Hearing her talk, Damien almost didn't want to tell her about seeking Lotus Palace. But in the end, he understood that the choice was ultimately hers to make. I came today to fulfill a promise I made to you 3 months back. How about it? Chapter 640 Broader Horizons 2. Jiao Mei closed her mouth upon hearing his question. When she first answered, she did so with surety. Now, however, she was hesitant. Friends she made here, and the comfort she felt were addictive. She didn't want to leave this atmosphere and enter a world of unknowns and enemies. The outside was terrifying, but in this world it was beautiful. Her eyes clouded over. She thought back to the life she lived. She was born into a prestigious family and adopted into a prestigious sect when that family kicked her out. She was loved by all due to her talent and physique and never experienced the world for what it truly was. When she met Damien, she realized what true practitioners looked like. They were ruthless and indifferent, killing as they saw fit and demanding respect with their presence alone. For the sake of strength, they were willing to risk everything, even their own lives. Compared to true practitioners, the people who surrounded her in the Dawn world were dirt. The reason she chose to travel with Damien was that she no longer wanted to be dirt. If she chose this comfort and security over risking everything for strength, she'd live happily, but she'd never achieve anything. Her path would end here. But if she chose to explore the wider universe, she'd expose herself to countless dangers that could take her life in an instant. She'd have to be wary at all times, and she'd have to face reality without any shelter to rely on. She realized, while it was mostly true, she wouldn't be without shelter on her journey. The man in front of her had guaranteed a place for her to grow in peace when she was tired of danger. A definitive decision finally took root in her mind. This path, the one she saw Damien illustriously walking, she wanted to experience it for herself. Take me. Damien smiled. Very well. Then, allow me to introduce you to Seeking Lotus Palace and the wider Azure Rain Star. As long as you like it, this will be your starting point. Damien allowed Jiao Mei a few minutes to say goodbye to Elytra and the rest. Afterwards, their two bodies vanished from the sanctuary. Seeking Lotus Palace revealed itself grandly to Jiao Mei's eyes. Its beautiful scenery, the stunning amount of mana in the air that was greater than anything she'd ever felt on the Dawn world, powerful disciples that could defeat her without even trying. Jiao Mei experienced a serious case of culture shock as she struggled to take everything in. But over time, she was slowly able to accept her new reality as Damien took her around the sect. Not only was the atmosphere and ambience great for training, it was even an all-woman sect where she wouldn't have to deal with nonsensical people who lusted after her beauty and talent. The more she saw of the sect, the more she liked it. Besides, Damien was the one who chose it for her. Even if she wasn't given the chance to see the sect before joining, she'd still agree in an instant. Her decision to join was essentially set in stone. Leona and Sierra arrived near the end of the tour. They truly wanted to see the girl Damien went through so much trouble to enroll in the sect. And after seeing her physique, they let out a collective gasp of astonishment. Leona scolded as she smacked Damien atop the head. No, well, the issues were really a you thing more than a me thing. I can't believe this. It's truly magnificent. Although it hasn't developed into its true form yet, it's been fed a small amount of heavenly lightning and has begun to bud. Sierra joined her. real good. Your name was Jiao Mei, correct? If you join our Seeking Lotus Palace, you won't be disappointed at all. No, but the ethereal Seeking Lotus thing was something we already agreed upon. Also, Sierra is the Vice Palace Master, and she's been drooling over Jiao Mei ever since she saw her physique, so I think her tutelage would happen regardless as well. Jiao Mei, I am this illustrious sect's Vice Palace Master, and just like you, I am a lightning expert. Since when did you become a lightning practitioner? Also, how long is this going to continue for? 3 collective sounds of suspicion entered his ears. Damien smiled smugly. So you finally acknowledge my presence. The 3 women stared at him blankly. Leona asked blandly. Jiao Mei responded in the same tone. Good, Leona declared. Jiao Mei exclaimed with an evil smile. Whoa. Let's all calm down a bit. After all, we're all. Damien immediately escaped, Seeking Lotus Palace's pocket dimension, and ran away. He knew he was poking a bear, but still made the conscious decision to poke it. There was no way he'd stay around to see the aftermath. Still, thinking about their faces, he broke out into wild laughter. He laughed harder than he had in a very long time. Having light fun like this, it really was something he needed to do more often. Nevertheless, now wasn't the time for it. He looked into the distance at the seeking Lotus Palace's location with a small smile. Goodbyes weren't his strong suit. He already made arrangements with Jiao, made to leave her followers in the sanctuary, and even promised to visit her later so she could reunite with them. Anything more would be excessive. As for the rest, well, he didn't know them well enough to have a soppy goodbye with them anyway. I'll be headed off now, he muttered to no one in particular. On Azure Rain's star surface, a single woman smiled while looking up into the clouds. In her mind, she heard every word he said clearly. Arrogant brat. Acting like I'm not already a few thousand years older than him. Very well, then. I can't just neglect such blatant provocation. Her silent goodbye seemed to be mirrored in by the world itself. Jiao followed Leona's gaze with a twinge of sorrow in her eyes. Thereafter, Damien's figure vanished, returning to the starry sky to continue his long journey. The time he had remaining to reach Death Emperor Star was only a little over 2 months. Chapter 641, Death Emperor Star. The next 2 months passed without a hitch. Damien spent his time binding uninhabitable worlds, conversing with Zara, and fighting the various space beasts that attacked him. His route was a relatively safe one. He mostly traveled around the edges of the Divine Realm, only moving inward a few times either for his own benefit or for the convenience of his route. It was only due to this that Damien didn't encounter any extremely powerful existences or major worlds. The Divine Realm was structured like a grand kingdom with the strongest powers in the middle and weaker powers in the outskirts. In the center of the Divine Realm was the floating castle city, luxuriant, visible from any corner of the Divine Realm. The only outliers to this structure were major sects that took protector roles, shielding the Divine Realm's borders. Death Emperor Star, however, was different. While it was located in the Divine Realm, its entire presence was a mystery. Accompanying this mystery was the fact that Death Emperor Star had some sort of connection to the abyss that had yet to be uncovered to this day. Its location was in the middle of nowhere. It was quite literally the most isolated location in the entire Divine Realm, with the closest inhabitable worlds and influences present several millions of kilometers away. Reaching Death Emperor Star from these locations required the use of a teleportation array. Damien stood in a world called Aroth. This world was ruled by a subdivision of Blood Azura Holy Land, one of the universe's demigod influences. Blood Azura Holy Land was one of many peak influences that stationed subdivisions on these worlds. Through them, individuals from their sects could freely arrive at Death Emperor Star with ease. While many of them didn't actually gain entrance into the world, it was far easier for them to try. Nevertheless, there wasn't a particular reason Damien chose this star. When he arrived in the area, it was merely the closest one. His steps took him through a bustling city. The sight of mortals going about their day-to-day lives was something Damien hadn't seen in a very long time. He stopped by a nearby street stand and bought a pastry, slowly savoring it as he walked to his destination. The portal center was the most inaccessible place in the entire world. To enter, one either needed a certain level of status within the Blood Azura Holy Land or an invitation to Death Emperor Star. This was mainly to prevent random challengers from attempting to enter Death Emperor Star. Not only would they waste the presiding expert's time, but they would also risk killing themselves. As for external threats, it was a joke to think anyone or anything could force their way into Death Emperor Star. Many practitioners, even demigods, unsuccessfully attempted to do so in the past. Death Emperor Star seemed to be protected by the universe itself. Damien arrived at the portal center with only a few minutes of walking. He entered the building while finishing off his pastry and walked over to an attendant. "Hello." The male attendant looked him up and down suspiciously. "Not just anyone can enter Death Emperor Star. If you have the necessary qualifications, please provide them and I will grant passage." 2 burly men around the middle stages of 4th class appeared out of thin air. They stared down at Damien intimidatingly, as if daring him to mess around. Damien shook his head wryly. For them to be so blunt, this portal center must have received plenty of opportunists in the past. As someone who'd worked a service job in the past, he really couldn't complain about their attitude. Without a word, he took out one of the jade slips Atticus left for him. This was precisely the invitation he needed. The attendant read over the jade slip's contents with an increasingly astonished look on his face. This a real invitation? The attendant's body shook. Thankfully, while he'd been rude in his tone, he hadn't demeaned Damien at all. "Yes, sir, right this way." Damien nodded in affirmation. The attendant tilted his head. "Curiously, not particularly. All the Death Emperor Star candidates are invitations. Those from our sect can use the portal without an invitation, but 99% of them return empty-handed. It's basically a mechanism in place for the sect's greatest geniuses." He gave Damien as much information as possible without giving away anything secretive. While it was true that every Death Emperor Star candidate was an invitation, they still had different classes amongst themselves. Death Emperor Star had more recruiters than one could imagine. Their entire goal was to train the universe's young elites into heroes who could fight for its survival. Naturally, they wouldn't allow a genius to go unattended merely because nobody could recognize their talent. Each and every recruiter was an individual with amazing vision and outstanding character. However, their strengths and statuses still differed. For instance, a normal recruiter would have at most reached the 1,000s or 10,000s on the dimensional leaderboard in their prime. These people were geniuses in their own right, but their names weren't known at all. Then there were assorted elders with eccentric personalities who liked to wander the universe and pick up talented seedlings. They had much more value than normal recruiters, but their personalities made it, so their judgment was occasionally questionable. While there were various other breeds of recruiters, the rarest were those peak geniuses of Death Emperor Star, the Paragons. There weren't many Paragons to begin with, around 20, and of them, only a few were willing to be recruiters. Getting a recommendation from them was a true fear of wonder. And among these Paragons was none other than Atticus Flamesworth. Just his name alone was enough to give Damien considerable standing amongst those in the outside world. If Damien wanted, he could act however he pleased on this star and get away with it, regardless of what he did. But Damien didn't take this borrowed power to heart. After all, it was only useful in the outside world. The second he crossed through that portal, everything became meaningless except strength. Boom! A fluctuation of spatial power spread from further inside the portal center. Feeling it, the attendant stood up and bowed. "Sir, your portal has been prepared. Please maintain caution while traveling through the spatial tunnel, as the space around Death Emperor Star is extremely chaotic. When you reach, keep your senses heightened at all times." Damien stood up and smiled. "Thank you for the warning. I'll be sure to not drop my guard. And don't worry." The attendant smiled slightly, never releasing his bow. As he remained in the same position, Damien walked over to the portal. He gazed at it for a few seconds to admire its complexity, and then he stepped through without an ounce of hesitation. In the portal center, the male attendant's smile slowly faded. His indifferent eyes glanced at the two guards. "Go inform His Highness." Chapter 642, Death Emperor Star. What Damien knew of Death Emperor Star came straight from Atticus. While he didn't know how accurate this information truly was, he at least knew that it should be mostly true. Now that he'd stepped through the portal, he'd finally arrived in this so-called Hellish Academy. But from the information Atticus provided, it was anything but. There were two different types of people in Hidden Death Valley: geniuses and people who thought themselves geniuses. For the former category, Death Emperor Star was a perfect training ground and a place where they could test their limits. But for the latter, it was a true hell. Only, one wouldn't know which category they fit into until they underwent Death Emperor Star's trials. As for those trials, they were actually natural phenomena. Death Emperor Star itself was a massive death zone. Every single piece of its area, regardless of environment or appearance, was a death trap. The trials people underwent usually consisted of them surviving these death zones and training within. But of course, Hidden Death Valley wouldn't be called an academy if it only housed geniuses who trained on Death Emperor Star. No, Hidden Death Valley was a completely different monster. Hidden Death Valley was home to a wide range of courses detailing a variety of subjects, from basic mana application to differences in mana utilization techniques, to even specialized courses based on elemental affinity and one's chosen class. When it came to knowledge, this academy was truly equipped. However, this knowledge had to be earned. Every course, depending on its complexity, cost a certain number of contribution points to attend. While the ways to earn contribution points were just as varied as the course list, there were a few surefire ways that were most commonly used. For instance, Hidden Death Valley had its own events and challenges similar to the Dimensional Leaderboard's challenge gates. Placing in any of these events would award 1 contribution points. There were also mandatory courses that every genius had to take if they wanted to remain in Hidden Death Valley. These courses were all packed into a single day every week so that the geniuses would have more free time to train. Still, they were imperative courses. These mandatory sessions were precisely where Hidden Death Valley's military influence shone through. That single day every week was a greater hell to most than even Death Emperor Star's death zones. Nevertheless, for every hell Death Emperor Star possessed, there was an equal amount of heaven. With heavenly materials, powerful artifacts, and ancient legacies, Death Emperor Star was a place where all these 1 in 1 million lucky chances congregated. As long as one had the ability, they were guaranteed success. Not to mention, Hidden Death Valley itself was home to multiple demigods and a plethora of 4th-class beings. If one was able to prove themselves, they could even earn the teachings of these magisterial individuals. Therefore, not a single person had thoughts of quitting despite their complaints. They trained endlessly for the sake of their goals. All of the effort these geniuses spent day by day in Hidden Death Valley culminated into an assessment that took place every year. The assessment was never the same, so Damien didn't have any surety about its contents. But for what he could tell, it wasn't a joke. If one failed this assessment, they'd likely die. If they didn't die, they'd be expelled from Hidden Death Valley. It was the most cutthroat time of every year. The next assessment is in 8 months. Damien went over the information one more time as he traveled through the spatial tunnel. It was truly as chaotic as the attendant made it seem, with spatial storms and turbulence being extremely common. Still, his abilities allowed him to stay stable during his travel. The information Atticus provided didn't stop at general knowledge. Damien was given an insight into the various influences within Hidden Death Valley itself and the people in those influences. Particularly, it clearly delineated who to stay away from. Blood Azura Holy Land was among these names. Power struggles are unavoidable anywhere, The elders have factions. The students have factions. The students within the elders' factions have sub-factions. It's a whole mess. Death Emperor Star's lucky chances were all-inclusive. The weakest students and strongest demigods alike could venture into the vast, deadly world and search for ways to gain more power. It was natural for people to group up and wish for more control in this type of environment. If one person could monopolize all of the world's resources. While it was true that the Academy existed for the grand heavens boundaries' sake, practitioners were a greedy bunch. Even while being altruistic, they still sought benefits. Damien shook his head and put away the jade slips. When it came to political matters, he would never interfere. His thoughts on factions were simple. If they could offer him something good enough, he didn't mind joining. However, he would never become someone's dog, and he would never allow someone to limit his freedom. Anyone who touched his bottom line. His body finally exited the spatial tunnel. He found himself surrounded by darkness. This was empty space. There were no worlds close enough to shine light this close. The only stars Damien could see were extremely far away and dull. He turned around, his gaze focusing on the world before him. It was so black it almost blended in with deep space. However, an ash-gray color tinged its darkness, giving it a much more ominous feeling. This was Death Emperor Star. It was the most massive world Damien had seen to date. And unlike other worlds, this one had aura like a living being. Saying it was a true death zone wasn't a lie. So many had died on its surface, so many had grown and evolved. The culmination of their legacies caused the world's atmosphere to be stained. It emanated an aura it gained from those who triumphed, and it emanated a killing intent it gained from those who perished. This was Death Emperor Star, Damien's final destination. This was the place where he'd finally get his true start in the divine realm. But first, he has to gain entry. His body shot through space like a comet, barreling towards a planet. When he got within reach of its atmosphere, a deathly black fog shot up and enveloped him within. Space stretched out infinitely around Damien's body. Every centimeter suddenly became extraneously distant. Damien used this application of space's distance concept to completely separate himself from the fog and continue his descent. But this was only the beginning. Before he even exited the fog, he heard the terrifying screeches of a flock of aerial beasts. They were similar in form to phoenixes, but their feathers were metallic and their affinity was completely aligned to destruction. Scree! The beast at the lead of the flock let out a piercing shriek. The flock shot through Death Emperor Star's atmosphere and arrived in front of Damien. Their metallic feathers acted as thousands of tiny blades that slashed at his skin. Their deathly mana tried to corrode him from both within and without. Facing this barrage, Damien stayed entirely calm. His mouth moved, forming two words. Chapter 643, Death Emperor Star. Space around Damien solidified and shifted. A pocket dimension layered into real space and somewhat merged with it. Then, with utter precision, Damien used the pocket dimension as a medium to split the true dimension in two and shift it. It was like a cube of ice that was cut in half. The upper portion of space seemingly slid apart from the bottom, shifting entirely into a different dimension. Naturally, the metal-feathered aerial beasts weren't excluded from this. Their bodies split along with space, dissected at a molecular level. Even after Damien's attack dissipated, their cleaved bodies didn't die. It took a few seconds before blood began to color space and the light faded from their eyes. Damien paid no mind to the perished beasts, continuing his descent. Within seconds, he burst through Death Emperor Star's atmosphere. Here, he faced his next challenge. To be specific, it was the atmosphere itself. Just as he'd seen before, the amount of death that had polluted this star fundamentally changed its properties. The air was almost deadly with the amount of death energy ambiently flowing. Aside from that, a thick aura suppression and killing intent would continuously bear down on everyone within its reach, adding a layer of mental and physical strain to each and every trial that took place. This atmosphere hit Damien the second it could reach him. His falling speed multiplied several times due to the pressure. The killing intent tried to invade his mind, but was unable to do so. Damien thought to himself. He was already gaining insane momentum in the air. His body almost caught fire due to friction before Damien used vector control to stop it. But this speed wasn't nearly enough. While most people would have desperately tried to slow themselves down, Damien controlled gravity to increase his momentum even further. Now he was experiencing a threefold pulling force towards the ground. His body was faster than any meteor, traveling tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant and arriving before the ground. Boom! His landing wasn't graceful. The second his body touched ground, the earth collapsed. Rumbling as if a terrifying earthquake occurred, the earth imploded and caved in, creating a crater tens of kilometers in diameter. Its depth, however, was another story. Death Emperor Star wasn't famed for no reason. Damien's extreme momentum was powerful, but it couldn't penetrate far into this world's surface. He was only around 500 meters deep in the earth. Yeah, I could see why people don't do that more often. Damien thought as he crawled out of the crater. His legs both broke upon impact, so he had to make do with what he had while they healed. Nevertheless, the healing process was rapid. By the time he left the crater, he was already on two legs. At this time, there was a reaction from his subspace. One of the information jade slips flowed with a pale blue light as the information on it began to morph. When Damien took it out to observe, he realized that the previous writings had been entirely erased. What remained was a small map. It showed the area around Damien with some slight detail and marked a path that led to Hidden Death Valley. The areas outside this path's radius were blacked out and unavailable to him. I see. So, I first have to reach the academy. Everyone always said that luck was also a part of one's skill set. Apparently, Hidden Death Valley also believed in this fact. When barreling through Death Emperor Star's atmosphere, there was no way of telling where one would land. The air was hazy with black fog, making visibility extremely low. Aside from that, the mysterious forces in the atmosphere would veer one off course when they flew, altering their landing area. For instance, Damien's original trajectory would have put him only around 10 kilometers away from Hidden Death Valley. However, he was currently more than 10,000 kilometers away. Still, what was a challenge wasn't necessarily the same for him. While Death Emperor Star indeed had its own spatial suppression that constantly tried to limit him, he was better than that by now. Ambient spatial suppression couldn't do anything to him at this level. His awareness spread to its limit. At its far reaches, he could barely make out the outline of what he assumed to be Hidden Death Valley. To be cautious, he teleported 10 kilometers away from that area to observe first. As the name suggested, it was a valley between two mountains, but it expanded downward like a trench. The only thing Damien could see was the shadowy blackness that filled the empty space of that valley. According to the map, this should be the place. Damien walked to the precipice of the abyssal trench and stared into its depths. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot off the ground and prepared to jump in. A sudden exclamation stopped him from continuing. When Damien turned around, he saw a burly man standing there. His build was massive, his body around 10 feet tall and built like heavy-duty machinery. He had a rough beard growing on his face that made him look middle-aged, but his eyes shone with the brightness of youth. "Brother, you're just jumping in?" he said with a laugh. Damien quirked his brow. "HM? Ah, my name is Lonzo Barrius. Millimetruf. I'm Damien Voigt. Anyway, well, it's been a pleasure meeting you. I seem to have business down there, so..." Without finishing his sentence, Damien's body began teetering off the edge once more. But before he could fall, Lonzo ran up behind him and pulled him back. He exclaimed, Damien asked back, It is, but you can't just jump." Lonzo sighed and shook his head. "I didn't expect you to be clueless. An instructor will come receive everyone when we've all arrived and guide us down to the bottom." Damien furrowed his brows. He looked at Lonzo and looked back at the trench. While it was true that it was deep and somewhat harrowing, he didn't think it was impossible to survive. As long as he pulled some tricks and executed his abilities properly, there would be no harm at all. This Lonzo was seemingly a fourth class as well, near Damien's level. Yet, he viewed this challenge as an impossible one. Damien looked at him suspiciously. He asked. Lonzo stared at him like he was an idiot. "Of course not. That fall is tens of thousands of kilometers. Besides, elements are suppressed in the air within the trench as a defense mechanism." Damien nodded understandingly. "I see. So your physical body isn't powerful enough to survive that fall even with the aid of mana. That's more reasonable. But that's just a you thing. Me, on the other hand." He shook off Lonzo's hand and walked back to the edge of the cliff. Damien flashed a confident smile at Lonzo, and before the latter could react, he bent backwards and fell into the trench. Chapter 644, Death Emperor Star. Winds whipped around him as he began free-falling. As Lonzo told him earlier, he truly couldn't utilize any of his affinities while falling. But that wasn't much of a problem. After all, aside from his powerful body, he could use attributeless mana to fortify himself. His body remained near the trench wall as he descended. His mind focused on the moment he needed to start slowing his fall. When he'd fallen roughly 100 meters, his arm snapped out and his hand dug into the wall. In that instant, his body jerked with momentum. The wall couldn't handle his velocity, and the grip he made shattered, but that was a given. He remained with his hand in the wall, allowing it to tear through the dirt as he descended and slow his fall. The grating sound of his hand being torn as it broke apart the rock was gruesome. Still, his method was somewhat effective. 200 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. By the time he was a half-kilometer deep in the trench, his descent slowed to a halt. He breathed out while letting his hand heal. hanging off the trench wall. Still no end? Realistically, he didn't think hidden Death Valley would be located more than a kilometer deep in the earth. However, he couldn't sense it despite his current position. There may be perception-blocking formations set up in the area, maybe a beguiling formation too. Damien furrowed his brows. He didn't think it'd be so complicated to get down to the bottom. If he knew there were multiple systems in place to prevent this type of entrance, he would have just waited with Lonzo. But now that he was already here, he wouldn't turn back. After his hand healed from its previous damage, he let go of the wall and began dropping again. Another 500 meters passed by rapidly with Damien still falling. By this time, he was already a kilometer deep, yet he still didn't see anything nearby. That is, until he mysteriously felt the ground beneath his feet. With the surrounding blackness, it was hard to distinguish between whether he was truly falling or just suspended in the air. Suddenly feeling the ground with no indication of its arrival and the disappearance of his previous momentum was more than just a little disconcerting. A feminine voice rang out from behind him. When he turned around, all he saw was blackness. So my senses are being limited by this formation as well. If that's the case, he activated the all-seeing eyes and quickly found a flaw in the formation. Instead of breaking it entirely, however, he merely used it as a gateway to see through to the other side. This was an ally influence, after all. He didn't want to needlessly start trouble with the people who'd be his company for the foreseeable future. "My name is Damien Void," he replied once he finally got visuals on the group around him. The group of guards was made up of 10 men and women around the middle ranges of 4th class. The one at the head of the squad was a late stage. When she heard his reply, her brow furrowed. "If you're an incoming student, you should be waiting for the instructor at the precipice of the trench." "I don't know," Damien shrugged. The woman sneered. If Death was a woman, she'd be pretty hot. Damien spoke without thinking. Damien could hear some of the guards hiding their laughter beyond the barrier. As for the woman in front, her face turned red with annoyance. Her eyes turned cold. She wasn't in the mood to play games with a cheeky intruder, even if he truly was recommended to the academy by a paragon. "Nonsense. Show me your identification if you want entry. Since you've used Atticus Flamesworth's name, I'll have to bring an elder to verify your identity." "That's fine. Go get your elder," Damien said casually. He also didn't want to deal with unnecessary conflict. The woman at the front eyed the barrier suspiciously as if she could see Damien's figure within. She sent out a messaging talisman as she did so, and roughly 5 minutes later, an old man appeared in the area. "Sheesh, what are you calling me for? It's just a little intruder, right?" The old man crankily flew over and landed in front of the barrier. "Kid, if you want to be slick, don't use a paragon's name. That'll only draw suspicion to you." Damien stood speechless. He wasn't even trying to intrude. Besides, why was this old man giving intruders tips on how to sneak into the academy better? Wasn't that counterintuitive? It seemed the lead guard was thinking the same thing, as she quickly slapped the old man atop the head and shut him up. "Old man Gao, he says he has a real recommendation." "Oh, I'm following protocol and calling you over." Fine. I don't get why young kids these days are so motivated." The old man glanced over at the barrier after talking. Damien nodded and took out the emblem Atticus gave him, passing it through the barrier. The old man took it and glanced over it a few times, even scanning it thoroughly with his awareness. No matter how he tried to pick fault, he couldn't deny that it was a true emblem from the Flamesworth clan. The old man mumbled, "Just let him through." With those words, the barrier around Damien dissipated. Finally, he could see more than just the small amount he could through the flaw. He was currently in a space not too dissimilar from the blackness he was in previously. The only difference was that mana-powered lights were hanging from the ceiling here, granting some visibility. "Damien Void, follow me," a nearby guard said. Damien nodded and followed. Before he left, he glanced at the old man in the corner. He had the itch to taunt him for his attitude, but didn't let it control him. He was learning to be civil, after all. Nevertheless, Damien and the guard exited the black room soon after. It was finally time for him to see hidden Death Valley in all its glory. Chapter 645. Over a year passed since war took hold of the universe. Over this year, many things changed. Kingdoms rose and fell. Geniuses ascended to the skies, and the war became far fiercer than ever before. Eden was a large sector, all things considered. However, in comparison to the Elven domain, it was still smaller. After all, even as the dominant species of their sector, plant species who could reach maturity and evolve weren't extremely commonplace. It took a great deal of time and effort for most of them to even acquire movement abilities, making their combat capabilities limited. The reason they were able to rise until they became dominant was purely due to quantity. Even beasts were far outnumbered by plants in the universe. Eden was a wildly overgrown domain where there even existed plants who grew with the starry sky as their soil and universal origin energy as their sunlight. In this kind of environment, it wasn't strange for a large number of plant species to eventually mutate and develop into powerhouses who claimed the land. Nevertheless, they still relied on other races to grow in the early stages of their lives. The actual combat capability of the plant races as a whole was made up of a small group of experts rather than a large army. Against most internal threats of the Grand Heavens boundary, these few experts were enough to maintain the status quo. However, everything changed when a Nox appeared. Nox were inherently a species similar to the plant races. They also specialized in quantity. The key difference between them was that the Nox weren't limited in their movement capabilities. When it came to conquest, the latter species was far more equipped. Before aid arrived from the other 6 sectors, Eden was close to ruin. Its worlds were fine due to the abundance of plant species residing within them. But most of their domain had already been occupied by the Nox. As beings who didn't need a normally inhabitable environment to survive, they could easily claim dead and uninhabitable stars for their own campsites, putting invisible pressure on the plant races. It arrived about 3 months after the outbreak of war. A large number of petty soldiers, along with a few experts to command them, arrived from everywhere. The Nox's mobility and numbers advantage was somewhat quelled through these reinforcements. Still, it was a harrowing war. As things stood, half of Eden was corrupted by the Nox. Thousands of worlds were destroyed without remorse. Hundreds of billions or even more lives taken over the course of a year. However, maintaining the front line and making sure it didn't get pushed past Eden was the main goal, even if Eden itself was destroyed. The enemy's main camp is here on Thro. There's at least one demigod residing there, along with the main destroyer ship that they've been using to annihilate worlds rapidly. A man spoke seriously in front of a group of listeners. His job was to report the overall situation to the Warfront's leaders so they could accurately judge the situation and plan around it. A woman frowned at his words as he spoke. She had pale green skin and hair similar to drifting leaves, her status as a plant race expert evident. Taking the main camp would delay their progress a great deal. If they want to continue at their current pace, they need to bring another destroyer into the universe, which would undoubtedly take time. If we had even a single demigod among us. Stop. You already understand that demigods cannot participate in the war. Another man responded. But isn't that good for us? You're wrong. It may look that way on the surface, but it's much deeper than that. Think about it. When our demigods are taken away, do we still have the power to defeat the Nox's sheer numbers? You're right, the woman realized, but we still need to consider the enemy's main camp. If we can capture Thro, our supply line to the Soul World will finally be functional. This will not only increase our combat power, but also our efficiency and resources. Those present fell into thought upon, hearing her words. As she said, establishing a connection to the Soul World, the spirit race's domain, was their next immediate goal. The spirit race's elemental and mental magic capabilities would be more than just helpful in their current predicament. Aside from that, the Soul World was a place filled with unique resources related to mental strength. The common soldier would be able to fight with much more vigor and spirit if they could acquire such resources. In an army where multiple forces joined together as one, establishing a proper chain of command was naturally difficult. To cope with this, a reward and punishment system was put in place to incentivize the soldiers and motivate them. One's rank could increase through contribution, even to the point of becoming a leading general. They'd also be granted plenty of resources and artifacts to help them survive and grow with haste. For the common soldier, reaching 4th class was an impossible dream. With a method to turn the impossible into reality right in front of them, how could they resist? But the greatest hurdle a practitioner faced as they grew stronger was comprehension. Establishing a dominion over one's element and thoroughly grasping its foundation was nigh impossible for someone without talent. The soul world's resources could change that. If these common practitioners could enhance their mental abilities and strictly focus on comprehension, their chances of being baptized were far greater. The room was silent as those leaders tried to find a solution. The enemy had many camps throughout Eden, but attacking them was pointless at the current juncture. It had only served to exhaust their men even more. A woman thought to herself. She was one of Eden's natives and also one of the first people to notice the incoming war. Now that she sat here a year after its beginning, she was stumped. The enemy was not only more powerful, but also more equipped. More than the demigod, the destroyer ship was the problem. The Nox demigod wasn't allowed to participate in the war due to the restriction. However, the destroyer ship wasn't included in this restriction. The Nox had a demigod-level force that could be used by lower existences. It was impossible to take throw without considerable losses that they didn't have the numbers to cope with. A voice rang out. Heads turned, multiple gazes landing on a girl not far away. She looked only around 10, but nobody underestimated her because of this. Draw them away? How so? We've already tried to lure them away with our greatest treasures and temptations, but they refuse to budge. Chapter 642. The meeting continued deep into the night. The little girl's plan was taken into consideration, and after she revealed the nature of her so-called irresistible bait, the other experts also agreed that it could work. The plan was extremely risky, though, and if it failed, Eden would rapidly hasten towards total annihilation. It was a great gamble nobody was quite willing to take. In the end, that plan was set aside as a final resort. Before the situation became tense enough to put it in motion, Eden's forces would stick to guerrilla tactics and covert operations to lessen the Nox's influence in the sector. War was a long and drawn-out process. Even going many months without combat wasn't strange. The mental battle, however, was constant. And more than the Nox, the army of heaven, as the soldiers colloquially termed themselves, was suffering heavily. The stress and exhaustion they felt didn't translate to the Nox powerhouses who could sit back and casually send hundreds of thousands of mindless lower beings to attack at any time. Alleviating this invisible burden was of utmost priority. Once morale soared, their chances of victory would do the same. After all, a vigorous soldier would kill 10 enemies in the same amount of time an exhausted soldier took to kill one. Within Eden, there is a world largely hidden from the universe due to its unique spatial coordinates. The folds of space seem to wrap around the world and camouflage it from the outside world. In this strange world, there was a tree that took up most of the world's surface area. The earth around it was filled with foliage and flora that established itself using the tree's roots as a base. And on this tree was a cabin. A woman sat in this cabin worriedly staring at the simple wooden table in front of her. A small X marked itself onto the table as she did so. Another one gone. With this, under half of Eden's worlds remain uncorrupted. Don't. A man appeared behind this woman, wearing pristine white robes that contrasted his dark hair and eyes. His presence was ethereal, making one doubt whether he really existed or not. Naturally, this man was a demigod. She asked. I would. Arturo replied without hesitation. Then you're a better person than me. I cannot allow my people to suffer like this without a chance at redemption. If I kill that demigod, it will give them the leeway to take back our sector and win the first major battle of this war. Arturo said despondently. Regardless, none of us are powerful enough to disobey the universe's rulings. If you wish to potentially harm every existence in the grand heaven's boundary. Act as you please. However, wouldn't it be better to provide minor aid so they can deal with the problem themselves? The woman frowned but said nothing. Of course, she'd considered this passive stance of support, but she didn't know how viable it was. What did she have to offer besides combat power? Her treasures weren't helpful in the long run. Besides, one needed to at least be a fourth-class being to control a demigod rank artifact. The exceptions to this rule were too rare to matter on such a large scale. Arturo repeated after hearing her doubts. He raised his brow and looked at her like she was an idiot. What they require right now is a method to take down the destroyer's ship. The woman looked deeply into Arturo's eyes before her own flashed with realization. She had been too focused on the Nox demigod instead of the crux of the issue. As long as the destroyer's ship lost function, the Nox would lose a great deal of their current momentum. If it's just a mana engineering device, it should be possible. Arturo, I thank you for your advice, but I must ask you to leave now. Arturo cheque lightly. You don't have to tell me twice. I'll ask for help when I need it. I think it's more apt to say you took my unsolicited advice, but Arturo thought internally. Naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud and upset the woman. Still, her behavior brought a smile to his face. Reaching the demigod level wasn't all fun and games. It wasn't just power that one could wield freely. These demigods who chose to stay in the lower universe were always limited by numerous factors. Ironically, the most limiting factors were man-made. The endless politics and restrictions made it tiring to even live. The only solace was that time passed extremely fast for these demigods. Their natural lifespan was just too long, making their perception of time distant. Arturo had seen the rise and fall of countless powers and geniuses. He'd seen betrayal and darkness enough to make one convert to the Nox's side. Yet, this woman always remained the same. Here, secluded in her little paradise, she shone with a radiant light that cast away all the darkness around him. Without her continued presence, Arturo knew that he might have. Nevertheless, seeing her get up and begin to work, his figure slowly faded. Interrupting her when she was like this was asking for death. In his mind, he had to wonder, with the ingenuity this woman showed whenever true danger appeared, could she truly help turn the tides of war without breaking the restriction? He could only hope so. From this point on, she became Eden's most promising route of survival. With that, Arturo's figure vanished. Finally, the woman turned around and looked at the spot where he used to be. Just wait a bit longer. When this war is over, we can finally have the relationship we've always wanted. She wanted to say these words, but stopped herself. Whether they'd live through the war was still unknown. Her attention refocused on the task at hand. In her hand, pale green mana coagulated into a ball. That ball was slowly molded into the shape of a small humanoid being. With another breath of mana, it was brought to life. Go, the woman said. Take this to Aaliyah and tell her it is a gift from me. Phew. The fairy chirped excitedly and took hold of the spatial ring that was handed to it. Afterwards, it left through a nearby window and flashed through space, headed to its destination. The woman looked up at the full moon in the sky and sighed. Hope. It'll still be a few years until its symbols can mature. Chapter 647 Hidden Death Valley. Death Emperor Star in itself held a desolate atmosphere. The sky was black, the soil was black, the fog permeating the air was black. As a result of the copious amounts of death mana in this world's foundation, the entirety of its figure had been painted in its color. When Damien teleported to Hidden Death Valley, he didn't take much time to observe the surroundings for this reason. The black plains he landed in were a dreary and repetitive atmosphere, without much variation. That didn't mean that the rest of Death Emperor Star was the same, though. The surrounding 50,000 kilometers or so were regularly maintained by Hidden Death Valley's staff and geniuses, allowing it to remain free of the rest of the world's danger. Unlike Death Emperor Star's regular scenery, however, Hidden Death Valley was completely different. As a premier academy for the universe's peak geniuses, it naturally had to be up to par. Damien was led by the guard to the administration's building nearby. Here, He showed his proof of invitation once more and received his identity token and uniform. He'd gotten so used to wearing robes at this point that seeing pants and a shirt made him feel strange in a comfortable way. After receiving his student materials and being assigned a private dorm, Damien was essentially given free rein to explore the campus. And he did just that. He spent the next 2 days walking without pause, exploring every nook and cranny of Hidden Death Valley's main area. It was truly a magnificent place. The northern area was sectioned off for training areas alone. There were gravity chambers, virtual battle arenas, dungeon simulators, time dilation capsules, and many more facilities that geniuses could use to speed up their training in a more controlled environment. The east was where all the courses were located. The entire eastern portion of Hidden Death Valley was architecturally modeled similarly to a college campus, with students walking about and attending classes to better themselves. Naturally, both of these zones required credits to enter and use. The western section was residential. Student housing varies depending on one's rank and contribution points. From the smallest 4-person dorms to the largest personal palaces, they all shared the West. In the same vein, there were various common areas along with entertainment and commercial districts, making the western area more of a large city than anything else. Finally, the South. In truth, Damien was denied entrance when he tried to explore the southern area. The reason was simple. The southern area was entirely military. Once inside, one would experience a living hell of conformity and order. They'd learn to become soldiers and be trained into obedience. Though this was a harsh way of putting it, Damien felt that it was most apparent. Even if it was for the greater good, Hidden Death Valley was still training geniuses into mere hunting dogs. The only way to escape this fate was to stand out enough to stand above it. Nevertheless, these 4 districts had their own names. Arcadia in the north, Dia in the east, Star City in the west, and finally, the South's hellhole. The central area was mostly empty aside from accommodations for new students. The entirety of the trench Hidden Death Valley was located and was blocked off by a ceiling many tens of kilometers high above every district except the central area. The central area opened up to an abyss above that connected to the trench. After all, the trench itself could be used as a training mechanism if one was daring enough. Aside from that, this arrangement allowed Hidden Death Valley to funnel any intruders to a single area where they could be swiftly dealt with away from the Academy's main population. These past 2 days, Damien rapidly got accustomed to the Academy's environment. From what he could see, most of the geniuses here were wholly focused on themselves, discarding any relationships or even conflicts that didn't directly impact their strength. Combined with the information he gained from Atticus, Damien felt he had a generally good understanding of the Academy itself. And since a genius training regime was entirely dependent on themselves, there was no set standard for him to follow after these 2 days ended. Now that he'd accustomed himself to the new environment, it was up to him to decide how to spend his time. But of course, if he wanted to train without worry, he first needed an exorbitant amount of contribution points. Should I check the mission board first? The mission board and Mystic Tower were both located in Star City. While they were both locations where geniuses could find missions to earn contribution points, there was a fundamental difference between them. While the mission board handled tasks strictly within Hidden Death Valley, the Mystic Tower granted tasks in Death Emperor Star. Depending on the level of danger one wanted to experience, one could choose between the two. Of course, with Damien's current situation, the Mystic Tower was his best bet. I have 6 months until the year-end assessment. Damien immediately used a teleportation array to go to Star City. When he arrived, he made a beeline for the large cylindrical tower on the horizon. Its shape and size made it extremely obvious. "Zara, I think you can come out now," he said suddenly when he arrived in front of the building. "Are you sure? They didn't register me as a student, so—" A reply came as Zara's figure materialized next to him. Damien shook his head. "It's fine. In the worst-case scenario, you can still accompany me as my beast companion. Though, I prefer you join as an individual instead." Zara made a sound of affirmation. She'd realized long ago that clinging to Damien wasn't the best option for either of them. If she did so, she'd never be able to match his speed of improvement. Still, the thought of separating again when they'd just reunited recently made her downcast. Damien smiled lightly and patted her head. "What are you thinking? Registering as an individual doesn't mean separating from me. It just means standing as your own person." Zara's eyes brightened immediately as he said it. While to him, there was nothing wrong with his words, it wasn't the same for her. To stand as her own person and not as Damien's beast companion. Didn't that give her a chance? Remember, men are fickle creatures. If you want a chance with the man you love, be bold. Such are the words Tang Lingzi would always tell her. That woman was more excited to push her together with Damien than even she herself was. But that didn't mean Zara was opposed to the idea. The feelings she had for Damien weren't light. In her eyes, Damien was a childhood friend and the person she trusted most in the world. Nevertheless, she'd never considered mating with Damien. This was mainly because he never entertained the idea in the slightest. To him, she was nothing more than a beast companion and a little sister. Flames lit up in Zara's eyes. She didn't quite understand the human concepts of romance, but she knew that she wasn't satisfied with the current distant relationship she had with Damien. Even if there was no romance involved, she still wanted to be someone who could stand by his side as an equal, an individual. Damien smiled when he saw her face light up, unknowing of the thoughts in her head. Beckoning her to follow, he soon entered the Mystic Tower. Chapter 648, Hidden Death Valley. The Mystic Tower had a total of 8 floors that categorized tasks from least to most difficult. Hidden Death Valley was a place for geniuses, but not all geniuses had the same starting point or classifications. For instance, there were even kids in Hidden Death Valley who hadn't reached 16 yet. The lowest floor's tasks were doable even by second-class beings. These were usually patrol tasks or cleanup tasks in the portion of Death Emperor Star that had already been claimed by the Academy. The difficulty of tasks jumped with every floor one climbed in the Mystic Tower. By the 5th floor, tasks began appearing that even the strongest third-class beings couldn't face. Damien didn't stop at the 5th floor, though. These tasks were around the level an early 4th-class being could handle, but that didn't apply to him. The tasks he wanted could only be on the 6th floor. The 7th floor was for late-stage or even peak 4th-class experts. As for the 8th floor, only extreme peak 4th-class masters and demigods had the right to enter. Damien wasn't curious about these floors. He was well aware that he could only flee if he encountered a late-stage 4th-class master. As for those above that level, he didn't even have to mention it. It'd be instant death. The 6th floor alone was more than enough for his strength level. The tasks he saw weren't small, after all. Slaying powerful demonic beasts, exploring mystical environments, capturing heavenly materials that had been sighted. The tasks were numerous and varied, giving Damien almost too many options to choose from. But he didn't take nearly as long as he expected to make a choice. When his eyes landed on a single task, he couldn't peel them away anymore. Explore the Emperor Bone. See the Emperor Bone Sea has remained unexplored even with Hidden Death Valley's continued existence. Explore and map the sea to your best abilities. Contribution point rewards will vary depending on the detail and precision of the plotted map, along with any other provided insights. Base reward: 100 contribution points per 1,000 kilometers of explored area. Of the present tasks. This one was perhaps the vaguest. After all, there was no clear agenda in this exploration. The only requirement was to map the area as one explored. The fact that nobody took the mission despite the presumable ease of its contents made Damien wonder about the Emperor Bone Sea's existence. If it was truly a place where mid-level 4th-class beings couldn't survive, it wouldn't be on the 6th floor of the Mystic Tower. But at the same time, if the environment was survivable, this task wouldn't be available for Damien to choose from. Still, I've always wanted to explore the seas. Even before the World Awakening, we didn't know much about the seas on Earth. Comparatively, the seas of Death Emperor Star have probably existed for thousands of times longer. The mysteries hidden in their depths. While the arrangement of planets changed as Earth integrated with the rest of the human domain, it was still true that Earthlings knew more about space than their own oceans. The information they'd gained on celestial bodies, save for the more mystical elements like world cores, was mostly true. Yet, the ocean still remained a mystery. Especially with the intrusion of mana, large bodies of water, like oceans and seas, weren't even explored by the strongest humans. With the brutality of the ocean's atmosphere, it was unknown if even a demigod could survive its deepest depths. Even Damien's bound world cores refused to allow him to explore the ocean with his awareness, using them as mediums. But this was exactly what made Damien anticipate exploring it so much. New civilizations completely untouched by non-aquatic life. New environments and ecosystems that functioned in a completely different manner than those on land. The thought of discovering these things made Damien's spirit of adventure light up with fervor. After getting Zara's opinion and confirming that she didn't mind this task, he immediately accepted it. Accepting tasks from the Mystic Tower was too easy. Damien merely had to bring the mission paper up to his identity token, thereafter having it scanned and recorded in his student log. For the next month, this mission was reserved for him. If he was unable to complete it or return in that time, the mission would be returned to the board. Damien left the Mystic Tower feeling refreshed. The Mystic Tower and mission board reminded him of the half a year he spent as an adventurer on a Pyron. It was a nostalgic feeling that made him feel giddy and young. For the rest of the day, Damien took Zara around Star City to explore its various sites and enjoyed its delicacies. They even visited a sort of virtual reality game cafe, where they entered a simulation and messed around to their heart's content. Day turned to night, the artificial sunlight bathing Hidden Death Valley vanishing over the pseudo-horizon. When darkness overcame the area, Star City became ablaze with light. "Wow," Zara muttered as she watched the city glow. She'd never seen anything like it before. Damien couldn't help but whistle as well. While he'd seen plenty of futuristic technologies in the unnamed world, that world's denizens lacked aesthetic sense. They built every building with practicality and functionality as their only thoughts. A scene like this one, the beauty of technology, only Chongqing on Earth could compare to even a fraction of this city's magnificence. "This isn't a moment to be wasted," Damien exclaimed with excitement. Zara hummed in agreement. She grabbed his hand and ran into the skyline, happily laughing as she enjoyed the ambience they'd created. The two were like children at their first amusement park. They let go of all worries, all cares about face, all responsibilities, and took just a single night to enjoy themselves to the fullest. They drank, they danced, they turned the city into their playground. And by the time they arrived in front of Damien's dorm room, they could barely be considered sober. "Damien," Zara slurred. "I feel funny." She felt tingly and giddy all over. Her head was spinning, but that just made the world more fun. Whenever she had a thought, she'd find it exiting her mouth in the next second. She found it funny how little control she had over her inhibitions at the moment. Her first time getting tipsy was an experience she wouldn't forget, at least as long as she didn't drink until she dropped. Damien held onto her with his arm wrapped around her shoulder, supporting her movements. Watching Zara clumsily maneuver herself, he burst out into a fit of laughter. What's so funny?" Zara said, shaking him as she did so. Nothing, Damien responded while trying to hide his laughter. Damien shook his head smilingly. He had to make a mental note to keep Zara away from alcohol. But that could wait for a different day. Tonight, they would do anything they wanted and celebrate the start of a new journey. As the two moved to enter Damien's dorm room, however, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Chapter 649 Conflict. When Damien turned around, the visage of a blonde-haired man with an upturned nose was revealed to him. "That would be me," Damien responded curiously. There wasn't any reason for people at the academy to know his name yet, so he had to wonder who the person in front of him was. "I am Julius Wellspring," Julius responded haughtily. "Huh? My bad, I didn't hear you," Damien responded. "Huh, you're hard of hearing too? Really, I have to wonder how far nepotism can get. Why?" Bang! A fist swiftly connected with the right side of Julius' face. With a guttural cracking sound, his body was sent flying backwards. Damien stood where Julius was previously, shaking his fist. TCH. A random stranger coming up to him and blatantly try to provoke him smelled an awful lot like the plot of some pompous genius who wanted to test or make trouble for him. Naturally, Damien hadn't been in the divine realm long enough to make enemies like this, but he realized that there were a few other cases in which he inadvertently drew attention to himself. Firstly, his rank on the dimensional leaderboard. His sudden rise would obviously cause eyes to turn towards him. However, Damien himself was still hidden. The only one who'd seen his visage was Atticus, so nobody could match his name to his face. Still, this was likely part of the cause. The second was none other than Atticus. Since Damien entered Hidden Death Valley with Atticus' recommendation, he'd been marked as a part of Atticus' faction by others who knew of him. Enemies of Atticus or Fallen Star Holy Land would regard him as someone Atticus favored, which made him a good target to pressure to indirectly hurt Atticus. This is why I always stay away from politics. These assholes just entertain each other with bullshit all the time like they have nothing better to do. Seriously, why you? Julia's voice boomed through the surroundings, interrupting Damien's complaints. That is none of your concern. I am the heir to the Wellspring family of Immortal Blood Holy Land. Damien thought to himself, but outwardly, he continued to taunt Julius, as he just found out the latter was an idiot. Fishing information out of him would be too easy. The Wellspring family is probably just some minor family in Immortal Blood Holy Land anyway. Julius roared. While Damien wasn't exactly correct, it was true that the Wellspring family was essentially a group of dogs. However, the masters they served were none other than those of the Bloodlock lineage, Immortal Blood Holy Land's Lord Clan. The Immortal Blood Azura, who ruled Immortal Blood Holy Land, was a member of this lineage, and the rest were his descendants. The Wellspring family was heaven and earth compared to other dogs. And while being someone's slave was humiliating for any genius, being a Bloodlock slave meant there was no point in resisting this fate. Julius, in particular, was a person who perfectly assimilated into his dog position. Nevertheless, even other high families of Immortal Blood Holy Land wouldn't dare to call the Wellspring family a group of dogs. The power they possessed couldn't be underestimated. Now, a random hick who just joined Hidden Death Valley actually had the audacity to say those forbidden words? Julius couldn't accept it. He shouted. The Academy emblem on his uniform glowed with blue light. A laser-like beam of light left it and connected to the matching emblem on Damien's chest. A holographic prompt appeared in front of his eyes. You have received a duel request from rank 10,341, Julius Wellspring. Accept. Deny. Damien raised his brow. He was aware of the dueling system, but he didn't think he'd be using it so soon. Hidden Death Valley had its own leaderboard called Heaven's List, and the positions on this leaderboard were determined through ranked duels. Any student could challenge any other whenever they wished, but the other party had the choice whether or not to accept. Every duel that took place in this manner was ranked, and if the Heaven's List judged that the strength difference between the two fighters wasn't too vast, denying a duel request would lower one's overall average and affect their ranking. This judgment was based on one's position in the ranking. Since Damien wasn't even on Heaven's List yet, rejecting the duel wouldn't impact him in any way. Still, did he have any reason to do so? You're not even in the top 10,000? Damien taunted. He didn't hesitate to click the holographic accept button. The second he did, he and Julius were covered in a flash of blue light. Around them, a kilometer-wide holographic arena formed. This holographic arena was the special technology that allowed Heaven's List to function. It was similar to the virtual battle arenas in Arcadia, except one could use their true body to fight. Only, killing was allowed. When a genius either died or was too wounded to continue, the barrier's enchantment would activate, teleporting them out and restoring them to peak condition. From Damien's understanding of it, the barrier worked using a combination of space and time magic, along with another force that he wasn't aware of. Regardless, it was the perfect arena for geniuses to go all out without risking any true harm or destruction. Of course, the mental damage left by what happened in the arena would remain. While it was a haven for upright students, it was just as favorable to those cruel individuals who enjoyed toying with their prey. Damien eyed Julius as the latter pulled out a rapier and charged it with mana. His eyes were indifferent to it all. He said, a vicious grin spread on his face. Then, let me leave a big gift for your master. A reddish-black gleam colored Damien's eyes, and in the next instant, his body flickered out of existence. Outside the holographic barrier, Zara stood by herself. After Damien's interaction with Julius, she'd already used mana to sober up. Her eyes were cold as she watched the barrier. For someone to actually dare bully Damien, a vicious glint filled her eyes. It should have been her in the barrier. It should have been her ripping that Julius person to shreds. She felt a brewing, killing intent that she could barely suppress. And as if fate was on her side, the barrier began to vanish soon after. Damien and Julius rematerialized in the physical world. While Damien stood the same as he always was, Julius was already on the floor, trembling. Damien said when he saw Zara, I was thinking about torturing this guy, but it was a bit boring with his weak resistance. That barrier is a real treat. Besides a little emotional trauma, he really doesn't have any wounds left. It's hard to believe that he was fused to the ground a few seconds ago. Anyways, since you're currently just my beast companion, it should count as a continuation of the previous challenge, so we can bypass the consecutive challenges rule. Zara didn't hesitate for even a single second. Nodding her head eagerly, she copied what Julius did a few minutes prior and sent him a challenge request. Julius' body shivered, caked in a cold sweat. Every fiber of his being begged him to deny the challenge. But with Damien hovering over him like this, there was no way he could do that. The terrors he'd experienced in the mere minute he was trapped in the barrier with Damien had left a deep scar in his mind. With an expression like he'd break out into tears at any second, Julius unwillingly hit the accept button, swiftly being transported into the arena with Zara soon after. Now, only Damien stood outside the barrier. He looked at it with a light smile on his face. Chapter 650 Conflict. Compared to the minute Damien spent with Julius in the duel arena, Zara and Julius remained inside for an entire 5 minutes. When the barrier finally receded, a happily smiling Zara skipped over to Damien. That was a lot of fun. I didn't know it felt so good to relieve stress, she said excitedly. Damien replied, knocking on her forehead. We can't just go traumatizing random strangers on the side of the street. Just relax and wait for the enemies to come find us. Zara asked. Damien shrugged. He pointed at Julius' slumped figure. He was prone on the ground with his rear pointing skyward. His mouth foamed and his eyes were dull and empty. Sheesh, what the hell did you do to him? Damien commented in wonder and a bit of fear. Zara's methods had always been on the crueler side. In response, Zara flashed a bright smile like sunshine lighting up a gloomy day. I just showed him the first 4 moves for Master's asshole men should suffer technique set. Damien coughed awkwardly and shook the matter off. Since he and Zara were so close, he never needed to worry about experiencing Tang Lingzi's terrifying skill set. Right? Its name alone made him shudder in fear. But in this case, it did work in his favor. He'd been planning to completely break Julius from the start. A savage grin spread on his face. He'd always been the type to avoid trouble or cut the weeds and stomp the roots whenever he met a troublesome situation. He'd lived a relatively straightforward life because of this trait of his. He wasn't a fan of needless conflict and unnecessary escalation. But that was in normal times. Right now, Damien wanted strength as fast as possible. To grow, he needed as much conflict as he could stomach. As he started to shine brighter and brighter in Hidden Death Valley, people would inevitably start viewing him differently. Some might even back off and attempt to befriend him based on their projections of his potential. He needed to make sure there was at least one powerful adversary that had animosity so great that they'd pursue him regardless of consequence, to the point of self-destruction. Only then could he create a villain that'd keep him entertained. The rumors he'd heard about Immortal Blood Holy Land were largely negative, and they were also Fallen Star Holy Land's enemy. Fallen Star Holy Land wasn't a close friend of Damien's, but he at least had a favorable impression of them, due to Atticus. No, Damien stopped himself from thinking about the bigger picture. He knew deep down that he didn't care about those conflicts at all. Growing his personal strength, this selfish reason was why he decided to oppose Immortal Blood Holy Land. After experiencing the challenge gate, Damien no longer wanted to reject who he was. His general indifference towards others and selfishness weren't traits he could change. They were defining parts of his personality and traits he developed from those years he spent alone and rabid like a beast. He only needed to quell this indifference for the people he cared about. For those that didn't fit this category, he no longer felt the need to consider them enough to justify how he acted towards them. He did what he wanted. If they didn't like how he carried himself, they could stay away from him. And if they decided to oppose him, Julius' slumped body disappeared and reappeared in Damien's hand. He walked over to his private dorm's door and put his finger about 1/4 of the way down from the top. BZZT. World force gathered and solidified. The door began to morph. The wood that made up its surface collected and extended into a spike jutting out from the top of the door. After controlling the earth below to fill the gaps left by the wood he used to make the spike, Damien took Julius and hung his body from it for all to see. "Come on, let's see what our home for the next few years looks like," Damien told Zara with a smile after doing so. Zara smiled back and waltzed forward. Together, the two entered the room as if nothing happened. After checking the room out a bit, the two went about their own business for the night. Zara meditated to feel the shadow laws around her, which were especially present due to Hidden Death Valley's particular location. As for Damien, he began thinking about a plan for the coming mission. Night turned to day quickly. After all, most of the night had already been spent by Damien and Zara enjoying Star City. Only a few hours after their altercation with Julius, the artificial sun rose over the horizon and painted the academy with light. As more and more people stepped outside to start their days, Julius' body was immediately discovered. A crowd gathered around Damien's dorm room. People used various recording devices to take pictures and videos of Julius, which spread through the academy like wildfire. Still, Damien's name entering Heaven's list went unnoticed. The points he got from defeating Julius only put him around the 50,000s in the end, most likely because his strength was evaluated to far surpass his opponents. As people excitedly began to wonder about and search for the owner of this new private dorm's identity, a different scene was taking place in a palace on the other side of Star City. A man with bloody red hair and crimson eyes sat on a throne. A servant kneeled before him, showing him an image of Julius and reciting the events that were taking place outside. "Kacha!" The wine glass in the man's hand shattered, the stench of blood wafting from the wine stains that formed. "I see," he muttered. A smile spread on his face. Despite his curious tone, his expression was frighteningly cold. A terrifying, killing intent leaked from his eyes. He continued repeating his words. The kneeling servant shivered in fear, not daring to move an inch from his spot. The man's ruthless expression shifted back to its previous indifference in an instant. "It doesn't matter. You, send someone stronger than that pathetic wellspring brat. I don't have the time to care about the actions of the fallen star Holy Sun's dogs." A wicked smile spread across his face as he spoke. Standing up, he left the throne room. The kneeling servant's head fell to the floor as he did so. The man took a sip of the crimson wine that had just filled his glass. "Damien Void, was it?"